On your mat, Karen.
Good afternoon.
For the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you.
Afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing, Zaria. Welcome to the family. Glad to have you here.
Salutations.
I can't carry anymore.
I am overburdened.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. How may I be of help?
It's locked.
Help us! Over here!
I can't. I can't. I am overburdened. I am overburdened. Impossible.
Good afternoon.
Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
Good afternoon. Thank. Good morning. Can I help you? I can't.
Impossible. Not enough mana. I can't. Impossible. Impossible. The Guardians of Mount Ariat are waiting. I need luck. I can't. Impossible. Impossible. I am overburdened.
Will not have died in vain.
no more.
I'm if. Good evening.
The ancients have honored you, and the evening.
Good day. Not here. Impossible. There are many foes here. I can't. things are safe for the...
Well,
Good day.
you have... Hello.
I need a key. I can't. Impossible.
Hey,
I
Glenn,
can't.
how you doing, man?
Impossible. This tree is one of a kind. I can't. I can't. Impossible. 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 I can't. The land here is dead and lifeless.
Deckard Cain, you've got to get out of here.
Hello.
You have... Yes?
Good evening. Good evening.
Hi, Nicky boy. How you doing? Hey, Luna. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Chiron, stop it.
It's locked.
Appreciate you, Luna. Hey, PM Master E. And drive by liking. Thank you for stopping by, buddy.
The stench of poison.
Impossible.
Good evening.
What? When I... Good evening.
Impossible. This monastery reeks with evil and corruption. Impossible. I can't. Impossible. I can't. No one should ever be caged. I need mana. I need mana. I can't.
Why? Get on your mat. Why?
I can't. Impossible. So cold and damp under the earth. I can't. I can't. I need mana. I can't. Impossible. It's locked.
Yes?
The Order welcomes you.
Good day. Good day. Good day.
It's locked. I can't. I can't.
Hey, nice.
I can't. I can't. Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Good to see you.
Eggs. Carl tends to smell bad. Alright, whatever.
Good evening.
We all have our thing. I guess that's yours. You like the fart. Can't blame you.
I am overburdened. Let the gate be opened.
This. But where can I take you?
Good day. Greet.
Good day.
I know.
You.
Okay guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Boris. We're going up to the Atlantis, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. In order to get yourself out of that loop, you got to have a forced push, if you will. And you can be that forced push, or somebody else can be that forced push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him, and we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because Boris is a decent guy, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you, it's not just your end, you're not the only one, all that, but we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. The internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it much easier for us to go into our shells, while at the same time much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process, it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about like political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once is the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And the next step of that is that the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them, like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2010, there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah, live the life that you have available to you right now, because you only have so many years on this planet. And the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only going to see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is that it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die, remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember, we die, live life. Carpe diem. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 109 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote several years ago. This one is called Changing Timelines. It's a little bit longer than the other ones, so hopefully we can get through this in an efficient manner. If you are going to change the past, expect the future to have something to say about it. If you are going to change the future, expect the past to have something to say about it. That is, resistance at every turn will be what you can expect. Because those things and people from a later period may no longer exist if you change anything now or earlier. And those things that exist in the present may change so much as to be unrecognizable. To have such powers is unfathomable, and I fall back upon a very key axiom, or mantra, if you will. All, one, or none. All other numbers are arbitrary unless one with authority says otherwise. Therefore, only God may have such powers, to be timeless, and to unilaterally decide the path of the universe, who and what will exist, and who and what will not. God, defined in such a context, would necessarily be the progenitor of all, and therefore the ancestor with the sole power to dictate what his progeny may do, or even if they may exist. But in that there is no such thing as time in a linear sense, what makes God in fact God? It's that at some point in the whole of existence of the universe, he stood alone and decided that there may be a light in the darkness. This does not mean what you may think, from my perspective. Darkness came first. It is what necessitated God to say, "Let there be light." But he did not say it in the way one might think. At first, it was a helpless plea into the void. Why won't you let there be light? Then it became a sorrowful request. Let there be light. Then it became a demand. Let there be light. Then it became a command. Let there be light. In that darkness came first, and nothingness is the natural state of existence, or is it? God survived the many assaults of the darkness, and eventually was the last person to survive in all of time, the last being to be alive in the whole of the universe, as the darkness had since consumed the light of everyone else. God found a way to escape, mourn, plea, and eventually resist. It is in this way that God is the progenitor of all, because in his resistance, a chance was opened up, a timeline where a species could survive, to push back the dark and conquer death. This is why God made us in his image, because earth is heaven, or hell, depending on how hard we push back the dark. Humanity is the first species to survive, and he is a member of it, and the father of all of them. It is the tragedy of existence, with only one way to escape the cold grasp of death, but not everyone wants to. Not the future that may now seem so distant, and not the past that also seems so distant. The only thing standing in the way of making the tragedy of existence too great to bear is him. he is necessarily the only one that makes it worth living, because the futures that he has created in his strength against death are futures where death is truly defeated and the darkness erased forever. Even if only a few thousand human beings make it through this funnel, that would be enough. The enemy would be known, and those tortured souls would be strong enough to kindle a fire that would never go out. To conceptualize this very strange path, all limits must be removed from time travel as we see it. It does not logically follow to believe that there would or could be any actual limits on such a technology, in a way other than those that are self-imposed, and therefore the only defense against such actions of time manipulation is to resist those trying to change the past. Death has possessed the souls of the future, telling them that if God is allowed to change things, but if God fails, death does not tell them they cannot survive. Some of them perhaps understand this, and sit at the top of their ivory towers, hoping for the end of days, so that their own torturous existence can be erased for good, selfishly hiding information from everyone else, so as to use their underlings as pawns in a grand chess game that will truly only have one victor. This God, as described so far, can only survive, will only have authority to resist and change the path of the future if he himself lives within the past, as one in the crowd. Humans have rules on what they are willing to do with the time travel, perhaps, because of the consequences otherwise. These are not, as stated before, hard limits on the ability to change the past itself, but consequences of other wills, which would give the human being no quarter if they broke these rules. The only real rule is free will. The only reason it is there is because nothing can change or stay the same without it. It is will that determines if the universe ends, and it is also will that determines if the universe survives. In order to make this hypothetical situation equitable, fair, the one attempting to carry out the change, God, must not hide themselves, lest he become an agent of sabotage. That is, the point of living, for him, is to resist, to convince the children of death that God is stronger, and that life is indeed worth living. For anyone else who may have the arrogance to believe that they have the right to determine if someone or something should exist, only the one that created everything in his resistance against the darkness, the progenitor of all, has any leg upon which to stand. And the longer he holds out, the longer he can restrain the darkness, the more souls are saved. But this tool can also, and more equitably, operate as a mechanism that provides an option, where the future laid out already, and the one that God is affecting, can exist simultaneously. Though, if existence persists, then death cannot. However, the children of death can remain, though their loyalties would be shifted. And the rest of us can choose which one we want, including our ancestors in both temporal directions, and or all diverged paths. This can be true in both a parallel universe theory, quote-unquote, and a quote-unquote colliding timeline theory. That is, a parallel universe will mean that both timelines exist independently of one another, darkness and light necessarily needing to diverge due to being diametrically opposed to one another. The colliding universe theory means that both timelines exist in the same three-dimensional universe, and everyone can choose which one they want. Though the colliding universe, in truth, is a subset of parallel universes. As described earlier, angels are the human beings that survive the Great Funnel event, the children of God, direct descendants. Greys are the ancestors of modern humanity that, while surviving the funnel event, do not have their loyalties dedicated to God, but instead to something else. Not necessarily darkness, though this is a possibility. The Greys chose to evolve their physical selves so as to better manage existence, due to emotional disconnection with it, whereas the angels are infinitely connected with it. Thus, they can manipulate it without the need for technology, but instead through focused intent. Therefore, angels and Greys are both the descendants of primitive humans, but one is born from a different set of circumstances when compared to the other. There can be parallel universes where exclusively angels survive, and those where angels and Greys survive, and everything in between. But no universe where angels do not survive, as God will never give up. He cannot. Anyone can try to change the past, but it is immoral and even evil for anyone to do it that does not have the authority to do so. Only the one for whom the entire universe would not exist without his efforts has the authority and moral right, even obligation, to do so. But even he will face resistance, because the future usually refuses to change. And as an infiltrator, God must convince humanity that life is worth living. It is a battle of wills. Why do I use time travel as my launch bed for an explanation of God? Think about it. All the potential powers allotted to a time traveler with no arbitrary limits placed upon what he could do with the technology are the powers of God. He knows the path you will follow in life, and also knows what it would take to change that path. Resistance, because both your past and your future ancestors do not want that path to change, usually. He is everywhere, always. Possible because he can go to any timeline, an infinite number of times. He is beyond time and needs no beginning or ending. Because to manipulate time means that any and all points can be the beginning and the ending, rather than a linear point from which all future events spring. God instead becomes a center of a four-dimensional sphere around which everything rotates, aka the divine choir. He is all-powerful and more. And the stronger his will, the more the universe rotates around him. Therefore, the whole universe must rotate around him. All right. That's it for this one, guys. I hope you enjoyed. And now that I've read back this essay, I'm actually going to integrate it directly into my story. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 128 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are going to be conducting a review of No Longer Human. by Osamu Dazai. This is a very interesting book, rather easy read. It's only 177 pages, and basically what it is a transcribed series of notebook journals from a young man from back in the 1930s or so in Japan. This young man was very highly intelligent, got very good grades in school, but exhibits all of the characteristics that you typically associate with a lost generation of Japanese children. And honestly, it's not a singular generation. It seems to be a lost century, or even farther than that, of Japanese individuals. People who don't really have an idea of the purpose of life or what we're even doing here, and are kind of resigned to the fact that existence really has no purpose. And they see the darkness and the depravity in the human condition and inwardly reflect that in how they write of how they perceive the world. This man, the main character of this story, I believe his name is Yoko. I don't even remember. I just remember the person. See, names are important, but they don't mean everything. This happened around 1930. It was before the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped. So that played a no part in it, in the perspective of the young man. But he always used comedy. Basically, he was the class clown to veil his depression and his sadness and his loneliness. Because regardless of how dark or whatever you want to call the souls of Japanese people are, and that darkness doesn't mean evil, it just means they see the darkness in humanity better than most people do. It doesn't mean evil. And I said this in a previous video, the female lead in my story is half Japanese, and for the longest time, up until near the end of the story, you're going to think that she's the deepest, darkest evil that exists, but she's actually not. She's actually really, really good. But it was a clever ploy to serve God, what she was doing. So, basically, he's depressed, he doesn't have an appetite, and he doesn't have an appetite for much of his life. He drinks a lot. He exhibits both characteristics, and this is actually fairly common among younger people in Japanese culture, because they have such a dark side, they can see the darkness in humanity. There seems to be a psychopathic tendency there. He ends up spending a lot of time in a mental asylum after the age of 27, because he tries to unalive himself 3 separate times. And one of the times, he tries to do it with an impoverished woman who succeeds in her attempt to unalive herself. They both jump into the river, and he survives it. So, one thing I found very interesting is how critical they were of him, and they were going to press charges on him, saying that he was party to the unaliving of the woman, even though they were both doing it for each other, basically. So I found that very interesting. It's a very sad story. It really is. A series of journals. You get to see the inner thoughts of a young man in Japan in the 1930s, how deeply he felt lost. It gives you compassion and empathy for these people. They're human, just like us. The actual translation in the book for no longer human, or the terms used, is disqualified from being human. But the ironic thing about it is that he's exhibiting some of the most human emotions that you can have. None of us really understand what it is that we personally are doing here. I mean, I can look at my own life as a reference, and that's what we all do. It's what we know best. I'm a failure to launch in my own life. I'm constantly chopped off at the knees, like Sisyphus pushing a boulder up the hill. Every single time I seem to be just getting ready to break through. And it's because of the depravity in the human soul that this keeps happening. And this man was a failure to launch. Intensely capable. He was, no doubt, a genius, but completely unutilized. Just like me. Yeah. Like I said, the more stories you read, the better your intuitive decision-making becomes. And it's cast with the backdrop of your personal experiences in life and how you reacted to them. Your life is not a dead end. I was just watching Mike Schmidt in one of his sermons, Pastor Mike Schmidt from Ascension Presents. And while your life might look like a dead end, it's not. 3 words. And then Jesus. This guy was very nominal in his faith. If he were to really have leaned in it more, it would have saved him. He would have really, I can say that with 100% certainty. It would have given him purpose in life. Yeah, we know this world is depraved, but 1, this is not all there is. And 2, it's our duty to do everything we can to fix it. Even if it doesn't look like we'll ever be successful in that regard, we still got to try. Because the very act of trying is success. Just as St. Paul says in the Bible. His death is gain, is what it ultimately comes down to him. And he's obviously 100% correct in that regard. But it's a very sad story. One of the quotes that really stuck out to me was something when he said, "Women found in me a man that could keep love a secret." It was very profound. Not just like somebody who wants to be a paramour of a female, an illicit lover, but because in reality, a lot of us have to keep love a secret. I mean, in order to keep it alive. For the longest time, the true nature of Jesus was, at least in some way, shape, or form, a secret. It had to be. I mean, he told many people in the Bible, "Shh, don't tell anybody of this miracle I did for you." In not the same language, but that's literally what he said. I believe when he healed the blind guy, he did that a few times. I read the Bible a lot, but I still don't have a perfect memory of everything that it says in there. And translations are difficult to decipher anyway. But yeah, it has to be kept secret so that it can be brought out when the time is right. And Jesus knows when the time is right. It just hasn't been right for me yet. Unfortunately, he was not part of the plan because he did not dive into the plan as much as he should have been diving into it. And to that point, keeping love a secret, on page 142, he mentions black, white, and red, the colors. Black, white, and red are Illuminati symbolism, but not just Illuminati symbolism. There's actually a lot of symbolism in Masonic teachings, and you could even say biblical teachings. And what he says is that black and white are not antonyms. He says, let me pull it up here. But it was very profound because there's a lot of symbolism in music that a lot of people don't realize, and it doesn't just go with Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, but also bands like Red, the band actually called Red, or Demon Hunter. I had invented one other game, rather similar character, a guessing game of antonyms. The antonym of black is white, but the antonym to white is red. There we go. White is red, and the antonym to red is black. So you have black being evil, white being good, and red being camouflaged, or good camouflaged as evil, kept secret so that it can be brought out at the right time, in the right situation, right place. Pick up those little kernels of truth. It's one giant thread. So I recommend the book. Gives you perspective on Japanese culture and a lost man, which happens more often than it should. We are our brother's keeper. We have to be there for each other. Have compassion and empathy, understanding. This is how you do it. Alright, guys. That's it for today. Hope you enjoyed it. Happy Sunday. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 112 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, which I think is apropos about which to speak, especially considering the new discoveries underneath the Egyptian pyramids, which are one of the seven wonders of the world, the pyramids of Giza being. Recently, they just discovered some really deep chasms with granite chambers 9 feet tall, deep within the crust of the earth, going way deep down, 2 kilometers, apparently. But that's beside the point. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. The reason I bring this up is because this was the basic idea behind the Social Security system once it was first created a long time ago. I think it was back in like 1903 or something. I can't remember the exact date it was created. But the idea was something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did when he put a certain amount of money aside for a trust for the city of Philadelphia to be dispersed after, I believe it was 200 years. So it was dispersed like in the 90s, somewhere around there. 1990s. So he put, I don't remember the exact amount of money he put in that account, but when it was dispersed, it was about $8 million. And that went directly to the Philadelphia government. And that was Benjamin Franklin's intent. That's what he wanted to happen. The idea behind the Social Security system was that the government would take a portion of your money and invest it in funds, index funds, the stock market essentially, and grow it so that once you got to your retirement age, then you would have a fund to pay for your retirement. That was the idea. Basically, the government was taking the responsibility that you should take upon your own shoulders and taking a portion of your money every month and putting it into the stock market, as well as a variety of other things. Well, if you had actually taken that money and put it into the stock market yourself, the same proportional amount, then rather than being maxed out at about $4,000 per month that Social Security can pay you, that's right around where the maximum is. If you put the same amount requisite into the stock market yourself, at about the age of 65, you'd be getting $32,000 per month. So they've been very reckless, irresponsible with that money. And part of the reason for that is because they keep on taking it and putting it into other things. So they're basically going about this all the wrong way. It is my perspective that the entirety of the government could be funded by taking 10%, not of our money by force, 10% of people's money who voluntarily choose to do it, putting it into the stock market, and fund all of the government's responsibilities or things that you want the government to do with that money. What's screwed this up is the central banking system. It's made it make no sense. It makes us put resources into leveraged accounts that can go belly up at any moment. It's not sensical. But if we were to do something like Benjamin Franklin, way back in the 1790s, and put aside a fund and let it grow over the course of 100 years or whatever. I actually did some calculations here on MATLAB. MATLAB is a mathematical calculation laboratory. It's a very powerful program that I've used on many of my scientific papers. I used it all through college. But let's say you put $1 million into an account, something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did back 300 years ago, and giving yourself a conservative growth rate of 5% for that account. After 300 years, it'd be worth $2.3 trillion. That could fund all the government things that you want it to fund. All those things that are actually important, that aren't like the departments that don't need to be there. Rather than have 800 military bases that have been forced upon us and the rest of the world, only possible through the central banking system, which gives us crazy and irresponsible leverage, we'd have 80 army bases around the world. See, one of the reasons that the central banking system had any way of gaining a foothold in our world is out of fear. Because if any one government has a system like that, then it puts all of the other governments at a disadvantage. That means you have a central banking system which can use leverage or fake money, print it out of thin air, steal wealth from people in order to fund their wars and their liabilities and all that stuff. And let's say they can leverage at 10x. So, and their government has a GDP of $1 trillion. Well, now it can produce the equivalent of $10 trillion by cheating, by stealing, by lying, cheating, and stealing. And if they're going up against a government that doesn't have a central bank but has a real GDP of $5 trillion, they're going to beat them if they start a war. This is the fear aspect that has allowed central banks to keep their foothold in the world. It's disgusting, and it is pure evil. If it were gone away with entirely, the tapeworm that is the central banks, then we could fund our governments in this way. In this way, you have a government fund that is invested in the capitalist system of your country, voluntarily, entirely, and all government institutions and responsibilities that you want your government to have, they'll be able to fund that themselves through the interest on the money that they have invested in companies, rather than force it out of our hands through the income tax. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Because this whole system is fucking upside down. And it's the central banks that have done this. And these bastards behind the scenes that have forced this upon us, we made the United States specifically to escape the central banks. And they seeped in and tried to unalive multiple United States presidents and succeeded on multiple occasions until eventually they got that central bank put back in place. It's disgusting. I would go so far as to say, if aliens exist, this is an alien system to keep us all enslaved. I would say more appropriately, more accurately, that it's demonic. It's a demon system. It's disgusting. So, if the government would just be funded by proper investment in companies, then that would work better by 1,000,000,000 times. Let's say to get a good seed funding started, you do basically like a tithe system where there's a flat tax, no loopholes, no deductions or anything, a flat tax of 10% across the board for everybody that makes X, Y, Z income. 10% flat tax across the board, starting as seed funding. You can actually stay there at 10%. That's reasonable. It's what we paid in the feudalistic times. It's still like 5 times what we paid during the Roman Empire. But 10% is not crazy. It's a tithe. It's what we pay to churches as faithful Christians, right? So 10% goes to this seed funding for the government, and they put that money into the stock market, into funds. Not like what they do with Social Security, because that's all based on fiat currency and central banking nonsense. And then they take that interest that they make off of that, say half of the interest that they make per year, to fund their government responsibilities. Hiring people, building government buildings, very simple stuff like taking care of roads, very simple education system. Everybody else takes care of the other stuff. Maybe I'm naive, but I can tell you that the core of our problems right now, and have been for hundreds of years, is the central banks. They need to be destroyed, never be allowed to come back. Cauterize the wound. Never let them come back. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 119 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Tim, Phil, Carl, just know that I was picking up what you were putting down yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate you. The ripple effect of the things that we say and do in life are much more far-reaching than most any of us can anticipate. There are a handful of us who get the blessing of knowing directly through objective numbers just how far-reaching that impact is, such as people with gigantic YouTube channels with 2 million subscribers, that type of thing, or other platform reach. But when you pick up the threads of the things that you've been saying in all of your videos, but in particular the last video that I posted, in the speech patterns and the things about which people are talking on those giant platforms in such perfect order and synchronicity, eventually a pattern becomes more than simple coincidence. It's a means of communication. If you can't speak to somebody directly, I can't even... There's a handful of people out there that'll be able to pick up on specifically what I'm talking about or who I'm talking to. A handful of a handful. Because I have only a number of people that subscribe to this channel. And perhaps my views, if you guys have seen it, are not reflective of the people that are actually seeing the video. Or maybe you saw it in the future, using that looking glass that we've been talking about so much. And at some point, maybe 10 years from now, that video, having only 20 views now, might have 2 million, or even 1 billion. if it is important and far-reaching enough, if it has enough positive impact. I know that you guys know. Never do you talk directly to me, but you could, if you so desired. I wouldn't try to impel you into doing anything silly. I'd just be your friend, like you are being to me in an indirect manner. I do appreciate that. Trying to tell me in as clear a terms as you can without speaking directly to me, because for some reason you don't seem to be allowed to, that I actually do matter. Thank you. And there you go again. If nothing else is gleaned from this video, because I'm speaking in occluded language, then the importance of gratitude. It's everything. Because you look at everything that I could have done with my life, that could have been done with my life, all of my accolades, my past experiences, the work that I've put in, and how seemingly I'm being wasted in my current state. Go back to first principles. The most important thing that you can build is the individual, the soul, the human spirit, as I said in my last video. And as long as you have the ability to do that, and you are actively doing it, then you're succeeding. Then you're winning. I could also put it to you this way. If in all other timelines, I would have fallen down on my ass and been utterly destroyed, and I would no longer even be alive right now. All right? But I am alive now, and I'm sowing the seeds of gratitude and strength in other people, then all of that in the future is icing on the cake and is good. Be a positive force, no matter the adversity that you face in life. And, frankly, you could even say in spite of, not despite, in spite of, to really stick it to the demon. Which you and I, all of us, we know is real. It's really there, and it does not play fair. It never has. I live here as a human being. I have followed the rules. And the demon doesn't. Only ever the demon tries to attack me in ways that people can't see. That's why this crucifixion disease I have, you can't see it on the outside. You have to actually do an angiogram to see that I don't have arteries in my arms and legs. I don't have pulses in my wrists. The demon cheats. So I tell you, with extreme gratitude, all of you, thank you. I love you guys. I mean that. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 166. I believe that's what it is. Telling the YouTube millionaire. And I come bearing gifts today. I have notes. Every once in a while, I was inspired by a creator that I watch all the time to give you a little bit greater of an outline of who I am. You figure after 166 episodes or installments of my journey on YouTube, this is literally a sizable portion of an entire year of my life. Imagine 10 years from now, 3,650 episodes just of this. Because if it does so happen that I do become a millionaire on YouTube, which is not going to happen, I know that, and that's fine. I'll still have, all these videos, and I'm not going to stop once I become a millionaire or whatever. That's not the plan. The plan is to keep on going. But anyways, let's go ahead and give you a little bit more information about me. You can find this stuff, a lot of it, on my videos that I posted already. Can you believe there's over 1,000 videos on this channel now? Over 1,000. I keep on posting, then somebody's going to find out that I exist. Alright, my favorite color. I have difficulty deciding what my favorite color is because there's so many colors that I like. Much like another person who mentioned this earlier. It's strange that we kind of correlate in that. I guess it's not strange. be frank with you, I guess it's not. But if I had to pick one, if there were a gun to my head, I would pick forest green, which is the same color that Candace Everdeen in the Hunger Games says is her favorite color. My initials are PP, because that's what I talk about on this channel. PP. Ba-dum-ts. I'm hilarious. Anyway, okay, but no, that's my initials. My name is not Joe Bowers, aka Secretary Not Sure, which is what I go by on YouTube. My name's actually Peyton Pearson, and the etymology of that name, Peyton, comes from the patrician word, Patrick, or female version is Patricia. Peyton can be both male and female as a name, and patricians are the political, religious, and military leaders. And I guess it kind of makes sense because that's kind of the stuff that I talk about. I'm a military veteran, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. Just sort of fit. But that's my name. Pearson, son of a pier worker. Or I guess the etymology of the last name is actually, I heard a while back, while I breathe, I hope. I like that. I like that a lot. I think it's appropriate. My favorite fruit is strawberries, if I had to pick one, but it's kind of hard to pick. I just say strawberries because they're easy to eat, nice and juicy. It sounded funny. Like I said, I talk about... Anyways, strawberries are delicious. I really like cherries, too. Maraschino cherries, which are not really fruit because they're just soaked in sugar, are delicious. Not good for you, though. Let's see. I love dolphins and seals. Dolphins, because they're extremely intelligent. They're actually, the brightest of them are smarter than the average human, believe it or not. This is based upon equivalent intelligence tests that they have been given when the curious ones come up to hang out with us. And there's a fair number of them that do that. They're given tests to see how smart they are. Smarter than our average human beings. They're very, very intelligent. And, yeah, I think that's incredible. The only reason they don't have an organized civilization like we do is because they don't have hands and feet like we do. They can't manipulate the world as easily as we do. In a water biome, the most effective way to do that would be something like an octopus. An octopus, by the way, one of the smartest creatures on the planet, alongside dolphins. And some people even think that they're actually from another planet, that they came here from like an asteroid or something, which I can understand that because they're so strange and foreign looking. But really cool. I like octopodes, octopi. I don't know. Octopuses? That's always one. Anyways, I also love seals because they're literally water doggos. No shit, pardon my language. They are part of the Carnivora genus, which is the same genus as dogs, wolves, foxes, bears, raccoons. They are water doggos. No joke. They might even actually make viable offspring with doggos if they were to breed. No wonder they have such an affinity towards us and they have such puppy dog eyes. I love seals. They're awesome. I am a vicarious astronaut through this channel. I don't know why I wrote that, but there you go. Maybe it has something to do with us talking about professions and whatnot. And I have soft nails. I think it's actually tied into, look at this, guys. I know it's weird. See that? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. So those of you who are cringing right now because it's like, no, it doesn't hurt. I think that's related to me having some type of connective tissue issue that's undiagnosed, and I've been trying to get doctors to tell me what caused this for years, and they can't seem to figure it out. But that could also be related to, and I posted this in a video a while back, why I'm as intelligent as I am. I think that there's actually a connection between, ironically connective tissue disorders and higher levels of intelligence, because it like loosens up the connections in your cerebral cortex and allows it to expand a little bit more effectively. That's my guess. So, yeah, I'm considered a super genius. Not to toot my own horn, but technically, by the numbers, I am. And that might be why. That might be why. So, I grew up as a nomad in Northern California, bounced around all over the place. It was a very difficult upbringing. My parents would attest to that. I got evicted several times for various reasons, not paying rent and all that stuff. And, you know, my parents had trouble with substances when I was younger. They've gotten past that now, but it took a long time. It's not easy, even for hardworking, intelligent people like my parents. Addiction is very tough, and that was one of the primary reasons we bounced around so much in Northern California when I was younger. We finally settled down in Roseville, in this house in which we live now, and that's where we're going to be for the rest of our lives. There's a house right next door that is about to go up for sale, which I want to buy, but because I've been constantly attacked by these demonic forces that I've been telling you guys about for so many episodes of this on this channel, which is true, I'm not lying, my finances have been crippled. I'm not broke, but I have no credit, which is ironic because I'm a real estate entrepreneur, and real estate entrepreneurs really do need credit. A credit score, I mean. Mine is not very good. I haven't checked it in a while because I know it's probably around something that it shouldn't be. It should be much higher. But when you've been attacked like I have been, it's very tough to get your head above water. And I have sources of income, but even that is a challenge. I've been to 40 states and 7 countries, at least 40 states, because I've lived in several parts of the country, done many things. Being a military veteran, you PCS a lot. I lived in can't talk right now. Colorado Springs for a while, Del Rio, Texas, Omaha, Nebraska, Dayton, Ohio, and you also have little excursions that you go to in other parts of the country to get trainings and stuff. And, you know, with the deployments, you see different countries. So I'm into Qatar, Greece, Germany, Great Britain, many others. Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, or is it Uruguay? Paraguay, I think. Yeah, lots of different countries. Canada. And some of those on vacations, too. I've been to Mexico doing cruises and stuff with my family. But there you go. I'm a published author. If you want to find my documents that aren't officially published by a company, like I have a novel, it's right here, actually, black and white, The Odyssey of Eden, Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You learn somebody very in-depth by reading what they write. So those of you who want to know more about me, please buy this book and leave me a review. I could use your help. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the apocalypse. And it's not going to be the only book I write. I'm going to write a ton of them. Many more to come. But also, the stuff that isn't published by a publishing company, you can find on figshare.com. And I've even posted some scientific papers on marssocietypapers.org. But figshare.com, and just type in my name in the search engine, and you'll find my papers. Peyton Pearson. Type my name in there, you'll find my papers. I don't have them all up there, but I have the notable ones. A lot of the really good ones. Ones that I think are really good, anyway. Yeah, I've run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen half marathons, and because of my crucifixion disease, I can't do that anymore. It was a sudden onset. The technical name, the medical name that you could give it is acute idiopathic peripheral vascular disease. Acute, meaning sharp, happens all at once. Idiopathic means the doctors don't know what caused it. Peripheral, distal arms and legs. Vascular, the vascular system. Disease. It's a disease. And doctors don't know what caused it, but before that, I had run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen halves. I was a really good runner, too. I was also a track runner. My best mile time was a 4:44. It could have been better had this stuff not happened to me. My best marathon's a 2:52:23. You can find that if you go to coloradomarathon.com. I'm listed there, and I believe it was 2016. It's right around there. And then my best half is a 1:18. So I was good. I was really good when I was running. But, you know, literally kneecapped. You can't keep doing it. Demons attack you all the time. I'm telling you guys, this stuff is real. This stuff is real. I've had enough trauma in my life for a regular person to unalive themselves half a dozen times over. I'm not exaggerating about that. I was talking about that with my mother actually a couple nights ago, just because I was opening up a little bit, and I try to not tell too much of that, because if I open up too much, she soaks up too much of the emotion, just like anybody does, and it breaks them down. I've made therapists cry before. Therapists, psychologists. So is my mom, because the stuff that she's told the doctors, the therapists and whatnot, it's heavy. It's fucking heavy. All right? So I keep most of that stuff to myself. And the reason I take Prozac, I have PTSD, right? What Prozac does, it doesn't numb me. What it does is it makes me stop focusing on things that I cannot change. It mutes those things and allows me to focus on the thing. No matter how many times the goalpost gets moved on me, okay, roll with the punches. You keep going forward until somebody comes to help you. Anyway, I started YouTube that was one of the reasons. So that who I am and what I am would not be lost forever. Because I don't have any kids, I don't have a wife, and I don't have a job. I live off of disability because no matter what I do, the goalpost keeps on getting moved on me. I cannot get a job where either I'm not treated like a slave or I am not paid what I am worth. I've literally had jobs in the past few years that have paid me 50 cents an hour equivalent. And then I've had jobs that have treated me like I'm garbage. There's a lot of stuff I can do, but I can't get a job. So that's after applying for 1,400 jobs on different job posting platforms. When somebody says that they're urgently hiring for an electrical engineer, they're lying. They're lying. They want a visa, an H-1B visa holder, so that they can pay them 10% of what they're actually worth. If you have a master's in electrical engineering, like this guy right here, they're not going to hire you. They're just not. Because they have to pay you what you're worth, and they don't want to do that. So, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here. I'm just opening up to you. It has not been fun. If I get too emotional about it, I will wear you out. I will make you sad. And I don't want to do that. I'm here to inspire and encourage you guys. Basically, all the stuff that's happened in my life, I want you guys to know about it so that you can see that you can keep going even through all of this. One last thing. I said that this is enough to make somebody unalive themselves half a dozen times. I'll just list some of the things out. First one, having been rejected by every single woman I've ever asked out or only tacitly dated them and then they ran away never to talk to me again. Second one, being a marathon runner and no longer being able to walk even right now. Third one, not being able to get a job. Fourth one, nearly getting a dishonorable discharge when I left the military because they were trying to fuck me over. Fifth one, being disqualified as a pilot entirely unjustly when I was trying to become an astronaut. I still am. 5 right there. 6, not being able to get a job out of my time in the military. And I'll leave it at that. The only reason I bring that up, not to make you guys feel sad or unhappy, but to make you guys see that you can keep going, even through that. One of the phrases that I say, and apparently came out of like a naval military document, naval AFI or something to that effect, until death, all defeats are psychological. So it doesn't matter what's happened to me in my life if I'm still breathing and able to continue. Physically, I have been damaged, but that doesn't matter. I'm still going. And so can you. Alright? I wanted to give you a little bit more. I want this person who's going to watch this, I want to meet you. And get to know you. Alright. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys, or actually afternoon now. Welcome to day 136 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Sorry, this is coming out a little bit late. I had to change up my schedule a bit today. My mother decided that she wanted to go to the casino to do our live stream early in the morning, as opposed to our normal time, which is around noon Pacific Standard Time. So, I got to help her build her channel and got her an extra 30 subscribers, so that was good. But this is coming out a little bit later as a result. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read an essay that I wrote back in 2016 called Conviction. I have not read this since I wrote it all the way back then. Sorry, my hair's kind of all over the place, as it often is. So I get it out of my way. So let's go ahead and do this. When you are at 50% approval in your actions by the absolute maximum possible number of people in the world, you are on the ultimate knife's edge. This is appropriate because I was going to bring that up actually in the book review that I'm going to be doing here in a little bit. Profiles in Courage, I just finished it by John F. Kennedy. I was going to bring that exact topic up. Interesting that it came up here. In this situation, you absolutely maximize the velocity of human progress. There is literally no way to go faster. The primary trade-off in this scheme is that you do not get to live a life of conviction in anything you do if you are the one making the endgame decision. Or every choice you make must be with absolute and complete conviction, lest you find yourself making no decisions of any significance whatsoever. When everyone is talking, everyone is piqued, and everyone is frustrated to the maximum extent possible, you have all the minds in the world churning ideas together to come to the right conclusions. Basically, like what's happening in the world today. We're all emotionally piqued. Black and white juxtaposition. If you ever find yourself in that position, where you are able to make big decisions, do not think of yourself as never really being able to enjoy any decision. Instead, decide to make your decisions with conviction. I recently thought to myself that in such a situation, you would not have the capacity for conviction. But I realized why I thought that. It was because I was in the mentality of a person who would not want to hurt anyone. That is, I did not want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to make enemies. But then I realized you have to decide yourself. And if your conviction is solid enough, the pain you may cause others is just a temporary precursor to them either coming to your side or refusing. And at least in the current paradigm, there is no way to please everyone. Yet, as Winston Churchill famously said, you have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. That's a paraphrased quote, but he said that. When put into this hypothetical situation, you are afforded the only real opportunity to be committed in your actions. Not the other way around. I had it backwards. To make a decision in that scheme does not mean you are a jerk. It simply means that you have agency, and you are not molded by anyone else. Your decision is truly yours. If you find your position mollified by anyone else, then that person's will has an effect on you. In a way, it is stronger than yours. In a way. But if you do not make a decision, you refuse to have agency, out of fear. There are instances where you could be put into this position and you have absolutely no idea what to do, regardless of the wills affecting you. And you could even be put into the situation to make those kinds of decisions without even realizing you've been put into that situation or that position. Because people are watching you without you knowing them, taking cues from you. There may not be enough information to make a decision, or you do not know or remember how to do something. And therefore, even if you wanted to make a decision, you would be incapable of doing so. Thus, prepare for that point in your life, and we all have at least one of those points. Give yourself all the possible resources you can muster. Fashion yourself into the very strongest person you can possibly be. Be superhuman, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and in any other mode you can imagine. This is why I do all these book readings. It's why I write. I ran marathons. I work out every day. I write scientific papers. It's because this might actually happen to me, where I am put into a position where I have to make a decision without knowing what the hell I'm doing. Remember what I said before, how the books you read, you're not going to remember everything in them. What they give you is an intuitive sense of the right decision to make. It's psychological layering. That's what I'm talking about here. It gives you some level or some ability to have conviction. It is not being subjected to criticism by larger numbers of people that prevents you from living a life of conviction, but exactly the opposite. It is only under said criticism that one is ever afforded the opportunity to make decisions with conviction. We can all make mistakes, and I am just as fallible as any other human being. While I only built a short history of thinking the opposite was true, I was indeed wrong, and must rehash my steps. Whose wills have power over your own? Figure out how they have power over your will, and then figure out how to get out of those chains. But at the same time, still have the ability to make the most powerful decisions you can. That is to say, maximize your life's potential. Alright guys, this will be put into the description of this video. That's all I got for you today. Hope you enjoyed, got something out of it. Love y'all. Peace. Changing our timeline on the fly. How would that work? Welcome to day 191 until I am a YouTube millionaire. So in my novel series, I explain that to make any change to a line of time makes an entirely separate line of time. In that it's a parallel universe, fully. However, what of those instances, and if you can imagine it, you best believe that in some way, shape, or form it is possible, something within your own line of time has been fundamentally changed, i.e., e.g., the Mandela effect. So, while you may have known something to be one way for the first 20 years of your life, suddenly it changes and you don't know why or how. I had an individual talk to me about this on my live yesterday, how he remembers distinctly several passages in the Bible that changed, in particular the Lord's Prayer, over the past few years. And he knows this because he recited it every single day and had it memorized essentially like the back of his hand. That's a very good question. And the Mandela effect, really, I think, leads to a lot of conundrums, such as the grandfather paradox that you see happening in the movie trilogy Back to the Future, where the main character's dad almost doesn't get married to his mom, and he ends up almost not existing. How would that work? Because your perception does not just eliminate. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It just changes form, at least in one particular universe. Energy's honestly constantly created in perceptions. And your creative potential as a being. So how does that work? I am thinking this on the fly of how to actually square that circle. We haven't even time traveled yet. And yet I'm trying to broach topics, as many of our thinkers have in the past, that require us to have some type of, they don't really require it, but it would definitely be a help for us to have some type of empirical evidence to discern one way or another. But then at the same time, the empirical evidence may actually affect the end result. Because double slit experiment, observer changes and affects reality the same time that they're actually observing it. Just like the Inception idea from the movie Inception with Leonardo DiCaprio, where you can get right in the middle of creating and perceiving a reality, and it happens so quickly that you don't realize it's happening. It's the same idea with the Mandela effect. Let's say that somebody has a tool, a time machine of some form, that allows them to pierce the veil of an entire zeitgeist, right? They can look at the entire line of time from above, observing it, okay? Sorry. And in the fact that they can do this, they can go back and edit certain things within that line of time. How does that line of time stay coherent? There has to be enough perceptions of these Mandela effect things that are not overpowered, or that are overpowered by those who allow for the change or accept the change. Because like I said, collapsing of the wave function, the convergence of our current reality is basically just the coherence of it. It's the coherence of the interference pattern, where we all live together and accept the consensus reality in which we live. This does not mean you cannot go to the past and edit something within that line of time if it doesn't excessively affect anybody. If it excessively affects a perception or group of perceptions, then it will blip off into another parallel line of time. That's the way I see it. It does check out if you look at the double slit experiment, because observing the electron makes it collapse into a particle, whereas not looking at it, it's a wave function, interference pattern, just like we are. It does check out. So, if those changes are subtle, and they can be as subtle as an entire person, then the changes can occur. But if that subtle change is indeed even a person, say Jesus for example, and then at the end people finally realize who and what they are and that they're actually living among you right now, suddenly the whole timeline blips off and changes because perceptions of reality have adjusted. I.e., or e.g., for example, the rapture. So the Mandela effect, I would say, is a miniature form of what we should be experiencing in the rapture. Now, of course, this convergent being, in order to not be immediately picked out and destroyed, would have to not know who they are for the majority of their lives. And then right when they figure it out towards the end, be protected by everything possible that wants it to survive so that it can. And then everybody that's trying to protect it blips off with it. Kind of like a like a positive polyp. A good cancer, if you think about it. Because let's say that the primary line of time was always set to completely self-destruct, right? And this individual, or even group of individuals, are carrying everybody away from it, simply by virtue of other people trying to protect them and follow them. They have proven proof positive that they are what those other people protecting them want, which is unconditional love, freedom, liberty, all that is good, creation, building. So the Mandela effect, I would submit to you, is simply a miniaturized version of the rapture. The rapture being where we blip off of this line of time and no longer are facing our certain doom. Something to think about. And there's nothing that says within the double slit experiment convergent reality that we live in which we live, that this cannot be the case. Your perception creates reality. And the very fact that one can even percept such an idea within this reality, therefore, coalesces it even more. It's the zeitgeist, the thing that I talk about all the time on this channel. The zeitgeist, the paradigm, the underlying social undertone of the whole of human civilization. And you pierce that, or you latch onto it, you can pull everybody out. There you go, guys. Love y'all. Peace. I often say, ordering is the sister of timing. Welcome to day 187 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. 187 is a number that's very special to my heart. I won't tell you why, but you might be able to determine at some point. So ordering is the sister of timing. The reason I have allowed myself to even entertain the notion of unorthodox romantic relationships is because of that thing, that ordering is the sister of timing. In the current world, this one, the enemy seeks to disorder things, to put them out of order, and to jack up our growth and development. While it is something that might be duly considered in a non-ephemeral existence, one where we no longer live and pass away in 100 years, but instead are fully eternal, for us to consider unorthodox romantic relationships. It is not something that we can necessarily do safely here. So if you are to breach that covenant, which is a sin, and that means it is, so you understand what the term sin means. It means to miss the mark. It means you're not getting it right. Okay? To disorder it. If you were to breach that, so long as you can handle what you're doing, you keep it to yourself. So we are in Pride Month right now. Quote-unquote pride. And pride cometh before the fall. It's one of the seven deadly sins. Nonsensical that we've made an entire month based upon sin. It's almost like our leaders forgot. That's why it's so important to repeat over and over, like a mantra. Because we think we know better than our ancestors. We do not. We were so foolish as to make an entire month dedicated to a sin, a deadly sin. But at the same time, I still love and have compassion for those who are, quote-unquote victim to a sexual preference that is a little strange, right? So interested in men if they're a man type of thing. Which, by the way, to that point, it's very strange, but from what I've seen and heard, it's not actually a sin based upon what's written in the Bible for two women to be with one another. I'm just going to say that I think that's pretty sexy. Alright, anyway. sorry. I couldn't help it. But, yeah, so the enemy seeks to disorder things. Pride cometh before the fall. We are doing these things in an ephemeral world, a world that is meant to be a safe place to raise children, which we all are. We're all children. However old or wise you think you are, it pales in comparison to the wisdom of God, which is infinite. No matter how much knowledge you have, a finite number is always infinitesimal when compared to infinity. Okay? It's just the way it is. We live in that ephemeral world. We are not here infinite. With an infinite knowledge and understanding and omniscience, a lot of people believe that there is no judgment because you'll understand the intent of somebody and where they're coming from. It's not true. What there is final judgment. Full judgment. Complete judgment. So that those who genuinely have an intent to harm are separated from those who genuinely have an intent to make the world a better place. And you can fully, perfectly trust the differentiation there. So, you have those trying to use the sin of pride to disorder things intentionally, to destroy things. And you will know who those people are. And those who are trying to do it so that people can actually experience the love that they yearn to have. Okay? Me with my concepts of polyamorous relationships foisted upon me. Not something that is in my genetic predisposition, not something that I want, but something that's foisted upon me. I'm willing to be flexible and at least entertain the notion, because I know that in non-ephemeral reality, in eternity, in heaven, there is no marriage, because there's no need for it. You already have perfect trust up there in heaven. We are all married to God and to one another. In perfect trust, there is no need for contracts. And marriage is a covenant. You're using God's perfect trust to protect your union with another human being. You don't need that in heaven. And in heaven, where there is perfect expression of love in every form that you might want, if you want to be with a certain person based upon who they are in an agape form, like true, full, deep, complete love, not just physical attraction and all that, but it's like everything, then that's acceptable and appreciated in a non-ephemeral reality. Here, if you're going to do it, you generally keep it to yourself. What I'm doing here, talking about this, is explaining it in... It's very strange. It's both disordered and ordered, because I'm in the ephemeral reality explaining the non-ephemeral reality and trying to bridge the gap. Because I just said that if this is something that is even considered by me, I have to keep it to myself, because it's potentially dangerous to the safe upbringing of children, which is the primary thing that matters here. It's the entire purpose of civilization, to create a safe, healthy environment for the rearing of children, raising a family, making the world a better place for them, not for you. You're the warrior and the maiden that is protecting the children for the women out there. The man protects the woman protects the children. And that's the proper ordering of it. The man talks to God, and God gives the answers. So in a non-ephemeral reality, sure, that's totally cool. In an ephemeral reality, I have to bridge this gap because the enemy keeps on putting his tendrils into my life and will not let me have what I want. He says, you can have everything under the sun except what you want, which is love, romance, children, a family. You can have everything you want except that thing or everything under the sun except that thing you want. That's the devil for you. And every single time I compromise in some way, it's not really a compromise because basically I'm just explaining it. I'm not actually carrying it out in any way. He moves the carrot back a little bit farther and says, okay, now you got to do this. Okay, now you got to do this. Moving the goalpost. It's demonic. Going so far and continuing it so that he can trip me up and get disorder. No. I'm explaining myself. It's what I'm doing on this video. It's what I do on this channel. It's not something that I want, but I do want children and a family. And this particular person, this person of the female species, I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for her to talk to me and be a part of my life. Maybe it goes somewhere, maybe it doesn't, but you gotta talk to me for us to even see. Okay? I'm just trying to give you every possible option so that there is no excuse. It's none. I won't let the enemy win. I can find a way. And if there's even a 1% chance, then you best believe I'm going to go for it. You either go for that 1% chance, or you go to certain destruction. I'm going to take the 1% chance. I'm going to punch my hand against that splantium wall until I break through it. I'm going to keep on doing it. It's a very simple proposition here. All you got to do is start talking to me. And, developing a relationship. I have friends who are actually modeling for you how to do that. You may have seen them on some of my lives. It's not complicated. I'm an open book, and I hide virtually nothing. Anything you want to know about me, I will let you know, as long as I actually know it myself, or remember, whatever you want to call it. I'll let you know. Some things in private, between you and me. Some things can be public. But it's being modeled for you. And I don't want to disorder this. I don't want to disorder society. Don't want to disorder my personal life. Don't want to disorder yours. You've dealt with enough trauma. And to be foisted into an unorthodox situation on top of your traumas that you've had to deal with in your life is kind of messed up. And I don't want it. I don't want it. But I do want you. So, yeah. The enemy wants disorder. I want order. I will find a way to make order out of the chaos. That is a warrior's mentality. Alright, that's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning. Welcome to day 159 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I think it's routinely appropriate to remind everybody, myself included, that one of the big reasons, if not the primary, or maybe even the only real reason that I make these videos at all is because, honestly, I'm thinking towards the future. I know that there will be people in my shoes, let's say in 200 years, and if these videos are here permanently, they are discoverable, even if very difficult to find. Even if the signal and noise becomes so faint that it's nearly impossible to discern signal from noise. It's still there. You can still find it. Have the right key, and you can find it. So, to that point, make sure that you're putting keywords and stuff like that properly in your videos, because there will come a point in the very distant future where people are going to try to find this stuff, and there's literally quadrillions of videos out there, and it's going to be exceedingly difficult for them to find you. But the reason I make these is that eye towards the future. Whatever ends up happening with me in this life, I know that there are going to be people in a couple hundred years that are going to be looking back and thinking, or are going to be thinking, how exactly do I deal with this situation? I don't know. There's no precedent for it. Well, maybe there is. And it's just really hard to find it. And if you're in that very rare instance where there genuinely is no precedence for something, then you better make sure that you record it. There are going to be people that are going to need your wisdom, especially if you react properly to the situation. I really would love what I'm doing here to be, and this is a big thing. Remember what I said with quadrillions of videos out there in the near future, and it's going to be very difficult to discern X from Y, Y from Z, all that stuff. But one thing that will matter is if you have family and descendants and all that, they're going to have a vested interest in looking at what you specifically had to say, how you specifically lived your life. And you can be guaranteed that however many descendants you have, if you become some type of historical figure, at least in your lineage, that those many people are going to, at some point in their lives, want to look back on your life and see what you said and what you thought. The more information, valuable information that you have, the more signal in that noise that you produce, the more people are going to want to listen to you. Not just your own personal family, even in those quadrillions of videos. I look at giant channels like Joe Rogan Experience, Timcast IRL, Osmongold, all those types of people, and they've literally got billions of people watching them at one point or another. I may only have my own family, my direct family, that consistently ends up watching what I make. If I have a huge family, I'm going to be affecting a lot of people. You're not living for yourself. It's not about you. We all pass on. Memento mori. What the emperors always had whispered into their ears by one of their lackeys, if you will. Flunkies is what David Graeber calls them, but it's a very important flunky, quote-unquote, to have. Memento mori. Remember you die. You remember that and you will live your life as the Stoics did and do, with an eye towards that future. With an eye towards the duty and responsibility to provide the very best vector for other people that you possibly can. And I can tell you, the 2,000 years of history of Jesus and how he's made people better, made civilizations better, and him directly, his life, was the example of exactly what is perfect. Why would I ever say no to that? Why would anybody? Especially when there's abundant proof, evidence, that he really existed, and he really did what he said he did, and he really was resurrected. Why would anybody reject that? He was a man that just went around loving people, treating people well, healing people, and he had a standard. That is, my grace is sufficient, follow me and you'll get that grace. He has that legacy, and basically the whole of the world is his family. The whole of the world that decides to follow him, that he is their king, their friend, their king, their savior, in that order. He'll be forever remembered. There's no reason not to. Using him as my exemplar, my example, it is incumbent upon me to as closely emulate that man as I possibly can. Don't ever expect that you'll achieve it, because it's perfection. You won't. But you get closer and closer to it. You get better and better. Just as the founding fathers of the United States They had that same philosophy. You're never going to make a perfect government. You're never going to make a perfect civilization. You're never going to make a perfect education system, etc., etc. But you will progressively get better and better. Perfection is a goal, a target that you'll always strive for, knowing that you'll never attain. And that's okay. You don't have to attain it. You crest that hill, and suddenly it's like a dog that catches a car. He wouldn't know what to do with it. You're not supposed to catch perfection. But have progressive targets that get you there closer and closer and closer. And when you attain those targets, just accept that those aren't perfection. They are perfectly suited to the situation and the life that you've lived and the purpose you are trying to fulfill in that part of your life and the lives of others. But it is simply meant to give you an eye toward the future so that you can start building new stuff. I notice that so many, this always seems to happen, at least, and I know it's manufactured. I can see it, I can feel it. Let's just say a production company in Hollywood gets to their magnum opus in movie. Like, let's look at Avengers Endgame as an example of this. Avengers Endgame was spectacular. It was a fantastic pair of movies. One of my favorites. It was the magnum opus of that director, writer, Marvel Studios, all that. And then after that, they just sort of tried to destroy themselves. They're like, oh, we're done. Time to destroy everything. That's not the way it works. That is not the way it works. And yet routinely we see it happen. And I know it's manufactured. Same thing happened with Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, or Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're trying to destroy themselves. It's like they got to their apex, and now they want to just destroy everything. Or like they see that as the next path, the way to get to the end of the game. Ironically, Avengers Endgame, right? No, that's not the way it works. It never has been. We are where the rubber meets the road. Get out of this suggestion loophole, or suggestion loop. It is a negative feedback loop that keeps you stuck, prevents you from progressing and making things better. Get out of it. It doesn't stop. You are living. You are alive. You are a creator. You are making the world around you. The double slit experiment proves this. I can tell you more about the double slit experiment later if you want me to. Just let me know, guys. You exist. You are a conscious co-creator of the universe around you. And I hope that in the future, if I do have direct descendants, children, pray to God I do. Pray to God I have a humongous amount of them. That they'll see this as well. That they'll go out and be those co-creators that they're supposed to be. And not just lay down and accept that the best has already occurred. That the United States, for example, peaked in the 90s, and then that's that. We're just going to destroy everything now because that's the only way to get to the rapture. That's a lie. That's a lie. We are alive right now. This is our existence. The future is what we make it. I'll tell you that right now, right here. God, Jesus, He's there. But He's given you the responsibility, the duty, to build the world that He has bequeathed to you. You don't just give up. That's retarded. And I mean that in multiple senses of the word. Not only does it slow progress, but it's like legitimately stupid. So that's why I make these videos. One of the reasons. There is also a certain subset of individuals that I want to connect with that will not talk to me directly, or very seldomly do. I'm thinking of one woman in particular. She knows who she is. Pretty sure she watches my videos on a fairly consistent basis. But know, sweetheart, that there's going to come a time, if you don't talk to me soon, where you're no longer going to even see my comments on YouTube. I'm going to be lost in the noise. You don't have much time. I'm trying to grow with you so that... See, the way YouTube does it is they'll actually notify you if you've been given a comment or a subscription by somebody who's in the vicinity of your size on YouTube. But your channel is exploding so quickly that there's going to come a point where you're no longer going to see me. So, of course, I want to give you the time to do what you need to do to get yourself confidence, to get yourself ready and prepared to be in my life and me be in yours. Just know that there's a time limit here. Not mine. YouTube's. YouTube has heated your channel. And I've been trying to advertise my channel. I'm actually putting money into it, and YouTube just blockaded me from doing it. There was an error in their AdSense program. And they think that I'm actually a company when in fact I'm an individual. But I can't keep up with you anymore. Even when I was advertising like that, I still wasn't keeping up with you. I was at least treading water, but you're going to outpace me. You're no longer going to see me. I'm trying my best. I'm going to be part of that noise. You need to talk to me. If you ask me out, which is what I want you to do, I don't want to ask you out, because I'm terrifying. I know that. I will say yes. I guarantee you 100%. You know who you are. I will say yes. And if you refer back to my Desperate Times video, also keep in mind, if I am still terrifying to you, which is definitely a possibility because I know you're intense, but I'm even more intense. You can divest me if you need to. I'm putting that out there as an option so that if you need to divest me, if you need to, you can, and I'll accept it. I hope that makes sense. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. You gotta ask me out. And I know you live probably a good 1,000 miles away from me, but that's a journey I'm willing to make. Or you can meet me halfway. Alright. So, like I said, eye towards the future. Be the signal in the noise, at least for your own lineage. Love you all, guys. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 145 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to have another essay reading. This one is simply called A Story. Another essay that I wrote right around the time frame of 2016-2017. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly when I did, but I can tell you when I copied it over to my hard drive here, and that was in 2018. So that's the best I got for you. I should probably start putting dates on these things. But anyway, this one's rather short, so. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone and carrying the weight of a world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no way to clear a path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes, you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. Allah, God, coming to you himself in person and giving you the information that you need. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice, just as any other, that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given the true answer as we, as humans, see it, if one proposing said truth has no ego, have no ulterior motive when trying to give somebody advice or good information about how they can lead their lives, aside from willing the good of the other, which is love, and that information can be taken basically wholeheartedly. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they are true? My life is a mission, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is unconditional love. Unconditional love being in direct opposition to free will, in a way, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego, and thus any perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted by said ego. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek. It's in our nature. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? In that this is what we all are. The truth we choose is the truth. The stories we choose are the truth. The evidence is right in front of you. But the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. It maximizes the velocity at which you can learn the lessons you need to learn. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, in a way, without humanity, in a way. But there is another choice. You can be both. It's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. But could you live without free will and not even know it? Only if you chose to. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, you as well. But you must choose to allow this to happen. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist. As do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Now, what I mean by this is multi-pronged. The first one being, if you perceive something, then it is, by that alone, something that is extant, that is real, that exists. The idea of aliens in your head is enough to make them exist. As a noun, if nothing else. As a concept. You can call them extraterrestrials. You can call them demons if you want. Whatever you so desire to call them. They exist. The difference is how much abstraction has led to them existing within our three-dimensional reality, or some point in the future, or in a parallel universe, something to that effect. Do you believe this story, or this truth? Or is it in fact both? You can choose to believe. What I have told you is true. You are not alone. Now again, I wrote this back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And you must keep in mind, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial or alien life. They're not the same thing. Extraterrestrial is beyond Earth. Alien is foreign. In that, what we know in the divine teachings of the Bible, angels and demons are extraterrestrial, not human. They're from different dimensions, and even from perhaps different parts of the universe. They're not alien, because we know them and we know of them. You could make the argument that demons are alien, but that's another story entirely. The point being is, when something is in a state of having been in a black box, and it's subject to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Because we have not seen, in person, gray aliens, as you and I call them, without some way to debunk it, with very powerful evidence. They therefore exist and don't exist at the same time. And the path that we choose will become the reality. They are in Schrodinger's cat position right now. Angels and demons, we accept, exist. I mean, you could call some of the horrible people on this planet today the human manifestations of demons. People like George Soros and his son. And I can name a bunch of other people. You could even say somebody like Klaus Schwab. So, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you think. It's interesting. It's a certain duality. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Hope you got something out of this. Hopefully it wasn't too occluded. But, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 157 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I've got a slightly different setup today, trying something a little bit different. But I'm going to read an essay that I wrote and have updated today. But I wrote the original back in, what was it? Looks like 2018. So let's go ahead and get to this. It's called Your Fate is Beckoning You. Whatever situation in which you find yourself, make your decision, your own decision. Do not allow yourself to be told what to do. Submitting questions for further insight is beneficial, but asking others to make decisions for you is not. This is especially poignant for people of my generation, the millennials, who are now starting to step into serious positions of leadership. Serious positions of purpose. Much of the time, if not most, you will not have a trusted mentor to which you may look. The decision, wherever it leads, will rest upon your shoulders. This is a requirement of being a man, a requirement of taking that leadership mantle. Do not be afraid. Let the chips fall where they may. This is a time where we all must up our game. Here's another story. What if we perceive as extraterrestrials are testing us right now to see if we can actually break free of this consensus mechanism and make choices for ourselves? Many have already known that they exist as individuals and will soon join the intergalactic community as sovereign, full-fledged members. But still others, bitter clingers to false idols, have not. Many people simply refuse to make choices for themselves, out of fear. The consensus mechanism, while useful for social interaction and a fundamental part of our social nature, is the main biohack for any social species. We are susceptible to suggestion, and scarcely realize that we're the ones that just might need to do the suggesting. Members of the intergalactic community of civilizations, perhaps, one might say, are the family of species that have themselves transcended time and space. And this is perhaps why we do not see them readily. They are no longer bound to the unfortunate linearity of our reality. But there is a kicker. There is a potential for a particular individual to completely break free of the consensus mechanism independently and turn themselves into the evidence of our human sovereignty. This person will then dispatch the nothingness from our reality entirely. This is to say, the individual will act as a proof of concept that, like the first pill that cures cancer costs $20 billion, leads to all other pills afterward costing 5 cents, this individual will make it workaday for others to follow, especially if they outline the process in detail, thoroughly. It may have, for example, taken Isaac Newton with an IQ of 190 to develop calculus, but it takes only a person with an IQ of, say, 115 to fully understand it if taught. This particular person, that proof of concept, is aware of the potential and wants you to push harder, both yourself and him or herself, so that we can all win. Make the diamond that is the will of humanity. Your fate is beckoning you. We as human beings do not know of the things of which we are capable, for they are things of which we have yet to even imagine, and we must first be able to imagine such possibilities before we can begin to believe them possible. Think of yourself moving entire planets in the sky with the simple snap of your fingers. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 123 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read an essay. It was actually a stub that I called Balrog. I wrote this back in 2016, but I have since added to it. I extended it a little bit today, and I'm going to read it to you. As you fight the bloody battle to dispatch your inner Balrog, it's a type of demon, as it grasps your neck, attempting to choke the burgeoning light out of your eyes, know that you do not walk alone. We all have demons. Some of them are readily visible through physical and emotional traumas that we carry on in our bodies, through our personalities, and others we tend to keep at bay and to ourselves. One way or another, they are there. As this hellish world demands its pound of flesh, that we all must suffer in the most sadistic and personalized of ways. Knowing that you do not walk alone is a reference to us being our brother's keepers, as well as God himself walking with us as we suffer, until we're ready to move past the hellish existence of this world. The choice, ultimately, is ours, but many of us are entranced by the siren song of the enemy, allowing it to both corrupt and confuse us, usually at the same time. I'll be there to help you. Both God, Jesus, and I, Peyton Pearson, will be there to help you in any way, shape, or form that we can. I am God's servant, as any truly earnestly trying person is. That is, a person trying to advance the human family, help you on an individual level, and ultimately make the world a better place. Any pain that I myself may be causing, by virtue of my words, or even by my existence itself, I don't mean to cause that pain, and I would much rather soak it up myself and destroy it. The pain, that is. No more pain. No more pain. It is gone. You do not face such tremendous hurdles alone. If you do not see this edifice now, you soon will, and I'll be pointing at its weak spots, providing all the tools you need. The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing the world that he does not exist. This, therefore, is how we end up turning the world upside down, misattributing the evils of this world to God instead, when God is axiomatically love, and the evil axiomatically apart from God. If you believe that God does not exist, or have in some way been convinced of it, then all things are equal. There is no juxtaposition, and it all seems to come from the same source, whether it be pure chance or guided by an intelligent hand. The most potent tool that you can be given, that you need, is this knowledge that evil is real, that the devil does exist, and that the devil is not God. But I cannot do it for you. This is your chance. Whatever you fear, it makes sense to charge toward it as powerfully as you can muster, to put yourself on the knife's edge of maximal effort, to achieve maximal effort, or maximal growth. Don't go too far, as you'll crash out, but don't go less than you can, or you will not fully utilize the chance that God has given you. Your free will is yours. It is what constitutes you as a sovereign individual. But if you are controlled by fear, you are not exercising said free will, and you are sacrificing yourself and your chance. So yeah, I wrote that with its little addition today. Actually, the original was just about 4 lines, 5 lines, but the extended version are my new thoughts that came today. I literally wrote this extension down today. So, we're all sovereign individuals. We all play a part. This connects with what I said in my last video. A world in which morality is not a disadvantage is worth fighting and, if need be, dying for. This ties into what exactly that means. A world without morality, therefore, is a world without God. A world in which I do not want to live. So it's up to us to make the world where morality is not a disadvantage a reality. In our sovereign free will, we exercise that capacity to create the opportunity for said reality. That's it for today, guys. Hope you got something out of this. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 155 and Telling Me YouTube Millionaire. And what I was talking about in my most recent videos about YouTube not pushing certain channels and whatnot, it bears repeating because YouTube really has screwed us out of tens of thousands of dollars. It is extremely frustrating, and it is yet another example of all of the things that I've done in the last 4 or 5 years that have been blockaded. I didn't even mention half the things that I had tried to do prior to my exit stage left in the military to try to make ends meet, to make a better life for myself. And I was relegated to simply being a leech. It's very frustrating. So I tried the real estate thing. I tried more than one multi-level marketing system. I did Amway for a bit. I did Transamerica for a bit. And I had some success in Transamerica at first, but didn't make any money because I built myself a group of agents, and they just immediately left, and nobody would buy product from me. So it was kind of worthless. I had applied to all sorts of jobs. I applied to be a copywriter, applied to be a writer, I applied all sorts of stuff. And then I try starting to build these YouTube channels, and I'm blocked again. I can't seem to break free. Now, I have another theory as to possibly why this may have happened on YouTube. Why or how. So, periodically, YouTube will have little indicators below a video asking you how you felt the video was applicable to you, whether very much recommended or very good recommendation or very bad recommendation, right? And depending on where you put that is how often the YouTube algorithm is going to push that type of video to the type of person that you are. Along with all of the scammers, all of the parasites out there, all of the possessed people out there, it is fully something that I expect to be within the realm of possibility, that there could have been a collective subconscious undertone of people that got together and clicked the, what's the word, not a good recommendation for my mom's YouTube channel, as well as a plethora of other slot machine channels. Kind of like I don't find zit-popping channels or zit-popping videos to be appealing to me. Yet, because they're so mesmerizing for so many people, they still pop up and are fairly popular on YouTube. It's very strange. But I've said it is not something that I like to watch. It's gross. And still, they do come up every once in a while. Something similar probably happened to the slot machine channel that my mom runs, or my mom has, that I run for her. In that, no, it's not like gross zit-popping stuff, but it is something that people like to watch, slot machines. And a group of people out there probably suddenly had the urge to click not a good recommendation. It's a flawed part of the system, among the many flawed parts of the system. This is just me shooting the shit, trying to figure out what's going on, because YouTube simply will not fix it. And I have brought it up to them multiple times. I actually just posted a short a few minutes ago explaining that I got the same boilerplate response that I had gotten over and over and over from them. And they just keep on doing the same thing. It's the same thing. Over and over. Same AI bots talking to you. Same boilerplate response. Nothing changes. It's unfair. We got channels like Slots on the Rocks, which hasn't posted a video in 6 months, that gets more views on their videos than we do in our channel. We post every day. We got channels like Vegas Matt, who has about 1 million views a video now, and he just keeps on getting more and more and more and more. And it's like, why not us? Why not us? When the entire system is constructed against you, it is always going to keep you down. Always. The only way this can change is if a concerted effort is put in to both disassociate with those parasites and take their power away from them. Now, I've asked many a time, and this is still applicable, if this is the world in which we live, and people like my mom and myself are so adamantly hated by this ulterior force, if you will, there has to come a point where, if my free will is to be respected, if I am not simply going to be a slave in a system that is meant to destroy me, where I am given what I need and want, and am either taken away to a world that is much more equitable, or this world changes in some significant degree. I'm going to be 36 this month, and this is about the time that I should be heading up very large companies myself, based upon my goals and my capacities. I would give myself that kind of credit to say that I could be somebody running an entire multi-billion-dollar company if I weren't blocked at every turn. So, what are we supposed to do here? What are we supposed to do here? Again, you guys haven't lived my life, so you haven't seen the things that I've seen. And it's hard to explain them. But essentially, it's enough to cause a man to unalive himself a half a dozen times over at least. But there's a subconscious understanding that I have, probably given to me before I even came to this planet, that has led me to be able to have the resolve to continue, because I know, or I knew, both, that I was going to be attacked in this way, that this was not going to be a fun life. Well, it's not a fun life. I want to no longer have to worry about money. Really. If nothing else, that would be a great thing. If I want to have 100 children plus, just saying that as an example, I'll settle for 6. But if I want to have 100 plus, I need to have the money in order to afford that. Because it's $300,000 to raise a child from the age of 1, or age of 0 to the age of 18 on average. I don't have that money. Now, this is an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. It can't continue this way. It has to change. And there are things in the world right now that are beginning to move the cogs to get those changes to occur. But I'm about to hit my pumpkin time. And what I mean by that is I am passing my prime. If something isn't done now, Anyway, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 131 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. While there are an infinity of things that I could talk about, oftentimes it's really hard to figure out exactly how to say them to you. Like, for instance, I had cycling through my mind this morning, talking about what if, and I want you to think hypothetically, we lived 8,000 years. How would your life evolve? How would your perspectives on money, philosophy just generally in life, the concept of YOLO, romance, you're investing and stuff like that, all sorts of things, how would that evolve? That was one thing I was thinking about talking about this morning. And then another thing, obviously, is a little bit more about the stock market, with the craziness that's happening right now because China refuses to bend the knee. They've been basically raking us over the coals for literally generations now, stealing IP. They lie, cheat, and steal. That's what they do. I'm talking about the government, not the Chinese people, the CCP, because they're communist and, they don't care about personal property rights and all that. They don't respect them. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. And then I also wanted to talk about technological advancement, how the very fact that I can even bring these ideas to you on this phone, instantaneously nearly, through thousands upon thousands of miles. You could be living in Australia, for instance, right now, and I can record a video and you can see it within a couple seconds. And sometimes I can even live stream them, and you can see them in that moment. There's a 6-second delay. It's the way YouTube works and most platforms, but nevertheless, this is stuff that would have been considered magic back in the Middle Ages. So, all these things tie together. We are on the precipice, as I have said in many of my videos past, of potentially having a gigantic leap in how long we live as people. In this generation. I'm not saying it will happen, and lots of generations past have thought that maybe it would be happening in theirs, but it could, where we develop technologies, medical technologies, that increase our lifespan in an instant, from 75 years on average in the United States to 200 years on average in the United States. If we figure out how to prevent telomeres from decaying, if we figure out how to prevent organs from losing their elasticity from the collagen that creates them, right, in our skin and stuff like that, if we find the cure to cancer, find the cure to Alzheimer's, which, by the way, cure to cancer looks like we might actually be just about ready to figure it out. It's right there. I think it has something to do with fembendazole. I do. And Andrew Basiago, who is a guy who worked on Project Pegasus, time traveler, said that in our generation we were going to develop a cure to cancer that was as simple as taking a pill. And that's what it would be. It would be a pill that you take. And it would cost less than $1 a pill. Of course, the reason, if it does exist, it hasn't been proliferated throughout the world, obviously, is because the pharmaceutical industry wants to keep making money off of cancer patients. It's purely evil, but it only takes a handful of evil people in high positions of power to put the kibosh on anything like that. While the overwhelming majority of doctors might really be well-meaning, and they are, I know that. The arrogance and narcissism aside, they still do want to help. It only takes a handful of really, really bad ones that try to block everything, and just so that they can get a little bit more temporary monetary gain, spend it on Lamborghinis and all sorts of other nonsense. Stupid. It's utterly stupid. And these people, I would say exactly to them, if you lived 8,000 years, how would you live your life? Would you continue being evil like this? Because eventually, you're going to find that in 500 years, this kind of oppression is going to start to get boring. You could be in power for all those 500 years, treating people like garbage all those 500 years, but the ultimate end state of that is that there's no point in it. It's entropic. It's just decay and destruction. There's no point in it at all. Why would you do that? And those people, just like us, could get to the point where they're living 500, 1,000, 8,000, whatever years, and they could say to themselves, all right, maybe I've had my fun. I'm going to go ahead and release this technology now, or get out of the way. So we're in that generation now, potentially. CRISPR, 3D printing organs. We could eventually be just like a vehicle in that we part out the things that need to be replaced and print them through 3D printed organs when they need to be replaced. Whether it be a lung, a heart, a liver, a kidney. The only thing I can think of that might not be easily replicable is the brain. And I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But we're at that precipice right now. We have 3D printing. We understand better, now better than ever before, how stem cells work. Stem cells can be used to produce organs and tissues of said organs. We can actually get stem cells from your body simply by scraping the skin cells off of your hand or something to that effect. We're on that precipice. We really are. You lived 8,000 years. How would your investing mindset change? Would you continue gambling every day, $5,000? Would you continue living paycheck to paycheck? Or would you look at it and say, maybe I should probably try to build something with this? Do something like what Benjamin Franklin did with Philadelphia, in that he created a trust or an investment fund. He had put 1,000 pounds sterling in it back in 1790 or something. Yeah, it was 1790. And in 1990, it was opened up and it was worth like $7 million. It was worth a lot of money. Imagine if you did that for 10,000 years, or let's just say 1,000, and it were in an investment portfolio that was even better than that one. It would be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Because that was just 200 years with very simple investing portfolios. If you ended up being like the Howard Foundation in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, which is a great book, by the way. Really, really weird, but a really good book. Makes you think about a lot of different things. How would love evolve if you had infinite time scales or close to it? He lived for, the main character, Lazarus Long, was 2,300 years old because they figured out rejuvenation technology. So, and he had the Howard Foundation that was, because he was wisely investing, and because it had been around for so long, that was basically like half of the economic value of Earth. Now, in that civilization, human beings had spread out across like 50 to 100 planets at that point. So it wasn't just Earth, it was everywhere else, frontiers and stuff. And there was even an explanation of one of the frontiers where he was actually like the first guy there, or among the very first, building that civilization on that planet. Well, you are a first mover, and you do something like Benjamin Franklin. You don't spend all your money, you just keep a little bit of it aside and have that utilized for a central government of some type that you're financing through capitalism. You're not stealing money from people, you're financing it through capitalism. Imagine what that'll be in 8,000 years. The whole of human history, recorded human history, is only about 10, 12,000 years. If you go all the way back to the cave paintings of pre-civilization, then you could say even 40,000. But even so, agricultural revolution, all that stuff, about 10,000 years. About the same amount of time that we've had dogs domesticated, because they're our buddies. So, I'm just saying, you're really gonna have to adjust your perspective. I was talking to myself, as one does, who's crazy. No, just kidding. As anybody who does who's got thousands of thoughts going through their heads. About how I have crested my peak in life with seemingly being a failure to launch. We peak physically unless you continuously exercise and take care of yourself. You usually peak physically at about 24 years old. I'm trying to extend that out to maybe where I can get my peak at about 40 instead, which tends to happen with IFBB pros. But even so, 24 years, whatever. And I was thinking to myself, well, shoot. If I have crested my peak, how much more time do I have to build that same thing? And I am a person who I consider to have been fairly wise with my investing and my money, even with the things that have happened in my life. I mean, I've had to file for pseudo-bankruptcy. I have before. It wasn't full-blown. It was just me basically financing my credit card debt. Lost $500,000 in Bitcoin a long time ago, a few years ago. But that was because I was being specifically attacked by demonic forces. I wouldn't have lost it in any other situation. But it could be written off, everything else, in my past. All 35 years of it's 36 years in about a month and a half. If it turns out that in a handful of years, our life expectancy increases to 200 years. If that ends up happening, then it doesn't matter how much crap I've dealt with in my past. I'm still going to have a lot more time to make things better than anybody has ever had in the history of the human race. And that's already pretty much the case even now, even without those giant jumps in medical technology, because we are living longer than we ever have. So, try to entertain these hypotheticals. You might get to the point in your life where you actually get to choose when you want to pass away, because you have such an indefinite lifespan. Now, Canada kind of jumped the gun in this regard, and they have medical assistance in unaliving. That's very bad. They jumped the gun. And I mean that in a literal sense. Because we don't have those technologies that allow us to live 1,000 years yet. But when that time comes, may be more reasonable. Things are going to change. They already are. Big time. The world does not stay stationary. Be able to entertain these hypotheticals in your head, because some of them just might become reality. Alright, guys. That's all I'm going to say today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 130, until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote back in 2016-2017 timeframe. It's called Collect Believers. The overarching abstract of this essay is basically the difference between angels and gray aliens. It's purely hypothetical, and one must be able to think in hypotheticals in order to come to new ideas about how reality works. To ride on a beam of light, as Einstein's famous assumption was when he developed the theory of relativity. So let's get to this. What if the people who survive the societal pivotal point are the ones that have been duly informed by their future selves, a la the movie The Arrival? Their future selves come back to show them what they become, and their progeny become, and the consequences to the rest of the human race. However, they also show the survivors that something can happen if the survivors decide to change history. There's a big problem here, however. Many of these survivors, and if history is changed, will no longer be survivors of the Great Cataclysm. But the reward for changing history is many-fold. For starters, many more human beings survive, if not nearly all of them. And the evolutionary path that their progeny will follow is much healthier and more beautiful. That is, more beautiful physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and more. The capacities that are derived from the changing of a potential history are wrought by the harbingers of the news, who themselves express those very differences as proof. So, our evolutionary descendants of the Great Cataclysm are the Greys, and our evolutionary descendants of changing history are angels. Mind you, the two options are not mutually exclusive, but what is exclusive is how many bloodlines survive. If history is turned on its head, and the angels are made to be born before the Greys, then everyone can survive. Both histories are going to happen one way or another. For if they happen in one path, they happen in all. That is, one must think outside the confines of time and think of a timeline more as a choice stream. So, all possibilities are occurring simultaneously. The way they coalesce is merely dependent upon the way one lives in the present, which itself is defined by one's history. It can all change, and humanity will no longer be survived by the basest of people imaginable, but by people with healthier morals. It is a strange proposition to request from the most evil people to do something that is completely against their nature, operate in a non-selfish manner, but at any point you can change. You simply must commit to that change. This proposition is an odd one, and the human beings that represent the pinnacle of selfishness are not ones to change their minds, especially if it could potentially ensure the demise of their bloodlines. So, a proposition is submitted back to you. A game. If their future selves can resist the cataclysm and call it out wherever it arises, if their future selves can defend their positions, then the survivors will allow the history to change. The resistance will cause evolution, and the evil ones may acquiesce. That is, the future will refuse to change unless you rage at the dying of the light. Defend yourself. Resist. Prove your capabilities, and you will collect believers. That's it for this one, guys. Not a terribly long one, but I hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 179. Tell me, YouTube millionaire. Hope you're all doing great today. Doing alright myself. Had a pretty good get-together with the family yesterday on Memorial Day. It was a very full day as well. Got everything done that I wanted to get done. Got up, like I said, at 2 a.m. because I had to clean up after my dog. And, ended up getting almost an entire book read, about 700 words written. Did my workout really early, It's very light right now because I'm still trying to get this rotator cuff healed. It takes a long time for the rotator cuff to heal. Then we went to the casino and did a slot live for my mom's channel. Of course, I posted the videos that I post every day. Figured out what was wrong with my promotions on my YouTube channel and fixed it. And it's promoted now, finally, after 3.5 weeks or whatever it is. And then we had the get-together. It was between 4 to 7 yesterday. So that was pretty nice. It was a good day. 'Twas a good day. I had family members that were talking to me after they got pretty drunk about certain things that I felt no obligation to defend myself on which I felt no obligation to defend myself. Because I cannot deny that my brother was right in some way. In some way. He was telling me basically to not be so hard on my uncle. Because my uncle partakes in certain things that he overdoes. And my brother was like, yeah, he's towards the end of his life. Let him enjoy it. He doesn't know the details of what I, my mother, my father, everybody else in the house have been doing to help him. The contradictions, the, going against what he says he wants. Things of that nature. But I can't expect James to know that. He doesn't live here. It's my brother. He doesn't spend every day with these individuals. But communication is key. I need to make sure that I at least in some way explain myself, but it couldn't have happened at that point. My brother was a bit too inebriated to really speak clearly, think clearly. But, to my point, immediately after my brother left, my uncle partook again. 3 times today. I could smell it. So the thing is, my uncle wants to make it to 85. His first goal is 70, because our family has a curse of passing away just after 70 years old, and he wants to make it to 70 in 5 months or something to that effect. And then beyond that, for his own personal desires, he wants to be around until he's at least 85. That's the purpose of why I and my mother, particularly, because she's a nurse, have been trying to help him. Been trying to help him lose weight and get his life straightened out. And when he was listening to us, he was doing a great job. He had gotten down to 233 pounds. The lowest he had been in probably a decade, maybe longer. And then he stopped listening. He just stopped listening. And he instantly shot up 7 pounds and is falling off the boat. And I was rather more than slightly frustrated at the situation, because I had so he was my responsibility, and he didn't see how I was helping him because I wasn't doing particular things that he expected. So he had the stewardship, if you will, for lack of a better term. The program is called IHSS, In-Home Supportive Services, taken away from me and given to his girlfriend. It makes sense that his girlfriend would be doing it, because she's right there with him every day. They live in the same room, and they're in proximity with one another every day, more so than I am. I get that. Totally get it. but he wasn't seeing the unmeasurable things, the things that you can't quantify, that I was doing for him. And it was very frustrating that the stewardship was taken away from me. And you see what ends up happening. And I don't want that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case where it's shown that my uncle's girlfriend isn't necessarily doing the right things with him. It is part and parcel to the prescriptions that he's taking that you're going to have some side effects. It's just going to happen. But there are things that I and my mother have told him repeatedly he needs to change. Just, he needs to do it if he wants those side effects to be allayed. The first one is he needs to stop eating such bad food. While the prescription does reduce your food drive significantly, makes it so you want to eat less, you still have to eat better food. And when you go out to eat 4 days a week, that is exceedingly bad for you. Exceedingly bad for you. The pill is not meant to do everything. It takes a huge weight off of your shoulders in that it reduces your food drive, but if you're still eating poopy food, it's not going to make much of a difference. You're going to have difficult bowel movements and things of that nature. It's a plethora of things. Things that my brother doesn't see. And another one of those is that we have 2 nurses in this house, a retired respiratory therapist, and myself, who's got an extensive medical knowledge, and he's not listening to us. He has a goal, and if he didn't, if he's earnest about that, if he means it, then he'll listen to us. He'll do what we tell him to do, because we know what we're talking about. That's the frustration. That's it right there. And on top of the many things that this illicit substance, which is supposed to be a treat, that he takes every day. It's not illicit because it's legal now. You guys know what it is. But it's supposed to be a treat. You're not supposed to take it every day. And he does it every single day, multiple times a day. But that substance counteracts the Ozempic he's taking, because it increases your food drive. It gives you the munchies. No matter how much you want to say that it doesn't, because we have the Pearson-Widmar stubbornness, it does. It increases your food drive. You're going to lose everything that you've gained. You're going to go back to your old habits if you don't just listen. That's the idea. That's the frustration. And if he doesn't want to listen, that's on him. He's in the right place to keep him accountable, and that he's surrounded by loving family, by educated family, by family who knows what they're talking about. But if he doesn't want to listen, so it goes with the human race. So is the friction that doctors always have, medical doctors, and why they so often can make such a little difference in somebody else's life. And why, rather than telling somebody to change their habits, they almost always just default to prescription drugs. Because getting somebody to change their habits is way harder, and it's much, much rarer, even when you're an exceptional doctor, that you can actually accomplish it effectively. And I don't have a medical degree. I am just a guy, basically. But the frustration comes out of compassion, comes out of love for my uncle, and me wanting him to win at life. And he knows things in his life have gotten 1,000 times better since he's moved in with us. 1,000 times better. He's positively flush with money now, he and his girlfriend. He's healthier than he's ever been, or not ever, but many, many years. He's got better relations with his family, the most important relations. Life is just better for him. So, there's much more to this. I didn't want to defend myself last night because I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. My brother had things that he wanted to say, and I wanted to let him say them. And that is one of the purposes for having this YouTube channel, that you can explain yourself. That's what I'm doing right now. My brother may or may not watch this. My uncle may or may not watch this. But I know sometimes they do. Just know that it is for him. It is for him. This explanation is for my brother, and what we're doing is for my uncle. We love him, and we want him to win at life. If he'll just listen, get himself down to 200 pounds, stay there for the rest of his life, he will achieve his goal of getting to 85 plus. He will. I guarantee it. I will go so far as to guarantee it, even if it ends up that I get pie in my face. I don't freaking care. Because I'm saying to you, that's going to be the very best chance he has at accomplishing that goal. You don't see fat 80-year-olds. You don't. So, that's all I got for today, guys. You never do this for yourself. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 152 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I gave you guys a second video last night, because I just needed to talk about that, and I bring it up periodically because part of the reason, it's not the only reason we did it, don't get me wrong, and I've listed this many a time, but it bears repeating. Part of the reason we decided to start that Slots YouTube channel was to make some money on the side. Had the channel actually been getting the views that it was supposed to, but YouTube moved the goalpost on us, then that channel, with its respective size, should have been getting about 2,000 to 10,000 views per video, and making about $2,000 to $5,000 a month at this point. But because YouTube pulled the carpet out from under us, or moved the goalpost, whatever you want to say, the phrases mean essentially the same thing. Not quite, but essentially. We are not making any money off of the channel. It was a struggle to get monetized. And then once we did, we were making no more than like $100 a month. It's pitiful how little money the channel's making. I get the impression that, assuming that YouTube isn't specifically just trying to screw us over, my family, to put us in a state of starvation, a state of barely above subsistence, which is my impression. I'm pretty sure that's what it actually is, so that I constantly have to have in the back of my mind these feelings of worrying about money. I just want to stop having to worry about it, Because once I can stop worrying about money or where I'm going to find the funds to pay for something, then I can start pursuing other things that I want to pursue. And my assumption is whoever's pulling the levers behind the scenes, because this happened essentially right when we decided to start this channel, our first handful of videos, one of them, this is back when we had like 100 subs on the channel, had 8,000 views on it
as a long-form slot video. And then after that, it just plummeted. Nothing happened after that. And I get the impression that either they're directly attacking us and trying to make it look like they're not by making a bunch of people get attacked as well. It's clever diversion stuff that they do. They're bad people. They're bad people that I'm talking about. Or, yeah, they're specifically attacking us. There was another one I was going to say. There we go. Or they see our channel as a scam channel or a spammer channel, like those Elon Musk streams that used to say, oh, 5,000 Bitcoin giveaway by Elon Musk, and they would just be a live stream that was running all day long, and it was just a scam. That's not us. We are real people. We're doing real things on this channel. We ain't cheating. We're following the rules. Have a real person look at the channel and get us out of that dark room that you put us in. We haven't broken any rules. I mean, when there are slot channels out there with literally a couple hundred subscribers that are getting more views on their long-form videos, what have you done to us? We are real. We exist. We're not cheating. We're following the rules. Give us a chance here. It seems like no matter what I do, I cannot break through. They won't listen to me. They won't answer me on support. It's just AI that talks to me. And they give me the same... I can tell it's AI because it's the same boilerplate answers every single time I go to talk to them. And I've done it several times at this point. I'm not an idiot. I know it's fake. I can't seem to break through. And then, right when I start getting my real estate stuff going, guess what? Everybody and their mother decides to dive into the same system, the same location, and decides to start trying to sabotage me on various different platforms when it comes to YouTube, or not YouTube, real estate. Airbnb and Furnished Finder and stuff. It's just causing me so many issues that were not there before. Like little demons that are possessing people, and they don't realize they're being possessed. And they see me, and something is triggered in them to just switch to evil. I don't know what it is, but it's bad, and it's horrible. It is horrible. And if these people cannot be saved, if they literally are possessed by some exterior force that you and I can't fully comprehend outside of what we're taught in the Bible, then what do we do? Because people like you and me are forced to live on this planet with those people. We don't want to be around them. They're forcing us to be here, though, and they're taking advantage of us. Yeah. And I don't know. It seems to me like those entities, I'm convinced, are real. I'm convinced demons are a thing, of course, being a Christian like I am. I'm convinced possession is real. And I'm convinced that this is actually happening with a lot of people. I've seen it in my own life. I just don't know what we're supposed to do, because if they're here and they're going to do that to you, and they're going to act as a sleeper cell and just wake up as soon as they see you and turn into pure evil, then, I mean, what are we supposed to do? You got to take us away from here. We can't be associating with those creatures. They don't respect rules. They cheat you. They lie. They steal. And I'm not saying that everybody in the YouTube company, all 7,200 or 7,000 employees, are evil. I'm just saying that there's a sizable portion of them that are. And when they see somebody like me watch a video or whatnot, they get this impression in their mind like, I'm gonna fuck this guy over. Suddenly their minds just click into a different direction. I've seen it happen. Maybe not with YouTube support people and whatnot, but I've seen it happen with people. I am not kidding about that. There's this woman named Renee when I was in Omaha, Nebraska. She was a perfect example of it. She met me for the first time in a Unitarian Universalist church and gained 150 pounds and turned into a social justice warrior idiot immediately afterwards. Possession's a real thing. And every single time I try to break through, I am blockaded. And the whole legacy of my past up to, or with everything I was doing in the military, the fact that I was blockaded right when I was about to crest the hill. Right? I'm Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill. Right when I was about to crest it, they knocked my knees out from under me, and the rock ran me over, and I fell back down the hill. That's when they disqualified me as a pilot and tried to get me a dishonorable discharge. There's a long story behind that, but I'm telling you, these people are pure fucking evil. Pardon my language, but they are. They're not good people. And we still have to associate with them, so I don't know what we're supposed to do. And then I go through the rigmarole of publishing my first book, and this company just will not give me my sales numbers. I know I've sold more books than they're saying I have, just by looking at Amazon's constant restocking. I know I've sold more than what they're saying. And a bunch of other metrics that I've been keeping track of. I know that I'm selling more than what they're telling me. I can't seem to break through. I know this is a good book. This is the book I'm talking about, guys, in case you haven't already heard about it. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You can find it anywhere you can buy books, including Amazon and audiobooks and Kindle and all that stuff. Many more to come after this one. I say that a lot. And it's true. I can't seem to break through. It's just... It is highly unfair. Highly unfair. And when you're following the rules and the enemies that you're playing that, with whom you're playing that game are not, then they're just using them to take advantage of you. To lie, cheat, and steal from you. Those are people, entities with whom you cannot associate. So I don't know what we're supposed to do. We can't be in the same world as people like that. So, is the case for eviction being made? Is God above going to come and take us away, all of us who don't want anything to do with those people? Or are patriots going to be getting fully in control and basically put those people in asylums and prison as necessary? I don't know. But what I do know is I've been made into a failure to launch because I keep on getting my knees knocked out from under me. Quite literally, with the diseases that I have suddenly gotten, going from a marathon runner to barely being able to walk. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what we are supposed to do. Because I know there's a bunch of you out there watching this video, because the audience is starting to grow a little bit, who understand what I'm talking about, and who are genuinely, earnestly trying to be good people. A lot of you. I know that. If you're listening to me and watching my videos and you're not just a troll, then I know that you're earnestly trying to be a good person, trying to make the world a better place. I don't know what to do. I really don't. Because these, for lack of a better term, creatures, we still have to live with them. And they're going to block us at every turn. Whether you are fully human or something else or some combination in between, they see that you are something, you represent something that they don't like. They're going to cheat you. They're going to cheat you. And if nothing else, I am a bog standard white male in the United States, in the Western world. A lot of people just hate that for no reason. They're possessed. Those people that hate the bog standard white male. I haven't done anything wrong, I'm just a guy. So I ask God, when is he going to come in and just get these bastards out? Because we can't do anything about them being here. And when am I going to be allowed to break through? When is the door or the way going to be opened for me where I can actually break through? Because right now I'm just on survival mode. I'm living off of disability, and I make a little pittance off of my real estate, and I don't even make that because it goes towards expenses. You know I'm capable. And I'm just sitting here, idle. I'm trying to do things that are of value. Sitting here idle, I wrote an entire fucking book. And I have a bunch more waiting to be published. And I'm making this YouTube channel, which is now at 1,958 subscribers. And I helped my mom build her channel, which is almost at 27,000. I'm trying to do things that are worthwhile. Not just sit on my ass and do nothing. I'm helping my family get healthier. There's a lot of things that are good. But they're so small, you know? They're so small. And I'm happy that I have even that opportunity. Please understand that. But I know I'm capable of so much more. Because the priorities of this world are so inverted, I'm not able to be utilized the way I want to be utilized and the way the world would most effectively utilize me. See what I'm saying? So I'm just like, when am I going to break through? When are you going to let me break through, God? When is this going to finally come to a head and things are going to change? I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. I know it. But try to take this with the backdrop of everything that I've told you in my previous videos about my capacities and my trainings and how little I seem to be doing with that. And it's not from choice. It's not my choice to sit idle. I don't want to. But here I am. I feel like Harry Potter, when he's just sort of putzing around trying to figure out how to find and destroy the Horcruxes of Voldemort. He felt completely useless. And it says something similar in the books, if you've read them. For the millennials out there, Harry Potter is a very popular thing. It's a good series of books. J.K. Rowling is a good author. It's not terribly complicated to read, not terribly complicated to understand, so it's very attainable for people. I feel like Harry Potter, I'm not some boy who lived, but I am being wasted, and I can empathize with what he felt. I just want to be used, man. I want to be utilized. And I want to no longer have to worry about money. Because the expenses keep on popping up right when I get the money. Just like it's trying to keep me at a certain amount of money in my bank accounts. Not let me get past a certain amount. It's like, get off my back. Get off my back. Let me win. Let me win. The only way I'm not winning right now is because you're cheating. Wow. So honorable. But of course, demons aren't honorable. They have no desire to be honorable either. Demons are real, guys. Alright. Rant done. Love y'all. Peace.
Today will be a review of Stalking the Wild Pendulum by Istok Bentov. This book right here. See? Welcome to day 180 until I am a YouTube millionaire. So, this book is quite good. I did fully enjoy it. Istok Bentov kind of makes me think of a combination between Terence McKenna and Nikola Tesla in terms of his scientific explanations as well as his combination of mysticism along with that. So in this book, it's very frequency signals heavy. He talks a lot about how everything in the universe is essentially just vibrating, and you and I, as well as anything else that we can perceive, is just an interference pattern. And the perfect unity is where there is no interference. Now, he claims that ultimately this will send us all back to source, and that it is equated to nothingness, in a way. Talks about things like frequency entrainment, which, as I stated before in some previous videos, I wanted to integrate a lot of what was written in here into my novel series, which I have. Frequency entrainment meaning that you can actually change a frequency generator's output if you have another frequency that's proximate to it that's also being output nearby. Usually the frequencies will entrain to the higher frequency because of the overall power output of said signal. However, you can go the other way if you overcompensate with the power of the lower frequency. So say that you're sending out a frequency of 1 hertz, but it's 10 times as powerful as a frequency of 2 hertz, so 10 times the amplitude, then you can entrain the system to the 1 hertz frequency. But if it's all else being equal, the signal will entrain to the 2 hertz signal. And by the way, 1 hertz and 2 hertz are multiples of one another, so they kind of alias anyway. You don't really need to worry about it. I don't know why, but for some reason the information's not coming out of my head right now immediately, but what I can say is this is a very good book. I highly recommend it. It's not a very difficult read, considering the scientific topics that are addressed. He writes it in very plain English. Very simple, easy to understand. So, yeah. It's a lot of stuff that if you are in tune with that element of, what's the word? I guess you could call it parascience, paraphysics, or metascience, metaphysics, right? So above kind of 30,000 foot view of it all, it's quite, it'll make sense to you. And somebody recommended this book to me, I forget who it was, because I was kind of talking about the black and white, and he talks about it in this book, and being whipsawed in one direction and the other, duality, and how the evil things that are going to happen anyway, but you can shape the charge, and how, what's the word I'm looking for? probably haven't had enough caffeine this morning, so I'm not thinking as clearly as I usually do. But I'm trying to think of how to explain this. Stalking the wild pendulum, in that we're trying to find a way to have nuance. It's balancing on the knife's edge. That's the term I was looking for. The knife's edge, a concept that was very well understood by our founding fathers, and why our government was built the way it was. It was to be able to manage that nuance that is so difficult for human beings to grasp. Usually it's polar opposites. It's one thing or the other. So, yeah. I guess the nuance here is that the guy has a very good scientific knowledge. He says he's an idiot, but he's not. He's very, very intelligent. He's just trying to be humble, I guess. It's really a false humility, but it is what it is. There is a blend between science and quote-unquote mysticism, because as Joe Rogan fully understands and has stated recently, the difference between most scientists, astrophysicists, and theologians is that those astrophysicists require you to believe in one miracle, but theologians require you to believe in many. I think it ties in really well with this. So, overall, I would say definitely read it. Definitely read it. It is a very good book. It's going to give you a broader perspective of things. Of all the stuff that you could read out there, the millions upon millions upon millions of books, this is on a very high level. It's one of the best. I have only one book in my list of S-tier books. I wouldn't yet put this one in there, but it is one of the best books that you should read, because it's going to give you that broader perspective. That's what reading is supposed to do. It's supposed to help you connect with the author in a way that nothing else can. It's basically reaching across time and space. This guy's passed away, but I could still read his book and get a sense of who and what he was. It's a way you reach across time and space to give the guy a handshake, have a conversation with him, maybe even sit down and have a beer with him, metaphorically. And this is a guy that I would have loved to have met. Kind of like you would love to meet Jesus or Einstein or Isaac Newton. So, yeah. Has my recommendation. Pull it up. It is a very good book. Not very expensive either. Alright guys, that's it for today. Love y'all. Peace.
Morning, guys. Welcome to day 154 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Signal is a very, very secure app. But you guys have to realize just how many scammers there are out there nowadays. They're all over the place. I watch channels like Scammer Payback and others, and they're a good counterbalance, but they are, even as big as they are, hopelessly and hilariously outgunned by the sheer number, the sheer volume of scammers out there. I literally just got texted on Signal by some person that goes by H. I have no idea who they are. Now, phishing can happen in many, many ways. P-H-I, what is that? S-H-I-N-G? Yeah, so the scamming type of phishing. Do you really think that doofuses can't get on Signal and do doofus things? After 2016, the sheer number and volume and density or whatever of scammers in the world positively exploded. Now, like I said, I made a video a little bit ago talking about Price's Law and the Pareto distribution, Pareto principle. How 80% of the productivity comes from 20% of the people, or the square root of any company gives you, the number of people in a company gives you half of that company's productivity. A singular person who is entrepreneurial or industrious with a nefarious mindset can produce a legion of scam facilities. Single-handedly, essentially. So I had mentioned the very powerful movers in our world like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, how they single-handedly are changing logistics across the world as well as getting us to Mars. Well, we also have people who can single-handedly sabotage, like George Soros and Alex Soros and others. It has been shown, proof positive, that the Open Societies Foundation has been fomenting dissent in the United States and really the Western world writ large. There is evidence upon evidence upon evidence to prove it. You follow the money and you find it goes back to that. It goes back to Alex and George Soros. Of course they can find a way into the most secure app out there to sabotage people trying to make the world a better place. I cannot get into the mind of George Soros. I can't understand how he could be so disgustingly evil. How he could actually want these things to happen. The collapse of Western civilization. But he does. And so does his son. And all the people like him. Like Klaus Schwab et al. So, when you see good people out there that are trying to do good things that end up having some trouble even on the most secure app in the world. I'm talking about Pete Hegseth and his orbit of hardworking individuals trying to make the world stable. When you see them make a slip up and let some doofus into their secure conversations, that still can happen. All right? Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. There's holes everywhere. There are sleeper cells everywhere. There are evil people everywhere. And some of them don't even know that they're sleeper cells. I was talking in my last video about people who suddenly become possessed and their perspective completely shifts. Like that Renee girl that I had met in Omaha, Nebraska, who suddenly gained 150 pounds. And became a social justice warrior idiot after she met me. Stuff like that all the time. She always had that deep in her mind that she was for social justice, blah, 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 but she corrupted it when she was possessed by whatever this force was. There's so much sabotage and chaos going right now that any semblance of order and law and stability whatsoever, we must cling on to as best as we can and do everything that we can, everything in our power, to ensure that it stays stable. It is not a fun situation right now. But that's what happens when you're at wartime. It's a short one today. That's all I'm going to say. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance, as our founding fathers said. So true. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 99 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. One more day to 100. I figured I've been, like I tell you, watch Bailey Schilbach pretty routinely, like all of her new videos. I watch them all because it's very interesting. She's got a great mind, and I love her perspectives. They're fantastic. But I have an idea. Maybe I can do kind of a
semi-response to the videos that she posts. She posts about half the frequency I do, so she posts once every other day is what it looks like. But she posted one that was pretty straightforward in terms of how one might respond just yesterday. Basically, how to step in your power. That was the title of the video. She went through 7 points on ways to do that. And I'm going to give a little bit of my own response. So the first one, who you are. Know who you are. Learn who you are. This kind of ties into what I was saying in my last video, how you are, whether you're Dr. Manhattan or you're just a regular person, you are one of one. This is true. Period. End of story. You have to have enough confidence in yourself to see that you actually have value, and that maybe you should step into that, accept it, have enough confidence to find somebody special, to have children, with whom to have children, continue your legacy, that such a thing is of value. Because like I've said in other videos of mine, we don't actually know how legacy works in the grand scale of infinite time and nonlinear time. It could very well be that our future descendants can pierce the veil of their past with the advanced time-traveling technology that they no doubt have a billion years from now, and give you little drip, drip, drip whispers of what exactly to do in your current life to make it a little bit less painful and a little bit more fruitful for their generations, very distant in the future. So your descendants actually are what are bringing you to the future, along with your reaction to the adversities that you face in your day-to-day life. That reaction, the better it is, the more progeny you perhaps have, the better their lives are in the future. So, stepping into accepting who you are and that it is actually valuable. What you want is number 2 that she was talking about. Know what you want in life. Seems pretty straightforward. In the previous video that I had posted, basically my top 3 values was again a response to hers, in that, well, she actually states in her video what those top 3 values are, the last one and the one before it. Mine are, of course, God, family, vocation, aligned with the biblical virtues or the biblical hierarchy of importance, because God has to come first, which is love. And the reason that comes first is because God, which is love, if you truly are to love, you are to be your brother's keeper, to protect and serve the human family. And as a result, you are going to put the priority of their existence and persistence above your own personal self-interest. You don't want to be George Soros. You want to be the saints or the apostles, that all but one of them were unalived for their faith. Or I was watching a video of Tucker Carlson. I forget who he was talking to, but there were 21 Christians that had been taken by ISIS, I believe it was, a few years back, and they had been tortured and basically treated like human garbage for several years, and refused to renounce their faith in Jesus, and died for that. And while they were doing that, while the ISIS terrorists were doing that to them, they literally said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," to their faces. Reminding me of what happened with Bill Gates when he got pied in the face by that doofus back in the 80s. That guy shouldn't have pied him in the face. It was just stupid. It was messed up. And then number 3, be willing to piss people off. Now, I'm going to go through probably half of these in this video, because if I were to go through all of them, it would probably be a 30-minute video. And I could do that, but it's best to keep these chopped down into 10 to 15 minutes so that you guys don't get worn out by it. It's a lot of stuff that I'm giving you. She also had another great idea, by the way, to write out in essay format the script for the video. And I'm considering formalizing that to an extra degree in the near future when my channel gets to a sufficient size to make it economically and temporally viable. I have to invest my time and energy in things that are getting me returns. So, but that's aside. Piss people off. Be willing to piss people off. The stuff that I was talking about, or have been talking about routinely, about multiple relationships and all that, again, not being something that I want, but something that I'm willing to accept if I need to, being tied into who you are and the critical importance of who you are. If you are Dr. Manhattan and there's only one of you, you need to have more of you. So go forth and conquer like King Solomon. C'est la vie. Or if you're just a standard, regular human being. If you're like Elon Musk, it's not quite standard. It's a little bit unorthodox. His intelligence, having an IQ of around 175 is what I guess. He's probably, 175 is 5 standard deviations above the norm. If you do the statistical analysis of that, it puts him about 1 in 2 million is how rare his intelligence is. And therefore, if you want to do the same thing for the number of children he should have, 2 children is a standard deviation away from the norm. Okay? So 2 times 5 would mean 10 children, but you can go up exponentially with that. Maybe instead of it being 10 children, it's 10 partners. I don't know. We're on completely untread territory here, using mathematics and probabilities and stuff like that we would have never thought to use in situations like this. But we are in a different era in human history right now. And we know so little that we have to poke and prod around to see what works and what doesn't. Sometimes we'll fuck up. Sometimes we'll get something right. So, yeah. Honestly, I think what he is doing, Elon Musk, with children, I think he should have a lot more. I'm just saying. I think he should. Especially if he actually has the means and desire and will to truly take care of them in the way they deserve. And he has stated that he does. Wants to move them all to a compound in Texas. A palatial estate. Alright, and number 4, use your voice. That's attached to making videos and stuff like this. Communication. Communication is key. Because you could have all of the most valuable things to say that humanity has ever known. But if nobody knows what those things are, if nobody knows you exist, what's the point? So if you don't actually try to propagate, proliferate those ideas using your voice, then there is no point to it. If you're given great gifts, you must actually utilize them, apply them. I have been given great gifts with things in my life, even though I dealt with a lot of crap earlier on in my life with very evil people that were legitimately trying to destroy me. At the same time, it was almost as if God knew, which he did, that these things were going to happen, and he front-loaded everything in my life so that I could at least have those good experiences, experience everything that there was amazing about being a human being. The miracle of flight, military discipline, traveling the world. And I got all that. I did. I really did, and I'm super stoked that I at least got to experience it. Yeah. Just because I can't do that now doesn't mean that the experiences of the past where I actually got to do those things is invalidated. It actually highlights it in importance because we live such ephemeral lives. We don't live forever. Front load those things. When you're healthiest, I can hardly walk now, but back then I was spry as a chicken. To say anything else, you can truly sink your teeth into those experiences. Okay, so that's going to be it for this one. I think I'll actually continue with the rest of these for the next video, because I'm enjoying this. This might be something that we can do. Yeah. I don't want to kind of put any uncomfortable pressure on Bailey or anything, but I enjoy this. It's pretty nifty. Alright, guys. That's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 146 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I've got a smattering, a medley of things that I want to discuss this morning. The first one is the concept of heating and throttling on YouTube. So, YouTube has, of course, as you might suspect, of course, they know how to use their algorithm in the back end. Duh. A means by which they can heat a YouTube channel, and a means by which they can throttle YouTube channels. So, currently, it seems that YouTube has quite the desire to heat channels of attractive 24-year-old women, throttle channels of standard white dudes, like myself, and also heat channels of homunculi. If you know what a homunculi is, it's a perfectly formed miniature human being. So a normal human being that's just small. I have an idea as to why that might be. It's probably because they're trying to back-end encourage lower energy consumption or something to that effect. Maybe there's a future that they want to see, and they're trying to encourage it. But a lot of really big creators on YouTube are not very big people, like physically. I'm thinking specifically of the finance and investing and money side of YouTube. Thinking specifically of a couple rather large creators. But, I don't know, I just wanted to mention that real quick. This is going to be a smattering, rather random today, because I just have a lot of thoughts going through my head. But I also wanted to give you guys the stack to maximize your energy, your wakefulness, your productivity. First thing, obviously, caffeine. Now, everybody has different sensitivities to caffeine. I, personally, have a very high sensitivity to caffeine. However, in taking Prozac, that has actually allowed me to consume more caffeine without getting the jitters, without getting high anxiety. And to that point, Prozac in and of itself, I never have been a late riser. I've always woken up really early in the day. But Prozac allowed me to get up even earlier. I remember when I first started taking it many years ago, and I wasn't taking warfarin, which fatigues you, I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning without any issues, because my serotonin was balanced properly, and I was going to bed about 9-ish, right around there, because I just don't like staying up late. There's no point in it. Why stay up late? Only bad things happen at night. There are rare instances where you're just trying to let loose and have a good time. Like, for instance, when I'm out at the Atlantis with my parents and we're having a few drinks and just hanging out, having a good time. Yeah, sure, there are instances for that, but those are not supposed to be every night. They're supposed to be fun experiences. So I would get to bed at about 9:30 or so, 9, and end up getting about 7.5 hours of sleep. Prozac allowed me to get quality sleep as well as the appropriate amount of sleep and getting up early. Since I started taking that, I have not had trouble with sleeping. I never really had trouble with it to begin with, but it's even better now. So, caffeine, because I do that and because I weigh 215 pounds, 6'1", I can consume about 500 to 700 milligrams of caffeine per day without causing too much of an issue. But you got to make sure that you do that before noon, especially if you're very sensitive to caffeine. If you drink or consume caffeine after noon, you're going to have trouble getting to sleep. The next one, acetyl L-carnitine. Acetyl L-carnitine is a fat metabolism upregulator. It operates upon a different pathway to boosting your energy. But the primary thing that I like about acetyl L-carnitine, it's a very good supplement, is that it improves your memory. This is something that everybody needs. But when you already have a pretty powerful mind, it amplifies how much it helps. So I take, about 2,000 milligrams per day of that. And you can, about 15% of what you take orally is bioavailable. So I'm getting roughly 300 milligrams or so that my body's actually absorbing. And it boosts your alertness, it boosts your memory, it boosts your fat metabolism, so your body more efficiently burns fat as opposed to other macronutrients. It's just overall a really good thing. Highly recommend it. It is not expensive. You can find it on Amazon for like $17 for a bottle of, I think, 90. Something like that. Very, very good stuff. Then, methylene blue. This stuff is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. It is a basically mitochondria upregulator, if you want to call it that. It was at first used as a fabric dye, but you can consume it and it makes your mitochondria more efficient. The mitochondria within your cells, the powerhouse of the cell, as everybody's made to know or learn in biology. It's like probably the only thing that people mostly remember from all their biology classes of high school, but it's a very good thing. It also operates as a mood booster in that it is, in its own right, a serotonin regulator, a lot like Prozac. So you have to actually be careful with it, because if you take too much of it, then it could give you serotonin syndrome, which gives you the jitters and makes you feel sick and all that stuff, so you got to be careful. So 5 milligrams per day for a person like 150 pounds, 5 days per week is going to be fine. You could even go up to 10 milligrams per day and you'll probably be okay. But because I already take Prozac, I only take 5 milligrams of methylene blue 5 days per week, usually. And that does the trick for me. I actually combine this methylene blue with Super Beets. Super Beets are a vasodilator, a very, very powerful one. Almost as powerful as Cialis or Viagra. That's how powerful Super Beets are. And since I've been taking those every day, you mix about 10 grams of Super Beets with 12 ounces of water or so. And I also put this in that same 12 ounces of water, because this doesn't really have any effect on the flavor if you do that. And today, I even put a little bit of this in it. Actually, I did the black cherry taste, but this is Mio Energy. It's got some caffeine in it, as well as B vitamins. It's really good stuff.
And it made for a really good energy booster. And because I have peripheral vascular disease, aka crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, no or very few poor arteries in my distal arms and legs, it's invaluable to me that I have very powerful vasodilators to make it so that the blood can get to my legs and arms better. I feel a dramatic effect from it. So not only are my cells more efficiently absorbing said oxygen through the mitochondria booster, but I'm also getting more blood there through the vasodilators. And the hope is that these vasodilators will actually allow my distal arms and legs to more effectively reproduce collateral arteries so that I can have permanent better circulation and maybe even eventually get back to running on the treadmill or running outside in several years. Pray to God. Pray to God. Because I used to be a marathon runner and I want to get back to that if I can. And then, beta-ectosterone. I take 1,500 milligrams of beta-ectosterone every day, and you will not feel the effect of it, like, immediately or obviously, just hanging out. But if you decide to do any type of physical activity, you're gonna feel it because you're gonna have a shit ton more endurance. Like, let's say you're bench pressing 185 pounds. Instead of doing 6 reps, you no joke, will be able to do 12. It's awesome. Beta-ectosterone is a fantastic supplement. It is a estrogen beta receptor upregulator, and estrogen, while the man doesn't need as much of it proportionally relative to testosterone as a woman does, he still does need it. It both boosts sex drive as well as strength if you have a good amount of it. If you have too much of it, then it's going to viralize and start making you grow titties and stuff, but, you know, that's like, you need a metric crap ton of it to do that. And the beta receptor is not that thing that makes you viralize and get secondary female characteristics. Now, to that point, women, believe it or not, actually need some testosterone as well. Not much. Both your adrenal glands and the male's testes produce testosterone. The male's testes produce like 10 to 20 times as much testosterone, sorry, doggos, as the adrenal glands. But the female species does need testosterone. So let's say that your adrenal glands produce about 25 to 50 nanograms per deciliter, and your testes produce about 500 to 1,000-ish, right around there. Free testosterone as opposed to bound testosterone aside. A female, in order to have a proper sex drive, yes, needs testosterone. Not a huge amount, but let's say that you get your testosterone levels up to 60 nanograms per deciliter as a female. You're not going to viralize. You're not going to get secondary male characteristics from that, but you're going to have a very powerful sex drive. So, something to consider for those who, of the female species, might have a low sex drive or low energy and are trying to figure out why. That could be why. Apologies for the dogs. So, that is generally what I take in a given day for my energy boosters. In addition, it's the type of caffeine that you consume. Not just the 400 to 600 whatever milligrams of caffeine for a guy my size, but also the type of caffeine. So if you're going to drink coffee, coffee has, laughing gas in it, or the equivalent, like NO2, or I forget exactly what the chemical compound is, nitrogen dioxide, all right? And that is itself a vasodilator. It improves your mood and does a plethora of other things.
Now, if you're going to consume something like a Rockstar energy drink or other energy drinks, which are not bad, as long as you have them in moderation, you're careful with them, you can do that safely. They typically have a lot of B vitamins in them, which are really good for your alertness, and a bunch of other things. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve your wakefulness. I have other things, but this is a good start. If you're really tired all the time, maybe even a little bit down, try it. And the great thing about Prozac, which I think actually is an underutilized compound, personal opinion, not simply for serotonin modulation, but also because it just does a lot of really good things aside. There's evidence to show that it can actually stem the effects of Alzheimer's. It clears the amyloid plaques in the brain that cause Alzheimer's and dementia. That's what the science is kind of starting to suggest. So Prozac is some good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Not simply because it makes you feel better and it regulates your serotonin. So look into it. I got more. Remember, guys, I'm not a doctor, all right? I have a master's in electrical engineering, but I'm not a medical doctor. This is just the stuff that I take and how it works for me. I hope you get something good out of it. So, love you all. Peace. Why are the episodes of Doctor Who, a show that used to be my favorite show before it went woke, Heaven Sent and Hellbent, such episodes that resonate with me so powerfully? Welcome to day 184. I'm telling I'm a YouTube millionaire. So basically, the overarching theme of that pair of episodes is Clara, the woman who was his assistant at that time, which, by the way, in real life is a gorgeous woman, in my opinion, ends up being forcibly unalived by a crow, or a being that's taking the representation of a crow. And she did nothing to deserve it. She did nothing wrong. But it was placed upon her by some jackass. And some jackass in the Gallifreyan world, which is the Doctor's home world, specifically to lure him into a prison of their creating. Because they wanted him to explain to them the prophecy of the hybrid, which is a melding of the Daleks and the Time Lords. He doesn't actually have the information that they seek, per se, or rather, he doesn't know that he has it. But what happened there, why it resonates with me so profoundly, is that they put him in a prison that had essentially no escape. He was going to be there until he gave them what they sought. Except there was an escape. It's just that the escape seemed so ridiculously far away and difficult to attain that anybody who was sane would give up. At least, that's what you might think. He had to punch his way through a wall of splentium, which is, in that show, a material that's like 1,000 times stronger than diamond, that was 20 feet thick, after he discovered that that was where he needed to go, which took months for him to figure out. And he'd have a handful of seconds to punch the wall with his bare hands before the stalker in his prison would get him, finally, and cause him to pass away. But the way the torture chamber was designed was it was supposed to be zero entropy. So, no energy out of the system, no energy into the system. What's there is there. That means that whenever the doctor would dissipate and go on to the next life, he would reform into exactly who he was before, without any of his memories, essentially precisely how he came into the torture chamber. He'd have to go through the entire process again to re-find the way out and get a handful of seconds in each one of those lives to punch at the wall of Splantium with his bare fists. I mean, maybe perhaps if he wanted to, he could take off one of his shoes and whack it with his shoes. But the point stands. So it goes with the design of this reality. Everything might be stacked up against you. And everybody might know what's actually going on. But they ain't gonna tell you, because you need to get this done. And it does have an end state. It's basically a reversal of the roles between Satan and God, in that God has to suffer for a near eternity to save his children, humanity. But of course he's willing to do it. That's a reward that is infinitely important. So, as I've explained to you guys, all the various things that have happened in my lives, I still haven't given you all of them, but a bunch of them, that would make a normal person want to unalive themselves. Each one of those, consider it a standard deviation away from the norm, in terms of how many people would be able to endure it without unaliving themselves. So, one of those situations is a single standard deviation away, which means that only 15% of the population would be able to handle it. Two of them is 2 standard deviations away, 1% of the population would be able to handle it. 3 of them, 3 standard deviations away, 0.1% of the population would be able to handle it, etc., etc. All told, from what I can gather, just rough estimate, I've had about a dozen of those things happen to me. Maybe even more. The thing is, it's not even an option to me to do that other thing. It never has been. It never will be. You want to know why? Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. You could literally be walking through hell for a veritable eternity. Devastation and apocalypse around you in every direction. But if you're with God, if you're with love, none of that stuff matters. In my novel series, the main character, the scientist, is shown to do something like that. Everybody around him can see that after a veritable eternity, he does legitimately succeed in his goal of saving the universe, saving existence. But he's the only one that cannot see it until the very end, because he's literally making the reality as he does it. So everybody else can see the end state, which is Eden, heaven, right? As you and I might perceive. But every time he tries to look into that future with his time machine, all he sees is an empty, infinite entropy void, where everything has completely dissolved, and it is perfectly uniform nothingness, where time no longer exists. The theorized end to the universe, as our astrophysicists currently believe it's probably going to go to. That's what he sees. And he keeps going anyway. Why? Because the people with whom he is working are what matter to him. He wants to be with them. He wants to have a personal relationship with them because he loves them. There's no end goal aside from that. He's already attaining it. And if he has to go through hell in order to accomplish it, all the more proof of his love for humanity and the other species with whom he works in the story. Basically all life. So every time I'm punched in the gut by this parasitic force behind the scenes, which is real, it's actually there. It provides all the more proof that I actually mean what I say. I actually believe what I say I believe. And I really do care about people as much as I say I do. And if I get nothing, no material possessions out of this, don't take it too seriously. Nobody gets out of this life alive. It's real stuff that's happened to me. And I will not let it be rendered irrelevant by nobody knowing that it has. Because I bring up that maybe everybody knows what's going on except for you. I'm not assuming that. I think nobody knows what's going on except for a handful of people that are actually carrying out the torture. The devil, as you might say. But even so, I will continue. If nobody were to see it, that would be a shame. But I'm trying to do everything I can to ensure that the story does not go quietly into the good night. That it will be heard. You have to do the same thing. Communication is everything. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. My last video was removed by YouTube for talking about medical stuff that they didn't like. Meanwhile, the woman who I know is the right woman for me, I'm just looking at some of her recent videos. My goodness. 40,000 views. 36,000, 21,000. My gosh. You are just exploding. Just like I knew you would. And again, I'm super, super stoked for you. Just remember the, one of the things that's said in the book of Psalms, I believe it is, of the Bible. I'm paraphrasing the quote, paraphrasing the psalm, because I don't have it immediately in front of me, but essentially it comes down to, you could have all of the wealth in the world, all of the success in the world, but if you don't have love, you are in poverty. And you have love in many, many ways. But so soon, and I have to remind you, if you're listening, if you're watching these videos, I don't even know if you are anymore, because you're getting so huge. There will come a point where if you don't act soon, and YouTube is pressing you to act soon, because they've heated your channel, I'm going to be the noise. You won't see me anymore. I'm going to keep on commenting, but I'm going to know when I'm no longer going to be reaching you. So it goes. YouTube blockaded my ad campaigns, just removed a video on my channel, and seems to be throttling my videos in some way, shape, or form. There's gotta be a contingent of people that work for YouTube that know of my existence and just really hate me. So, last video I did mention a little bit every time about other romantic interests and stuff that popped up. Every time. God has a plan for all of us. But as I spoke of in my live yesterday, I watched this show by the YouTube creator Call Me Arj. It's a fan manga, an anime about Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball series. And the specific manga that he's doing right now is Dragon Ball UV. And the main character, Ultra Vegito, has basically done everything that he possibly can to defeat his enemies. He has done everything under the sun. And the enemy keeps cheating. And it finally comes to a head in this last episode where he says tears of blood come down his eyes because he's just broken. I'm always having the odds stacked against me. No matter what I do. When is somebody going to help me? And I felt that. I felt that to the core of my being. There will come a point where you do everything you can, and there's nothing you can do. When that happens, what will happen? I don't know. But time is always of the essence. And our enemies are always seeking to whipsaw us, to keep us off balance, to prevent any form or level of nuance from taking grip. Because if it does, they'll be found out for who and what they are. I'm trying to act as that nuance. The space between, you could say the space between space, if you will. But they're still cheating. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't been through the things that I've been through. And as I always say, comparing traumas is like comparing apples to oranges. You can't do it. I know you faced your fair amount as well. But when you see directly. That it's almost like they've got a hold on the subconscious undertone of the entire human race, the zeitgeist. And you see, point blank, right in front of you, them taunting you with it. You put your hands up in the air and you ask, what am I supposed to do? They're teasing me again. With you. It's alright. We still have time. Just not much. You're probably not going to see my comments anymore on your videos. I'm guessing within the next 2 months. But you can still comment on my videos. The ball is legitimately 100% in your court. As it always was. Love y'all. And I love you. And I mean that. Peace. There are 3 limiting factors. Welcome to day 194 and I'm a YouTube millionaire. There are 3 limiting factors in this process, whatever it is. The process of saving souls on Earth. The process of squeezing as much juice out of the orange as one possibly can. The maximal amount of suffering to precipitate the maximal amount of empathy, and therefore the maximal number of hearts that are turned from stone to flesh in whatever experiment, program, this whole suffering paradigm is. Okay? The one of which I was discussing in previous videos. About how I'm pretty sure my job on this planet, me specifically, is to suffer. And that's okay. I mean, it's not okay. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's unfortunate that somebody would have a job like that. But when you're dealing with the abyssal depths of pure negativity and darkness, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. And require unconventional means to defeat such a force. There are 3 limiting factors. The first one is the individual in question who is acting as the sponge. In this case, this hypothetical, since there is no actual proof as to what's going on, that is me. I explained in previous videos how I act as the human sponge, soaking up all of the negativity of the world as best I can, kind of like a karmic sink, in a different manner to what Jesus did. Jesus did it at a specific point and basically opened the door for everybody to be saved. What I'm doing is sucking up all the vestiges of the nonsense of the garbage creator on this planet, the demon. All right, that's my job. So I'm the first limiting factor. And if I were to fail in this hypothetical, this is a hypothetical, Jesus would come in. He would step in, just like it says on that vanity card that I showed you guys a couple days ago, and take over. He would sweep us all away, get us out of the mess, those who have been proven to genuinely follow him and love him, or even those who don't want to be with the darkness, frankly. Because if in a bimodal system, if you don't want to be with the darkness, you really can't be a fence sitter. You're de facto with God, because the devil owns the fence. I believe C.S. Lewis actually made a short analogy or story about that, how the devil owns the fence. Those lukewarm are spat out, as is said in the Bible. Okay? So that's the first limiting factor. Jesus will come in and sweep us all away. The second limiting factor, if humanity loses their nerve in whatever this process is, that is, people simply stop trying. They don't agree with what's happening, and that doesn't happen very often because they see the results of it. They're given the evidence of those results. That is, every last ounce of suffering that this person experiences ends up saving another person. You don't see where, you don't see how, but it ends up turning their hearts from stone to flesh, and they become human again. Kind of interesting, the parallels with the book No Longer Human that I read a while back. Their heart turns to flesh, and they suddenly can feel again. They're no longer numb. They're no longer empty vessels, or even worse than NPCs and not even existing without an internal dialogue. So that's the second limiting factor. It's kind of like an experiment, how you have titration, right, of chemicals and stuff, and you have limiting chemicals and all that. I forget the term for that, but you can find it pretty easily online. And then the third limiting factor, obviously, is God. Jesus. When he decides that he doesn't want to go any farther, and he doesn't like seeing the suffering of either humanity or his warrior doing the job for him, and he'll step in. He'll make that decision. Now, I'm of the mindset that he probably has a specific period in mind where if I don't give up and humanity doesn't give up, which is a win-win, by the way, that he will decide to step in one way or another. So those are the three limiting factors. I think Jesus wants this, we're butting up against the third one right now. Because if I, the sponge, do not break, right, or get saturated, if you will, and stay saturated, and humanity doesn't lose their nerve in continuing the pain process, whatever that is, then there comes a point where you've gotten everybody. And the only entities left are those who have committed the unforgivable sin to sin against the Holy Ghost, which is to know that the Holy Ghost is who and what the Holy Ghost is and still defy it. So those people, perhaps 144,000 of them, I don't know, commit the unforgivable sin. They are the abyss. There is no way to save them, or they're with the abyss one way or another. And Jesus says, okay, I'm stepping in now. You did your job, good job, good and faithful servant, and takes over. Ends the charade for what it is, pulls us all out, and that can take many forms. Either we can collapse the timeline to where it happens specifically at this point in history, the convergence of reality, and we don't have to jump to other timelines. Or, like a polyp, we pop off of this one and are raptured away. Now, what I mean by that is, a rapture in this sense is basically a time skip, okay? A period of time where there's tremendous tumult and destruction across the entire planet, where everybody who's decided they want to be with Jesus would have passed away in that tumult. So Jesus decides to take them away so they can skip over that spot and just be with him, right? That's what that is. It's just a time skip, essentially. That's when I say time skip, that's what I mean. And I had mentioned time skip in an episode a long time ago. It was probably a couple months ago. And that's what I mean by that. But if you endure to the end, then the timeline has collapsed to be exactly at the point where there is no longer any destruction, aside from the abyssal creatures that will not be saved. So at that collapsed point, if we get there, then we can know for certain that we've gotten pretty much everybody, or we have gotten everybody that can be gotten. And the only way to get more than that is to convert the abyss into not the abyss. Which I guess is technically possible, because if you can imagine it, it is, but that's going to be saved for another part of the story, for later. Once we get out of this mess, then we can consider trying to pull them out of that. But not now. Not now. It is a triage situation. And to sink excessive amounts of energy and time into that will take away from the souls that can be saved in the meantime. So, 3 different limiting factors. The sponge, the whole of humanity, and Jesus. I don't think the sponge has ever given up. And I think humanity is keeping their nerve up. Jesus will be coming soon. Alright. That's what I got for you guys today. An interesting hypothetical. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 127 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about resonant frequencies. So, every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. Now, what is a resonant frequency? A resonant frequency is the frequency at which that object vibrates. Every object in the universe, such as the human eye, the human body, the table, a cell phone, depends on the frame of reference, but everything is comprised of atoms and subatomic particles and fundamental particles, etc., 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 all the way down to the Planck unit of time length. And it probably goes even farther than that, but we don't know how to get to that point. And at the very most fundamental of level, everything is just energy and frequency. The whole of existence. All of it. And what we perceive, you and I, and everyone else, is how it has collapsed into our perceptive ability to see, to comprehend the universe around us. All right? Everything is frequency. Everything is energy. Everything. So, what you can derive from that is the frequency at which a certain frame of reference vibrates. The frequency goes up and down, 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 right? It's peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs. And it's repetitive. It keeps going. Ad infinitum. To infinity and beyond. Like Buzz Lightyear says. So, to get to the very base here, a human body resonates at a fairly low frequency. It's like 4 hertz, I think, somewhere around there. That means you have an oscillation in the frequency, in the wavelength. You get 4 of them, 4 whole wavelengths per second. Okay? The light that you see, the visual spectrum that your eyes are physical transducers to be able to comprehend for your brain is between 400, 350, and about 750 nanometers. Nanometer is 10 to the negative 9th meters. Very, very tiny. The number of oscillations that can happen in a second are on the order of hundreds of billions. Okay? But anyway, a physical form, such as the human body, has a resonant frequency. And you say resonant because at the peaks and the troughs of the frequency spectrum for the object,
That is where it's at its highest energy state. Energy states being related to the energy states of the actual atomic substructure of the material. Those energy states can cause that atomic substructure to actually have the electrons move to different electron shells within the elements of the structure, right? So, if you are bombarding something with its specific resonant frequency, or a multiple thereof, then basically what you're doing is you are maximizing or increasing the maximum, the amplitude of the peaks and of the troughs of the frequency at which that object resonates. And every object, like I said, has said resonant frequency, whether it's a building or a dog. Everything. It's the frame of reference. Okay? You find it specifically for that frame of reference, and if you bombard that object with its resonant frequency at a high enough amplitude for a long enough time, Nikola Tesla proved this actually many, many years ago when he was still alive. He had like a black box object under a building because he was trying to show people what he could do with resonant frequencies. It was an experiment. He was paid to do it, I think, because they wanted the building to come down anyway. You'll have to look this up. I don't remember the exact story, but I'll probably get like a little indicator on the video for you so you can see what I'm talking about. But he miscalculated the resonant frequency by just a hair. So since he did, it took a lot longer for it to happen. But it did happen. He bombarded that building with its resonant frequency, and over the course of a few hours, it finally ended up collapsing. You can do the same thing with a building, or with a body, or with a component of said body. Every object in the universe, depending on its frame of reference, has its own specific resonant frequency. For veins and arteries, it's about 1 hertz. The closer you get to a specific resonant frequency for a specific person's veins and arteries, the more pointed you can be with your attack on them. And by the way, that 1 hertz frequency that veins and arteries vibrate at, roughly, is such a long wavelength that it is not attenuated hardly at all through space. So it could be sent to Earth from Alpha Centauri or beyond, and it would get here with minimal attenuation, going through the atmosphere, going through the void of space, going through nebulae, all of it, because it's such a low frequency. So you have that, all right? If you find the specific resonant frequency, then you can be very, very targeted with the people you're trying to target. Very, very pointed. But then you also have things like gamma rays, or really, really high frequency stuff. The reason those ones are so obliterative, they're so destructive, is because they vibrate at such a high frequency that they essentially resonate with everything, or near enough. You'd have to be a very specific frequency to not be attacked and destroyed by a gamma ray. A gamma ray turns your DNA into jelly. I read a story, the criticality incident in Japan that happened back in 1996, I believe it was. There were 3 workers that got bombarded with the highest amount of gamma rays ever recorded. And one man was bombarded with 20,000 sieverts, I think it was, of gamma radiation over the course of a few seconds. And his body, his DNA turned into jelly. There was nothing left. It took him about 90 days to die because your cells have to recycle, and basically your whole body, all the cells within it, recycle in about 120 days. Odd to think about. Not all of them, but like your skin cells, your organs, stuff like that. some of your bone cells, your nails, obviously. But when you get through that entire cycle, if you don't have DNA that is extant to replicate the same cells, they're not going to replicate. You're just going to decay and die. That's what happened to the guy. He survived for it was right around, I think it was like 90 or 100 days or something like that. It was a very gruesome death, too. So that's how gamma rays work. That's how they are so destructive. But every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. The lower you go, the more specific and targeted your attack can be. So, I don't have arteries. Or I do, but just enough to keep my hands and feet alive. But I don't have pulses in my wrists because I had that kind of attack conducted upon me. I wanted to give a little bit more detail on how resonant frequencies work so that you guys could see exactly what I'm talking about here. Doctors, I literally had hundreds of doctors take a look at me. No joke. I'm not exaggerating about that. They couldn't figure out what caused it, but they knew it happened. I had several angiograms done, and a bypass. On my legs, your legs normally have 3 arteries that reach down to your toes. And that gives you the sufficient blood flow that you need in order to have proper mobility and proper circulation and all that. My left leg had 1 feeble artery that was making it down to my foot, and my right leg had 2 feeble arteries. The doctors don't know what the hell happened, because I was a marathon runner before. And if anything, being a marathon runner should actually drastically improve your circulation. Didn't do that with me. They don't know what happened. I think I was attacked with a very specific resonant frequency. They discovered whatever mine was and obliterated those arteries. I remember I was getting ready to play basketball one day with with a group of my friends, my church mates, out in Ohio. And I looked at my right foot because I noticed it was really painful. It's like something had punched it. And there was a bruised line across my foot where the vein had literally disintegrated, or the artery. It was gone. I remember that artery being there. I remember it being, because I pay attention to my feet, because I was a runner and all that, so I had to, because I had to make sure that I was keeping tabs on it and taking good care of myself. And I was appreciative of that artery there because it was so powerful and it was giving me good circulation. That day I went out there to play basketball with my friends. It turned black, and basically over the course of a few weeks it disintegrated. It was gone. This actually happened to me. I'm not exaggerating. But that's what resonant frequencies are. And it can be so specific that it can actually go inside your own personal body and attack a specific thing. Yeah. It's crazy to think about. But everything is frequency, everything is energy. We're all waves vibrating at different levels in whatever dimension. That's what it ultimately means. So, I'll talk more about this later, but I hope this gives it a little bit of a better perspective on it. Anyway, alright guys, have a good Saturday. Love y'all. Peace. Sometimes you find yourself in very compromised emotional states, seemingly out of nowhere. Welcome to day 175 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. That was where I was just a few minutes ago. I'm not going to let the enemy win. Is what I'm telling you right now. No matter what happens. Everything's sort of converged at once. And this happens to me on occasion because
I don't think you guys really understand. Some of you seem to grasp some of it, don't get me wrong. Just how painful it truly is to be as utterly wasted in potential as I have been. I just want people at this point to see what I have to say. And YouTube and Google refuses to let me advertise my platform. That was just like the little straw that broke the camel's back a couple minutes ago. I found myself pleading with God, as I do all the time. God, you're more powerful than Satan. Why are you not doing anything about this? Is what I found myself saying. Talk with God. It is always a good idea to talk with God. It is always a good idea to let Him know how you're feeling, even if it's horribly compromised like that. He will understand how to frame it properly. But that's just one of many things, you know? I revert back to the question that I ask myself all the time, and I ask God as well. Why am I even here on Earth? You see, I don't know. And it looks like all the efforts that are being put into trying to fix the world by certain people, even with everything that has been seen, everything that's happened with me, and everything that the world has seen, all the great revealing, even with all of that, people still are putting up resistance when it comes to changing anything. This big, beautiful bill almost didn't pass the House. Can you believe that? Common sense stuff. There's just a hatred there. That's what it is. There's no sense to it. There really isn't. And if there's just a hatred and a resentment there, how are you even supposed to reach those people? And if you can't reach them, why are you even trying to save them? If there's no way to please them, literally there isn't any way, then they are lost and there's no way they can be found. They are a lost cause. It's all connected in some way, shape, or form. I can tell you that. How deeply reviled a person like myself is in the modern era on this planet. Guys, I could say it to you again. I repeat it over and over. All my accolades. And I still, even now, can't achieve any level of reasonable success. All I've got is living as a leech. That's it. And that's not what I want. Never have. Lots of people would be content with just living off of disability and not having to do a damn thing in their lives. I am squirming in my skin. I am squirming in my skin. I am not content with this at all. I'm just not. It is a man's... One of the greatest ways, or biggest ways a man feels fulfilled is when he's doing meaningful work. I'm getting a tiny little sliver of it right here. The few people that do see me and get a little bit of inspiration from me. The last video I was referring to, individual who reaches tens of thousands of people is definitely being inspired at least a little bit by me. And that's good. Yeah, you know, it's... Again, that is the most important thing. To inspire other people to feed the soul, of course. But it's always a duality in my explanation of these things. Maybe it's the Gemini in me, I don't know. I'm on the cusp between Taurus and Gemini, so I'm technically a Taurus if you believe in zodiac signs, but I'm on the cusp of a Gemini, which means I have tendencies of both, if you believe in it. Maybe it's the Gemini syndrome in me, where I have to see the duality of it. Maybe it's the black and white, the yin and yang of this world. But the fact of the matter is, I'm going to have people out there that, despite however well I'm communicating this to them, are going to look at me and say that I am a walking ball of contradictions. That I am living as a waste of space. I feel like it. No matter how much I communicate it, most people are not going to know. That's why I have to repeat it so much. YouTube, Google AdSense are treating me like I'm the villain. When I was in the military, they treated me like I was the villain. I'm always treated like I'm the villain. I'm just a guy. And guys, I'm this capable. Why are you all playing this game and still doing this to me? The big creators and the small ones that I know are all being influenced by me in some way, shape, or form. Why am I still living so small right now? Being forced to live so small. I don't want to live small. I never have, and I never will want to live small. I have so much more to give to everybody. This is an egregious waste of human resources right here. It's not from my lack of trying. And I keep on diverging to other things over which I have control, and then the control in those things is taken away from me. Like my physical fitness, you'd think that would be like the primary thing that you have control over, right? I can't run anymore. And building your own social media platforms, you'd think that that would be something over which you have the most control, right? Well, I can't advertise. I'm not... YouTube is putting their thumbs on the scale. The alternate media sources are not big enough. And every single time there's some other goddamn excuse as to why I can't succeed. It's an excuse. And it's not one coming from me. It's one that the world is making. Because I keep trying. So many of you don't see it, but I keep trying. I keep trying. That's why I got in the real estate business. Seemed like the best choice, and it still is. And then some bastard in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think it was BlackRock, decides to collapse the Bitcoin price to exactly my liquidation price on the leveraged trading account I had. To the cent. This is another thing that I didn't tell you guys about that would cause somebody to unalive themselves. I've literally lost $500,000. Like that. $500,000. I had that. And I lost it. Like that. Because somebody was targeting me. When will this be enough? When are we going to say, for all those people that still will not accept what's happening right now, we're done with you. We're not playing any games anymore. You're going to prison. Or go away. See, that's the thing. I don't know how many people are in that camp right now. It's so hard to gauge. You have kind of an indication by who's voting for whom in the political system of the United States, for example, but you really don't know. You only know how much resistance you can put up as an individual. And as I've told you, these things that have happened to me have happened because of those evil creatures that are so resentful, so hateful. And more than anything, they hate a genuinely productive individual who's trying to build shit. And those are the type of people that they're trying to take down. They want to suck you down to their level because they can't build anything of their own. And they don't want you to be able to do that either. How much longer, God? I say to him. And this applies to you guys too. All of you who have the ability to make any difference in the world, who might be listening, the big creators and the small ones. Where's the limit here? I'm tired of it myself. I'm tired of it. I am. I am being wasted. I'm 36 years old. Maybe if I lived 3,600 years, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I don't. And neither do you. I live maybe 100 if I'm lucky. And I'm not going to be with this stuff that's happened to my body. I'll just tell you that right now. The stem cell study that I've been trying to get into with TRICARE has been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and they're probably going to forget about me. They were supposed to inject stem cells into my lower legs to cause my body to recreate collaterals. And that was supposed to happen like a year ago. Still waiting. For all I know, they started the study and ended it and totally forgot about me, even though they said they weren't going to. I'm tired of this. I am tired of it. You think you're moving fast enough. It's not that the people that are working aren't working really hard and aren't moving very fast. It's just there's not enough of you. Because I can't help you. I'm stuck here. Being wasted. So if ever in your life you see somebody in such a situation, understand, you don't know the battles that they're fighting. This goes for me, it goes for you, and everybody else. The battles that these people behind the scenes are fighting to try to get justice back into the world, something I try to be compassionate about, but I have my limits. The battles that I'm fighting, being wasted as I am, not from my own volition. Always inspire. Always inspire. Because it's when you feel despair and hopelessness that you stop fighting and you give up. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for that great force push that will finally get this stuff to finish so that I can actually break through. I want to break through. Just like I want so many of you to do. I want so many of you to break through too. No more failures to launch, guys. We can do this. Those fools that are still holding us up right now, It's time to just... No. Disregard them. And YouTube, if you watch this video, fix your damn advertising. I hit the jackpot with one of my videos in terms of the number of subscribers I was getting from it per view. And then you put the kibosh on me being able to advertise. Fix your advertising. Let me advertise my videos. I was growing like a weed, and then you just stopped me. Stop treating me like I'm the villain. I'm not. Amen? That's all I got for today, guys. A little angry today, and I apologize for that, but sometimes you just gotta let it out. Love y'all. Peace. Today is my birthday. Welcome to day 172 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I am 36 years old today. Officially, at 7:30 p.m., I will cross that Rubicon. You double this age and you'll be 72. That is the midway point for many people. Hopefully it won't be the case with me. Hopefully my midway point will be a lot farther out. But you simply don't know. You cannot predict the future. If you are over-focused on the future, you become anxious. If you are over-focused on the past, you become depressed. If you're focused on the present, you maximize your contentment. This is an absolute truth. We must pay attention to our past so that we can learn from our history, our past mistakes and victories. We must have an eye toward the future so that we can give ourselves a purpose for what we're doing in the present. But the present is where we remain. It is the nexus point of all of our experiences that have been or will be. And at 36 years old, there's a lot of stuff behind me. I do hope that there's still a much, much larger amount of stuff in front of me. But there is a lot of stuff behind me. Many attempted ventures, some successes, some failures. The successes come from getting the experiences, from doing things that very few people can say they've done. I mean, how many people can say that they're a licensed pilot that's rated in a multi-engine jet? How many people can say that they've been to 7 or 8 different countries? More than that, probably. Or almost all the states. Or have run marathons. Or have climbed 14ers. Or any number of other things. They published a book with many more to come. It is because I have had that eye toward the future in that memento mori, remember we die, that I have never lived a day in my life where I have not pushed with as much energy as I can muster to do something with that valuable slice of time. You only get so many of them. Now, the most important things up to this point in my life with respect to me, not with respect to the relationships necessarily I'm building, but with respect to me, has still been elusive to me. Finding a wife, having children, so that I can leave gifts for this planet, and I can share in the beautiful thing that is romantic love. I've never tasted it. I have gotten whispers of it. I've gotten the scent of it. I've gotten a vision of it. And honestly, my vision of it gets clearer and clearer every day. But I've never experienced it. I remember when I was 10 years old, there was this girl in school, her name was Ashley Wayne, and I loved too deeply and too quickly. A love that was unrequited, unreciprocated. At 10 years old, I put too much in front of another child that was by no means prepared for that. And I don't even think I was. It's like I had a heart from a full-grown adult that was in the body of a child. So, some people, it takes a little bit longer to accomplish those things. Not because you're a horrible person or anything like that. God knows we live in a fallen world. So if you have trouble with that, you're probably doing a little better than most. But if you've waited this long, 36 years, those rules that are put out for the general population are for the baseline. The brand new, newly minted human beings that for the first time accomplish the age of 18 or 20 years old and know virtually nothing of the way existence works. They are a baseline that is meant to keep them protected. And everyone else. When you've reached the age of 36, twice that age, things change a little bit. You know why those rules are there, and you accept and embrace that fully. But for you, you've waited long enough. They don't necessarily apply to you like they do everyone else. They still apply, just in a little bit of a different way. If you can wait this long, and it's painful, it sucks, but if you can, new doorways open up to you that may not have been there before, or that you just couldn't see. You don't need the same protections that an 18-year-old does. You're a bit more mature, have a little bit more fleshed out in your perspectives of the world and beyond it. You can look back or look above from 30,000 feet up at the whole situation and say, that's why that's there. That's why he says that. That's why they do that. Well, that doesn't apply to me. Neither does that. That does. And things adjust accordingly. You've never seen anything as open as this, aside from a very small handful of people. Because this is the maturation of an entire generation. A large cohort of individuals, the millennials, who are now coming into the leadership positions of this world, the big leadership, big kahuna positions. Finally. You are responsible for your actions. You live a life that is there to help others. And one of the best ways to do that is to be as open as possible. This is a very disparate conversation today, but I have a lot going through my mind. It's rare that I don't. Suffice it to say, I'm tired of waiting. And suffice it to say, it's adequate to say is what that term means, if you didn't know. It is, and has been, my turn for a long time. There is no more waiting. If it isn't going to happen soon, like this year, then cometh the rapture. I'm a prototype, an avatar. I mean that for people like me. I'm not saying that I'm anything special necessarily, but I am an avatar. An entire generation of people have been held back, and I am part of that generation. Enough. The Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's of this world that simply refuse to let go of power. Enough. Get out. The only reason you're still holding on to it is because you don't believe there's anything beyond this world. Your words are simply words. You don't actually have any faith. Just a charlatan. So, it is our turn. I've waited long enough. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 153 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I wanted to talk a little bit more about one of the principal reasons I am willing to be so flexible when it comes to romantic relationships. One, not just the desperate times call for desperate measures, and I'm 35 years old going on 36, and I've burned a lot of my personal lifetime and really can't wait, and I need to be a little bit more flexible in that regard. But two, because the millennial generation has seen its birth rate positively collapse. The birth rate in the United States is 1.3 children per couple. In order to have a stable population, one that is neither growing nor shrinking, you need a birth rate of about 2.1 per couple. This accounts for the unfortunate demise of babies, like in utero or miscarriages, stuff like that, or they die of illnesses really young, when they're really young, all that fun stuff, not so fun. But you need 2.1 people, 2.1 babies per couple to have adequate replacement rate to neither have a growing population nor a shrinking one. Ours is currently sitting at 1.3. It is catastrophic. The only way, because we're not having babies, that such a situation is being mitigated in the United States is by uncontrolled immigration. But it's not really remedying the problem. The population of the Earth is still not going to be going up very soon. Just writ large, the entire planet is going to have a birth rate that's less than 2.1 pretty soon. But in doing that, you dilute the culture and the history of your country. Not only do you lose those traditions, those things that make the United States what the United States is, but genetically speaking, the 72% of the population in the United States that is Caucasian will continue to decay and degrade and go down. That in and of itself is not necessarily bad, but it's when somebody or some group of individuals is actively seeking to destroy that Caucasian population that there's a problem. The world over, the Caucasian population makes up about 12% of all human beings. It's not that much. There aren't that many of us. So we're seen as exotic in many places around the world, in particular places like the Orient, or places like sub-Saharan Africa, for example. There's not many of us. However, there's a disproportionate number of advancements that have come from people like myself, Caucasians. Isaac Newton invented calculus. Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, basically modern philosophy, Seneca, Einstein, you name it. Then, of course, in the modern day, you have people like Elon Musk, who's from South Africa, who's trying to literally get us to Mars. And he'll succeed. We're going to get there. But there's a group of people out there that are actively seeking to destroy the Caucasian population, just out of pure animus, pure resentment. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just trying to help other people. We're trying to make the world a better place. And by virtue of that alone, this darker element of the human family, not really much of a family anymore, and those people are, is trying to erase us. This is not acceptable. But it's even more poignant that catastrophic birth rate is even more poignant in places like South Korea and Japan. And it's utterly heartbreaking to me. Not only are South Korean people, the Japanese people, a beautiful people. They're both beautiful people. Physically, they're very attractive, in my opinion. But they have a rich, beautiful culture, background, history, a clean society. It's spotless there, if you've ever seen videos of it or you've ever been there yourself, in South Korea and Japan, China as well, the nicer parts of China. Spotless, beautiful, utterly beautiful. Their population replacement, or their birth rate, is even more catastrophically low than it is in the United States and Europe. I believe South Korea is at 1/3 the replacement rate is how many children they're having. It's like 0.7 kids per couple. And at that rate, in 3 generations, their country will be at 4% of its current population. Like I've said many times, that is catastrophic. That is apocalyptic. It is egregiously bad. It's the same in Japan. And I'm going to be completely blunt with you here. Places like Singapore is part of this as well. Singapore, South Korea, Japan. The people that live there, on average, are very smart. To be completely blunt. There's going to be a disproportionate number of technological innovations that come from those types of individuals. The average IQ of a person in Japan, for instance, is 105, which sounds like it's not that far out, but we're talking about an aggregate, an average. That is insanely high. It's 106 or 107 in China. It's about 106 in Singapore. They're all really bright people in that part of the world. And when you lose that, it's just like I was talking about in the previous videos about the Pareto principle and Price's law. 80% of the technological innovations come from 20% of the population. They're part of that 20% of the population. And they're going to lift the whole world. A rising tide lifts all ships. But if they're not there to do that, we're going to go back into the Dark Ages. It's a similar, like I said, a similar situation in the United States and in Europe. So, desperate times call for desperate measures. Not only am I a failure to launch, and much later in my life, that I need to be a little bit more liberal and flexible with what I'm willing to do, but also the situation in the entire world doesn't just require me to be that way. It requires anybody who's trying to save Western civilization to be that way. So, while I don't necessarily want to do it, and it goes against my genetic imperative, I am willing to be with many women and to be married to them. Now, there's more I could talk about with respect to this. Marriage. The concept of marriage. In heaven, there is no marriage because we are all married to one another. Basically, marriage is replete, and therefore you don't need ceremony. You don't need to say, you are mine, I am yours, because it's just default, de facto. I'm not saying we live in that world. I'm not saying this is heaven. But if it were, we wouldn't have to worry about that. There would just be a default love, and you would stay with one another. Now, let's say that somehow, some way, shape, or form in the future, I do manage to be married, if you will, to half a dozen women, all at once. Let's say that does happen. I'm not saying it's gonna, but let's say it does. I am going to be fully dedicated to every one of them. My heart will be entirely theirs, each person. And I can tell you, straight up, I do have that kind of love to give. And I believe every human being does. But it's our covetous nature that leads us to only be able to be with one. The institution of marriage, one man, one woman, was meant to produce a stable environment to raise children, to prevent any enemies, any devils, if you will, from seeping into that protective umbrella. There are other ways where exceptions make the rule to also make that work. And I talked about this in a video a long time ago. What if there are a handful of people out there that you and I can't tell by looking at them, but are, in fact, very different. The very first stages of a homo novus, as Sheldon Cooper calls it in The Big Bang Theory. A new evolution of human beings. Something akin to what happened in the cognitive revolution 70,000 years ago, where it is believed that a group of human beings ended up breeding together that were highly intelligent and more developed, that made us cognizant, that led us to that point. Kind of a combination of both having that higher level of intelligence and them breeding together, but also having a theory of mind and imagining something greater than themselves. It's possible that such a thing could happen in our generation too. I'm willing to do it. It's not something I want to do, but I'm willing to. And if this is something that we need to do in order to get the Japanese women to stop being such prudes, to stop being the beautiful ones of the Mouse Utopia experiment, then so be it. Then so fucking be it. If you don't know what the Mouse Utopia experiment is, Japan is falling victim to it right now. You look it up. Look it up. That's what's happening. Because Japanese women, generally speaking, are gorgeous. They're gorgeous. And they will not be with a man because it gives them the ick. They think sex is yucky, which is utterly ridiculous. Absolutely stupid. I'm going to tell you that straight up. And that's not just Japan that's dealing with that. It's many Oriental countries. So, if those same women can fully embrace perhaps being angels, if you will, can fully embrace that concept and allow themselves to truly love all the men that they're with and be with them. Now, it doesn't work the same for men and women. So, yeah, that doesn't quite work. But, I don't know. Something to play around with. Yeah, that doesn't quite work because it's not the same for men and women. Lock and key. A man can be with many women and be a master key, but a woman cannot be with many men, lest she be an unusable lock. So, it's a weird situation, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And then you've got somebody like Elon Musk who has 15 plus children with many different women. He's a genius who's doing incredible things in the world. And yeah, it's not acceptable that he's doing that, but exceptions make the rule. We need to do something about this. The population will collapse if we don't fix it. So, all right, I'll leave it at that. Let me know what you guys think. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, But this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem reaction solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, millions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. That was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote vaccine from COVID, remdesivir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells. In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it. Especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful and effective remedy for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. It has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear that most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacs of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. It's what a parasite does to you. You know, hearkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change things? Which is what we're doing. Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been proven wrong. They don't care. They don't play by rules because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that, it's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that. Regardless of their plot armor or not, basically nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros, I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm going to jerk you all the way over to the other side and you're still going to be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of terror or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. that is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me. I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 3 dozen. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety, way more than just about any other generation before, because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that I'm like, oh, that's the person. You know, if I focus on her and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often, other women pop up every single time. There's another woman I know, very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably going to watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. If this is to happen, which could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it 1 billion times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily want, but I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. We don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. So, love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 137 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this video, we're going to do a review of Profiles in Courage by John F. Kennedy. Now, this book was written quite a while ago, obviously, because John F. Kennedy passed away several years ago. So, you know, perhaps some of the things are not necessarily up to date in it, but really what it is kind of a history lesson, because you're going through the lives of basically like 8 people that John F. Kennedy saw in United States politics as courageous individuals. Now, the way he defines courage is not necessarily something that's going to lead you to be victorious in your political pursuits or whatever your pursuits are, but are standing up for your morals, your convictions, in the face of whatever inertia you need to overcome. So, what that means is somebody like Daniel Webster might be really horrible with their money and rather unsavory of an individual in that regard. He nevertheless will stand up for something that needs to be stood up for in politics. Now, like I've said many a time, it's scarcely going to be the case where you remember point for point, verbatim, everything that you read, hear, see, what have you. So, reading a book like this, as with any historical document, is a means by which you broaden your perspective to improve your subconscious intuition for your decision making. He brings up the point of Gresham's law. Gresham's law of politics. And Gresham's law, what that is the tendency for money of lower intrinsic value to circulate more freely than money of higher intrinsic value, or equal or nominal value. In other words, this same type of thing happens with politicians. They'll circulate in and out based upon low value. But there were also some other important points that I think John F. Kennedy didn't bring up because he just didn't know of them. One of them is the Lindy effect. The Lindy effect, basically what that is, it states that the longer something has been around, been in existence, the longer still it will be in existence. So, let's look at Bitcoin, for instance. Bitcoin's been around since 2008. That's a good 17 years. Because it's existed for 17 years, the likelihood of it collapsing in a singular year is very low. It's going to be around perhaps for
several more decades, maybe even centuries, because it's lasted this long. The same thing happens with politicians, governments, even, just people in general. So, a lot of the profiles that he discusses are individuals that were politicians during the Civil War era. And one of them, I actually have it written right here, that Daniel Webster individual, who wasn't necessarily the best person in the world, basically gave time for the Lindy effect to take effect for the United States. If the Civil War in the United States were perhaps to happen 10 years prior, the United States wasn't old enough for it to survive that kind of calamity. It would have broken up into several different states, several different countries. Perhaps Texas would have become its own country, the Confederacy would have remained its own country, the northern states would have remained their own country. It wouldn't have been able to have been reunified by a central authority. But because Daniel Webster he aided in the delay by great compromise with individuals like Henry Clay and others, they gave it time. Hindsight is 20/20, and scarcely could any one of these individuals have known what the future consequences would have been of the actions they were taking in the present. But a few things that you can know, the kernels of truth. Life is better than death. To give time for greater awareness is better than to make brash decisions, and things of that nature. Stability, generally speaking, is better than chaos. Slavery is bad. Freedom is good. Sound money, and actually this is somebody by the name of Lamar, a politician by the name of Lamar, Cincinnatus, blah, blah, blah. It's a big old fat name. I forget exactly what it was, and again, I'm not going to remember the exact details. He was a politician that was trying to keep sound money and keep it as a singular currency. Gold. He didn't want to add silver into the mix. It's like basic silver bill or something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what it was called. But hindsight's 20/20. You don't know these things in the present. And I look back on this and all the things that these individuals did to keep enough stability for the United States to get where it is now was hugely important. They held it together long enough to where now you and I live in the wealthiest country in the history of the planet. Even with the central banks and dark forces behind the scenes trying to turn us into slaves in a different sense, not like cotton-picking slaves, but a different kind of slave. Even with all that, we've managed to keep things together well enough up to this point to where we live in the greatest affluence we ever have. I'm talking to you on a piece of technology that's a billion times more powerful than the technology that got us to go to the surface of the moon back in 1969. And 69 years before that, we had just come around to inventing the engine, and we were getting ready to build cars, and we were a few years off from making airplanes. We went from barely being able to fly to landing on the surface of the moon in 69 years-ish, right around there. And now we're getting ready, we're setting out to go and colonize Mars. Even with all these dark forces behind the scenes trying to stop us, and It takes a wizened individual, why you read books like this, to figure that stuff out. We've managed to push forward the line this much. So if for nothing else than to give yourself a broader perspective, I strongly recommend you read this book. It's a good one. Really, really good information in it. When you do things that are courageous, when you do things that you are convicted by, that are going to make a difference, just as Winston Churchill said, and this is actually Victor Hugo, I think, was the first person who said it. You have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. He also talks about certain politicians that basically executed the knife's edge of keeping us right on the precipice between chaos and stability. And the closer you are to that line, the black and the white, the faster your growth is. And if we want to outpace the evil in this world, unfortunately, we need to be as close to that line as we possibly can be. Because the enemy is always looking for a way to take us down. So I strongly recommend you read this book. It was very good. All right. That's it for today. Let me know what you think, guys. I'll talk to you soon. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 108 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today is going to be a review of Christopher Langan's The Art of Knowing. I read this significantly faster than I anticipated. Now, it's not a very long book. It's about, 140 pages? Yeah, 139 pages. Of course, as I've said before, I'll say it again, 5 pages of his book is like 20 pages of anybody else's book, because the guy writes very dense. He writes very dense because he is extremely intelligent. He's got an IQ of about 200, which has been tested on multiple occasions for him. It's actually what he's known for. He's insanely smart. One of the smartest people to have ever lived, and that's not me just saying that. He's got the works to prove it, this being one of them. But what I like about this, and I mentioned this in a short a little bit ago, is that in general, it's rather easy to comprehend. He doesn't make it opaque. Though, I do have to say, once he got to On Absolute Truth and Knowledge, which is one of the essays in this book, it's right around page 100 or so, he starts to get opaque again. He starts using a lot of neologisms, which that means new words that he created, but they're accurate, they make sense. They're words that are real words. It's just nobody's ever used them before, and it's using the actual structure and syntax of English. So they're real words, and a person as smart as him, no joke, can make new words. I don't pretend to be as intelligent as he is, but I'm in league with him, and I've done that myself. I have. So, it's a very interesting book. A lot of really, really good ideas, as one might suspect, for somebody as smart as him. The first few essays, which are all about 10 pages, almost exactly 10 pages, and I think he did that intentionally for the first 40 pages of the book, just to make it so that it was a little bit easier for a person to digest, so that once they got 40 pages in, they were going to, quote-unquote, fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy and actually finish the rest of the book. No doubt that played at least a small part in why he decided to do what he did. He made all of the first essays 10 pages, first 4, and in very, for him, plain English. For anybody else, like mind-blowingly crazy. It's very much worth a read.
if you're looking for something that will challenge your perspectives, both scientifically and theologically, it's definitely worth a read. Let's see, I've got some points here. So, essay 2, as all the essays have to do with in this book, is free will. He was talking about neural signals. Yes, this is what it was. The neural signals that are detected in the mind, in the cerebral cortex and in the nervous system of the human body, when they're thinking of moving an appendage or something, actually, the movement occurs before the signal is sent. So, this is getting into the idea of the chicken and the egg, and how the way he explains it is that reverse time is technically possible, and how will can act in both directions in time. Your perception, your ability to affect reality can work in both directions. This I very strongly agree with. Though I do think there might have been some confounding variables in the study. I'd have to see how it was actually conducted, in that it could be that the person who said verbally, I'm going to move my hand to the right or the left or whatever, and the signal being sent and the ordering of it, it could have been that he just had, or she just had to think about the thing first before they did the action. They had to postulate in their minds. But even then, we're still cracking upon the surface of what actually is will in this regard. Is it still just a construction of different chemical reactions and all that? Or perception or layering of your story? It's really interesting to think about. And I found it very, very silly that one of the characters in his first few essays' last name is Nukem, like Duke Nukem. I think he probably did that on purpose. Obviously, it's meant to be tied with Newcomb, for Newcomb's paradox, of course, but I did find it funny. I think of Duke Nukem when I think of the last name Nukem. Probably because I watch Lazy Game reviews all the time. So, how does will actually work? How does time actually work? How are they interrelated? And yeah, I wrote this diagram as kind of an exposition on some stuff that he was talking about in the story. So this is the whole of the universe as shown by the cosmic background radiation that was detected in the Horn telescope many decades ago. And this is everything outside of it. All around. Now, whether we can see or feel or go to any place outside of the whole of the universe is beside the point. The point is, we can conceptualize it. And if we can even conceptualize it as a thing, then it exists. It's the everything that is not the universe. It's crazy to think about. Because time is irrelevant out there. Physical space is irrelevant out there. But we can conceptualize it as an out there. Therefore, just like nouns, it is a thing. That is linked to how our perception actually makes reality. And distinctly tied, I think, into how Chris Langan argues free will and its existence in this compilation of essays. So I recommend it very strongly. It's seldom that I I don't think I've ever not recommended something that Chris has written that I've read. But yeah, it's good. All right. That's all I got for today. Hopefully you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 98 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are doing a review of the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. Quite an interesting read. I actually have some notes on it. So obviously all you guys know Benjamin Franklin as one of the founding fathers of the United States, the guy who discovered that lightning was actually made out of electricity, a Freemason, all this other fun stuff. The autobiography, if you are wanting to consider yourself in any way, shape, or form a semi-competent history buff, especially of your home country, the United States, then I highly recommend you read this book. It's very good. It's written in an English style that is, of course, very much of the 1700s, so it's a little bit hard to read at first, but once you get the hang of it, you get the hang of it. So, the notes that I have written on this book, things that you may or may not have already known that you're going to find in this book. And remember, one of the reasons I do these reviews and I read so many books is because of the psychological layering that comes along with it. It's not just that you're learning these things, it's that they become part of the foundational fabric of your subconscious, and you don't even really realize it. It's just the way psychological layering works. Psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. You want to layer good things on top of your mind, not bad things. Listen to music that empowers you, absorb media that empowers you, read books that empower you, etc. So, Benjamin Franklin claims to be a deist himself. He actually makes this claim himself in the book. It's not just written in history books that he was a deist. He claims to be a deist. He has a Presbyterian upbringing, but even though he was going to be, or he was destined to be, a pastor in that sect of Christianity, it turned out that he didn't actually end up doing it because his father realized how bright he was and he wasn't really made for it. He needed to do other things. Now, don't get me wrong, priests tend to be well above average intelligence. I'm just going to tell you that straight up. But he had other things that he was going to do, and his dad knew early on in his life. Now, he also wrote his own virtue list. And in this virtue list, he gives a brief synopsis of what they are or how he's fulfilling said virtues. Well, what I found very funny, because Benjamin Franklin is known to be a playboy, right? One of the virtues was chastity, and he didn't have any description of it. I thought that was hilarious. So it's like, chastity? What is this chastity thing? I've never heard of it. It's one of my virtues, but I have no idea what it is. That type of thing. He eventually goes on to marry this woman by the name of Miss Reed, and he actually talks about how he had gone to London earlier on in his life, and she had made an attempt to continue correspondence with him through writing, like letters, and he only wrote one letter back. And because he had been in London for so long, her family ended up trying to get her to court somebody else instead, and that eventually she got married to this other guy, but he was a doofus and ended up going to a different country and basically trying to sever his connections with the colonies at the time. And it was just a marriage that was destined to fail, and I think it was probably intentional because they wanted her to be with Benjamin Franklin. They seemed to be a match made in heaven, if you will. So when he eventually got back, he realized the error in his ways, that he made a big mistake in not maintaining the correspondence. Communication is everything, guys. Everything. But he didn't maintain proper correspondence with her, And that was what led her and her family to give up on the relationship between the two of them. Well, eventually, they mended their past and did get married. And it was the greatest decision he'd ever made in his life. And he stated it multiple times in his autobiography. His greatest error, or one of his greatest errors, was not maintaining communication with the woman he was trying to court. And one of the greatest things that ever happened in his life was that he fixed it. And it ended up working out really well. I just love that. You know, I love that because it proves to you that just because you made a mistake earlier on in life doesn't condemn you to hell for the rest of it. You can fix it. You still are living life. You can still fix problems. It's really good. And something also that I hadn't really had much of a background and understanding was that they understood inoculation back in the day. And one of Benjamin Franklin's children passed away because he didn't inoculate them against smallpox, or I think it was measles, something to that effect. But he didn't inoculate them with, it was smallpox. Didn't inoculate them with chickenpox because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the child alive with chickenpox as well as with smallpox. So he would have felt really, really horrible had he been the one that led to his child's passing. But the child ended up passing anyway because he didn't get inoculated and got smallpox later on. Let's see here. He also had a philosophical community, society, that he called junto, which is Spanish for together, right? And there were sub-philosophical communities that came along with that because there were so many people that wanted to be a part of the discussion. And this group of individuals, being highly intelligent, upstanding members of their community, ended up being the movers and shakers of the local community and beyond, as well as these sub-philosophical groups. He named a couple of them, but there were only 6 of them, even though there were 12 people in the primary group junto. And he told them to make the subgroups because he didn't want that primary group to get more than 12 people in it, which kind of rings of undertones of a multi-level marketing system, if you will. If you know anything about multi-level marketing, which I do, I've had experience in it, it almost seems like that's this, except without money involved. It's just philosophy. So it was interesting. He was part of the Pennsylvania Association. He made the Franklin stove. He was a University of Pennsylvania trustee. And, in his discovery that lightning was actually electricity, there's a book called The Philadelphia Experiment, which is about a completely separate thing, where the United States Navy accidentally discovers how to create a wormhole and traverse different dimensions. Apparently it's just a science fiction story that's written by a guy just for fun, but it was ironic because the Philadelphia Experiment was actually connected to Benjamin Franklin's experiment with his kite and lightning. It was called the Philadelphia Experiment, or the experiments that were associated with it anyway. And something else I didn't know about Benjamin Franklin was that he was actually made a full bird colonel in the Continental Army, or the defensive force of the colonies. I'm not sure, I can't remember if this was prior to the separation from Great Britain or afterward, but he had been made a colonel because he was one of the top people in the local area that needed to organize everybody, and they just promoted him to colonel immediately. He was trying to help General Braddock, and it was associated with that in some way. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. And then also, something I found really interesting, by the way, he had been proffered the promotion to general, like a starred general, but he refused it because he didn't think that he was that type of material. So, another point is that Sandy Hook, the place where you think of the tragedy that happened a while back, he is associated with Sandy Hook, the location in his life. Anyways, it's a really good autobiography. You're going to learn a lot of stuff about his life that you didn't know, no doubt. And remember, like I said, it's the psychological layering and things of that nature, so my recommendation, definitely read this book, especially if you want to know more about United States history, the history of the colonies, all that stuff. It's going to give you some really deeper, richer understanding of it all. So next up, I'm actually currently reading The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent, and so far so good. I just started it. So we'll continue it later, and that review will come later. So, all right, guys, that's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. Welcome to day 189 and telling me YouTube millionaire. So with recent events, recent developments in my personal life, as well as, frankly, the world writ large, in the essence that truth does have some type of context to it pretty much all the time. So I think it was Reinhold Niebuhr who said that truths, some of them are truths of context. It justifies re-tackling the same concept a few times as time progresses. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me, baby, don't hurt me. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. So, agape, which means love in all its forms, its purest form, absolute, entire, complete love, means that you would be able to express it in any way, shape, or form that you so desire. Nothing is off the table. Everything that you are capable, of which you are capable as a human being and as a spiritual being, you can exercise if you so desire. Now, if you love somebody, and one way you want to express that love is sexual, know that we do it anyway. As Jesus told us in the New Testament, for those who even think of indecent thoughts with somebody else who is not their wife or their husband, that is committing adultery. Now, why would he say that and at the same time be like just brushing it off? It's like, I'm not worried about it. Well, it's this, essentially. It's the ephemeral and the temporal, and the non-ephemeral, interacting with one another. So, the separation, for instance, that a person has with loving somebody and being in love with them. What exactly is that? I would submit that there really isn't a separation. There's just different expressions of love. I love everyone. I mean that when I say that. It's a dependency on whether they have the capacity to love in return, or how they decide to love, as the meaning of life is love, and how you love is your personal experience, your life. So let's say that you combine the sexual component with otherwise. If you love somebody, which, as I said, I love everyone, then there's really no separation between being in love and loving them if you express every single way how you can love them. However, if you do not love them, what's left? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it hatred? Is it emptiness? entropy. Because if you love someone, you truly are bonded to who and what they are and love them so much based upon that, then a physical expression is not all that important. Say you want to gobble up somebody's mind because you love what they have to provide there, or you want to gobble up their body because you think it's really attractive, or any number of other things. You are drawn to them, and you consummate that with a sexual connection. You become of one flesh. That is a marriage, just de facto. In that, Jesus tells us that if you even have indecent thoughts with somebody who is not your wife or husband, you have committed adultery. That is basically telling us that we're all going to have them. We're all going to commit adultery. It's simply our actions in this world that act as the protection, the umbrella of God's perfect trust that allows for the proper rearing of children. Us all being children, but especially our children. In a very dangerous, depraved, nefarious world. So, to make a thing out of... See, the rub here is that I've had friends tell me that they love me in a similar fashion to how I love everybody. And those same friends that want to engage in sexual intercourse with me. I'm thinking of somebody that I knew back in... well, I still know her, but I knew her starting back at the Air Force Academy. Very nice woman, very kind woman, and frankly very attractive as well. And it was like, what they were saying, and they made this very distinct differentiation was, I love you, but I will not be married to you. They already were. So it's like, that doesn't quite make sense. It's like them saying, this is me trying to re-put together the pieces of who and what I am to make the most sense out of the crazy world in which we live and how I fit into it or do not. It's basically saying, like, I love you, but the expression of it is simply me wanting to give you what you want and need, but not to be solely connected to you. Like I didn't want to take you all for myself, or something like that. You see, the difficulty in me explaining this is the same difficulty that I've had with trying to figure out where I fit in with it all. Being a bog standard white human, well, bog standard white man in the modern era that is resented by so many different people, so many different, like I've said in previous videos. So trying to figure out where you fit in with it all. Somebody wants to give you a sexual connection. It's small, but at the same time it's not. And we live in a weird world. I don't know. You're seeing these thoughts come out of me raw. Every morning I look up to God and I say, hey, give me the words that I need to speak to convey the best message that I can to others, and to my future self and my future progeny. So, to others, because who you are now is different from the person that you're going to be in 10 minutes, 10 seconds, 10 years. It's a different person. Same but different. Just a little bit temporarily dislocated is all. And other people are simply different frequencies, different interference patterns. All of the same whole. They're fractured off pieces of the same whole. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. If I ever hurt anybody, whether intentionally or not intentionally, then I need to re-gauge how I'm doing it. Because I don't think that's the proper expression of love, unless it's tough love. And tough love has its place and is still love, and it's very important. So what's the difference between loving somebody and being in love? Does there even need to be a difference? Is it simply covetousness? Is it simply, I've selected you as my other human? I like you as my other human? I don't know. It's a certain trust that you have with them that you have with no one else. But what if there is already perfect trust? That the ultimate conclusion to it all will be that expression of ultimate trust. Like the female lead in my story. Everything that she's doing seems to be contrary to the scientist's mission, which is to save existence. But in fact, the entire time, what she's been trying to do is act as that separator, that differentiator between the scientist and the dark force, by taking the dark force on a merry little goose chase, a silly goose chase. I don't know. Concepts to broach. And that's why I'm writing this story. I'm kind of learning about myself as I write it, and I'm writing it as I'm learning about myself. It's a Inception-like loop where you're creating and experiencing reality so fast that you get right in the middle of it and don't even realize that it's happening. But there is something different. I do feel something different. It's just slight. And I think it has to do with me wanting to protect them. Wanting to call them my own. Wanting to covet them. I feel something different with those in whom I want to be in love. And that gets broader and broader every day. Man. I really do wish that sometimes it would just be a little bit simpler. And that sometimes we could shirk all anxiety, all distrust, all fear, and just be with one another. Fully. In that perfect trust. Do exactly what you want. And have no fear of consequences. Because you are protected. And there's somebody I want to protect. I hope she'll let me. She's much younger than me. I bring that up several times because while it's not a rub with me, I know that it might be for others. Might even be for her. But just know that this used to happen all the time. It used to happen all the time. Where the woman would be 15, even 20 years younger than the man. If you look at Caroline Levitt and her husband is 60-something and she's 27. I don't see personally anything wrong with that. To be more specific with the person of whom I'm speaking. I want love. And I want it to be mine. I want to protect you. It makes you feel like a man when you can protect your woman. So, anyway. I'm just going to leave it there today. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Y'all have a good day. Love y'all. Peace. How to survive the chaos. Welcome to day 177 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I had a friend of mine on this platform requests that I do more how-tos on my videos. And this, I know, was more applicable to things like how to buy a Bitcoin, or how to do a certain mathematical equation, or how to get into real estate, or how to raise a dog, or any number of other things you could think of. I know that's more what it was relating, and less about a philosophical concept such as how to survive the chaos. But nevertheless, that's what I feel within myself to do today. So, there are many ways, many steps to this. Because there's also many gradations to the chaos that you'll have to endure in your life. For me, the last 15 years has been a veritable hell. And for pretty much everybody else, if not half the people in my family. It was marked by a tremendous number of physical ailments for myself and the rest of my family. My father, for instance, having 15 strokes, including 2 massive ones and 13 TIAs. My mother having PTSD, all like I do, major depressive disorder, and a bunch of other stuff, back problems. Several of my family members passing away in such a sequence that it seemed to be just laying on thick in our lives. I had several uncles leave this planet, and basically our family was just sort of dwindling around us. One of the big reasons why it's so important to raise up a family of your own, because otherwise you're going to be all by yourself in no time at all. We don't live very long. It's been very difficult. So, it's a combination of doing things that you keep secret, as well as things that you keep public. There's some stuff that, because your enemies want to take you down so badly, you need to keep to yourself. Like where you put a lot of your resources, your monetary resources, your capital, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious how when you're duking it out with those demons that I talk about so often here on this channel, that there's some stuff that you have to keep to yourself. You also have to get yourself in the right mental state. And the enemy is always seeking to set up expectations for you in your mind and then fail those expectations. Because that's really the heart of insanity. That's what leads you to go insane or get very resentful. Your expectations are set up and they're failed. So don't have any expectations with respect to people who you cannot be certain are actually on your side. And that is attached to trust. Now, ultimately, the paroxysm of perfect trust and frequency entrainment of every human being to one another will result in a perfect connection emotionally from one person to another. This perfect connection emotionally is what you and I can call telepathy. So communication mind to mind without any need for verbal words. So how to survive the chaos? Get yourself in the right mental state. Make sure that you have backups on top of backups on top of backups on top of backups when it comes to your survival mechanisms, your resources. Build your personal relationships principally with your family members, as that is the foundation upon which it all will fall if everything else is taken away from you, which, it'll happen. I'll just tell you that. And plan for the worst, pray for the best is the best stance that you can put yourself in, I think. Make yourself physically strong as much as you possibly can, because physical strength is tied into mental strength, mental clarity. You can just look at the science on this matter, that the more muscle mass you have, the higher your testosterone. The higher your testosterone, this is for a man, the more clear your thoughts are. Staves off Alzheimer's and dementia and all sorts of stuff like that. It makes you more alert during the day and gets you better sleep. Better sleep increases your longevity. You can go on and on and on. Basically, if you want to survive the chaos, you have to become the leader that you seek. Especially if you are, like me, a bog standard white dude that will have a lot of stuff put on your shoulders. Stuff that people will not even... That's one of the most painful things about it. When you have all this stuff on your shoulders and people don't even recognize that you're dealing with it. They just think, it's no big deal. It's one of the most difficult things. Do not tie your emotional state to the approval or disapproval of others necessarily, except for God Himself. He's the only one from which you should seek approval. That's it. And beyond that, if they are aligned, if God's approval is aligned with it, then your family members, your significant other, if you have one. Do not live in a survival mode for the whole of your life. That actually elevates cortisol levels and adrenaline. It basically has your endocrine system peaked at all times. You don't want to do that. Just be prepared. Be prepared for people to betray you, even those that you thought you could trust in your naivety. I still have to tell myself this all the time, because there are people that will enter my life or leave it in a split second who seem like they were the paragons of virtue and perfect examples of how you might be able to trust somebody, or who you might be able to trust, pardon me. And then it turns out that they were just trying to manipulate you. Let's look at Fang Fang and Congressman Swalwell. if you know that story, I don't really need to explain it much. This is a little bit scattered right now because the thoughts are just sort of coming to me as I'm speaking it. But that's another thing. Communicate as much as humanly possible. Communicate your pains, communicate your frustrations, communicate your victories, communicate your failures, everything you possibly can that does not compromise the mission that you're seeking to accomplish. Because the more you communicate, the more evidence there is for what you are doing and whether you're aligned to that or not. Vet yourself, because in infinite timescales there are no secrets. So broach those problems, potential problems, before they even arise. That means be open. So there's a difference between need to know and stuff that you just shouldn't keep to yourself. Like, for instance, I don't need to know the exact training simulations that a particular platoon will do in the Army. I don't need to know that. I just need to know that they do training so that they can get better at protecting us, our country. I do need to know that I'm loved. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got for today. All right. I love you all. You are loved too. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 122 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, it's going to be a review of Letters from a Stoic by Lucius Seneca. Now, this book was written basically as a dialogue between Seneca, Lucius Seneca, and Lucilius, who was one of the children of the emperor at that time. Now, Lucius Seneca was born around 4 AD, so right around the time when Jesus was alive, and the emperor of his youth was Tiberius Caesar, for the Roman Empire. But Lucius Seneca was a Stoic, obviously, and his perspective, or his philosophy on life, which is basically... So the way I see it, there are two different types of philosophies in general. The first one is the theoretical philosophy, where you develop entire realms of thought, like, say, the cognitive theoretic model of the universe being a construction for the whole of what it is to think, meta-thinking, metaphysical, meta-philosophical. And you have Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative. You have I Think, Therefore I Am by René Descartes. People who create entire modalities of thought within the idea of philosophy. And then you have those who have a philosophy that is designed to help you live a better life. That's really what Stoicism is. It's the application, kind of the engineering side of philosophy. So you have the theoreticians, and then you have the engineers. Both are extremely important, and both have their place. Seneca would be a philosophical engineer, in my perspective. But his philosophical perspectives, nevertheless, were so difficult for the general public to accept at that time that he was actually banished to the island of Corsica, I believe it was, when he was in his 50s. Right around near the end of his life, and was brought back into the fold of the empire so that he could teach Lucilius, the soon-to-be emperor of the Roman Empire.
And the way this book is written is a dialogue. It's basically them writing letters back to one another. You never get the letters of Lucilius, the ones he wrote to Seneca, but he writes back to Lucilius with the various ideas that he has, the various philosophical teachings. And it was actually designed intentionally, and they say so much in the book, to where it was not just meant to be for Lucilius. It was meant to be actually broadly publicized about the intelligentsia of the Roman Empire at that time, so that they could all read it as well and get the full brunt of Seneca's philosophical teachings with respect to Stoicism. Basically, what you see me doing here with you, with all these videos, and my ability to talk to you directly, if you were to send letters or communications back to me, let's say it were a recorded telephone call or a recorded Skype, that's the equivalent of this. I'd have the Skype call recorded and posted to my YouTube channel for everybody to see. And any ideas that came about from that, everybody would be able to glean. It's a very good philosophical book. Lots of really good concepts in it. I have a bunch of notes written here. I'm going to go ahead and go through them. So, he brings up the point that you should not read a humongous amount of philosophical works or novels or poems or anything like that just to read them. And the idea he's coming about, or he's trying to present here, is that you, again, like I said, you don't want to read them just to read them. You want to read them to actually get a lowest common denominator truth out of them. Every work that comes from somebody of actual value, somebody who's actually trying to produce valuable works, like this one, like the cognitive theoretic model of the universe, like Immanuel Kant's philosophical writings, like Socrates, Aristotle. You don't have to accept whatever they say whole hog, and in fact you shouldn't. But you can find the kernels of truth within them. That's what Seneca's really getting at when he says don't read a bunch of stuff just to read it. So I disagree with the way he wrote it in the first part of essay number 1, but the general idea is there. He also says, I'm glad to learn in order that I may teach, which is the point of this all. Again, that's why I'm reading all these novels and these books, so that I can give you guys a basic general review of it, and you can decide whether or not you want to also glean those kernels of truth from those books as well. This is one of those books that you definitely should read. It is really good. He also disregards maxims in favor of looking at the whole philosopher. That is to say, don't just try to find the 5-word quips to give to somebody about somebody else's teachings if you don't really understand what they mean by it. There's a lot. He speaks of a lot of intelligentsia at the time that know these maxims as if they are wise, but in fact they just know those 5 words that a philosopher said, and that's it. So he's got a very good point there. It ties into having the whole picture approach. I also found it really interesting that he has a lot of proto-Christian echoes in his writings, which it kind of makes sense because he lives during the time of Jesus. Kind of makes sense, but at the same time, he wasn't Christian. It makes me think of the 100th monkey theory, which is to say, the cultural zeitgeist, which is an underlying paradigm of the world at the time, might actually have some type of thread that connects us all together subconsciously that we don't actually consciously know about. Where a great thinker 2,000 miles away on the planet spouts out some amazing ideas that have a ripple effect on everybody around them, and those ripples, without you even knowing, reach all the way over to you in your subconscious.
because we're all connected. And this also harkens to the idea, why would Jesus even come to a province of the Roman Empire at all? It's because he believes, that there was something salvageable within Rome. Not just the Jewish people, not just Israel, not just Jerusalem, but that there was something salvageable within Rome in general. Pontius Pilate, who had great respect for Jesus, had to do what he did, and Jesus told him that he was required to do it, partially so that Rome would stay stable, at least for a couple hundred more years. It eventually collapsed, sure, but the entirety of Roman civilization is kind of the thread of all civilization. And I think Jesus knows that. More than I think. I'm almost certain of it, which is why he decided to dive in to history at that point in time. The specific spot that he went, basically to be the center around which everything rotates. It was brilliant. And, tying into the fact that, or the idea that Rome is kind of the thread of all of human civilization, there are rhymes in this book from like Virgil and other great authors of the time, Homer, where the words still rhyme, even after they've been translated, rewritten, and all that stuff for thousands of years. They still rhyme. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think it's because when you look at a lot of Latin words, they're almost identical to some words in English today. All right, we even have some that are, in fact, identical. It's because it's the underlying thread of it all. So sometimes you will encounter rhymes that still, in fact, rhyme. It's crazy. It just makes the point that this is our cultural thread of all civilization right here. So yeah, he lived from 4 AD to 65 AD, and the way he died, which was very, very brutal, was intentional. He actually made a scene of his own death because he was told to commit self-deletion when it came to the end, which was very popular in Rome at the time. When you fell out of favor with the emperor, they wouldn't unalive you themselves. They would tell you to commit self-deletion. And the way he did it was brutal, intentionally. When you read the letters, it's almost as if he was, that I want my life to end in a way that is memorable. It was almost as if he was in the undertones telling them, do something like this to me. And they gave him what he asked. That's something that you have to read the story, or read the philosophical work, in order to be able to glean it. Because it's an undertone. So, yeah, strong recommend from me. Very, very good. If you want to consider yourself a Stoic to any degree, this is at the top of the list of books that you should read. Very good. Strong recommend. So, yeah, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Alright guys, as you saw before, we're getting ready to go out to the Atlantis for a Reno trip. So basically, this is how we do it. Pack a bunch of crap. There are my parents right there. Hey! Get it recorded because we've only recorded it like once or twice, so it's a little dreary today. I'll be back in a minute. reception desk. Valet. I'll give you guys a quick tour of the executive suite. This is the bathroom on my side. This is just a single king bed suite. And a nice 55-inch flat screen there. They have a little office lounging area right in between. Right here. The little bar and a 65-inch TV right there. And there's my mom and dad, and this is their room.
Give you my number of the ticket?
The main suite.
Yeah, for check-in. 9,
And they've got a giant bathroom.
225-133. Yeah.
And they get a 65-inch TV and a hot tub.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
And a mirror.
Bye. She's like just rambling on. Where's my purse?
What's she rambling about?
She's just rambling on and on and on.
This is the purple parrot, guys. There's my mom. Yeah, she's saying hi.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday. Don't guess her age.
Can we have that so you can put the scooter right there?
Yeah.
Not if it's overbooked in the guy who has the station, then I want to overbook it. No, okay. It used to be in there. It's your birthday. Yeah. It is your birthday. Thank you. Made it another year.
Yeah, that's a big accomplishment, right?
You're my first stop. How about that? Wonderful.
Yeah. Go ahead, Deb. Alright, now we're walking to the pepper mill, guys.
Some fresh air.
Yeah. Little nippy out here, but it's nice still. Got some dusties.
That breeze don't feel nice.
Yeah.
Zip up your jacket.
Not zipped up.
Zip it up.
Unless you want to freeze.
I'll take it every day, my sweater.
Hey, look at that, guys. Little baby geese over there. Little baby geese. Decided to make a quick jaunt over to the pepper mill. It's about 30 minutes away from the Atlantis. Yeah, by foot, that is. Right, Mom?
What?
About 30 minutes from the Atlantis by foot?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you were to drive,
It's cold.
yeah, if you were to drive, it's literally 5 minutes.
It's like a minute.
Yeah.
Drive.
I know this isn't supposed to be a pepper mill video, but I'm doing this just so you guys can see just how close the pepper mill is to the Atlantis. We literally walked here. I mean, I had to ride the scooter because of my legs, but my mom and dad were walking in front of me. It's a little nippy out there, but it was okay. That's how close this place is to the Atlantis, how close the Atlantis is to this place. So if you're ever wanting to go to the Atlantis, you could make it a kind of a trip for both of these places.
Hey, look, it's a Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man over there. How about that, huh? Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. At your nearest car dealership. My favorite restaurant at the Atlantis is this sushi bar. And my mom is enjoying a couple sushi rolls at the moment. I just had a couple myself. They're absolutely amazing. I just absolutely love sushi, and they make it amazing here. What's even better is that it's actually the Sky Terrace, if you will, or you got it's the second floor, and you get to overlook the city. So it's really nice. This is probably, I mean, in my opinion, of course, it's the best restaurant in this hotel casino, but that's up for personal opinion, I suppose. This is the last day here. I still haven't had a chance to show you guys a little bit of this. I didn't take you to the pool either, but I'll do that in the future. Because we come here about once every 2 months, so ish. It's a nice little overlook you see over there. I got the Sierra Nevada mountains. Still a little bit of snow up there. It's the middle of May, the 15th today. So that was like the last storm of the season. Had to give us a little bit more snow before we finished everything off. But this puts the cap on the top of our trip for this go around. We'll probably be back up here in like July, maybe August. So I'll see y'all later. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 188 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we're going to do a reaction video of a new video that came out from Melody Sheep. They make new videos which are basically documentaries and whatnot very seldomly. But this is the best channel, in my opinion, on YouTube. Melody Sheep. They are absolutely incredible. If nothing else, because they get you to think. It's very mentally stimulating, which is critically important for a person like myself. This one's called Engineering Earth, Sci-Fi Solutions to Earth's Problems. So fitting, seeing as how I made some engineering different planets scientific papers. So, starts off, we are called to be architects of the future, not victims. Sheep, more than anything, is their visuals combined with their absolutely majestic music. Oh, mwah, chef's kiss. I love it. Look at the stuff that he's showing right now. The stuff that we can imagine right now is just the tip of the iceberg of what's possible. For all I know, this guy gets inspiration from some of this stuff. I don't know. He might. If he does, totally hope so.
In 1815, a mysterious veil of dust began to spread over the earth. The culprit was a remote East Asian volcano, Mount Tambora. It was the largest eruption in modern history, spewing out 80 cubic kilometers of debris and taking up to 100,000 lives.
By the way, I didn't pre-watch this, so you and I are watching it for the first time together.
But even this was just a fraction of what Earth is capable of. Supervolcanoes, like the ancient eruption of Mount Toba in Indonesia, can unleash 50 times the power and 30 times the amount of debris. An eruption of this scale today would be catastrophic, potentially claiming up to 1 billion lives. There are about 20 active supervolcanoes on Earth today, sleeping beasts that present an even greater threat than asteroid strikes. Instead of waiting for them to explode, what if we could steal their energy and use it for ourselves? One NASA engineer has a proposal for exactly that. The idea is to drill a series of boreholes several kilometers deep around the outside of the magma chamber. Cold water would then be injected down into the rock, become superheated, then get pumped back.
So basically what he's talking about is geothermal energy production on different planets and celestial bodies. Get on your mat. Me talking just gets my dogs to completely spaz out. It happens every time. But yeah, there's nothing stopping us from adapting geothermal energy technology to any other celestial body in the universe, especially if it's a body that's roughly similar in size to the Earth that we could ourselves land on. And do this on Mars.
Back to the surface to carry the heat away, gradually cooling the magma. The location of the boreholes will be critical. Drilling too close to the chamber itself would risk triggering an accidental eruption.
This is why he's doing it, to bore these types of things. Geothermal energy.
But if done right, the superheated water removed from below would provide a continuous source of renewable energy. And over tens of thousands of years, the energy removed may eventually be enough to cool the chamber completely. To fully protect civilization, we will have to neutralize not just every existing supervolcano, but all future ones. Magma plumes from Earth's...
So the one thing separating ideas from reality is simply someone applying it. So the only thing that stopped us from going to the moon back in the 60s and 70s was somebody applying what we knew we could do. The same thing is true with Mars. Elon Musk is actually applying what we know we can do, and that's how we're getting there. All this stuff you see here, we know it's in theory possible, even with our current conceptions of science and technology. Imagine when people have the resources to actually do this. And again, why I always talk about, oh man, I just need the resources to do this type of stuff, or not quite this, because this is like way far out, but that's why I want resources, so I can get to space. You know, if I want to get to space myself, it would cost me probably $1 million. I think Russia actually sends cosmonauts up to space privately for $20 million a pop. Get on your mat, Chiron. Prices are going down, but still expensive.
Mantle are continually bubbling to the surface. These plumes will continue to trigger supervolcanic eruptions as often as every 50,000 years. Learning to harness these forces could mean the difference between catastrophic collapse and the long-term survival of humanity. But it's not just supervolcanoes we will have to manage. From the lithosphere to the atmosphere, each of Earth's layers are prone to shocks that can threaten civilization and life itself.
I was talking about the hydrosphere.
Our job is to protect and manage these layers with the power of technology
The hydrosphere.
to build a safer, more livable planet where life and humans can thrive together for millions of years.
10,000 kilometers thick or something. It's huge.
And creating a safer planet starts with creating a safer climate.
This stuff is absolutely beautiful. I love it. It's not just important to talk about these ideas, to think about these ideas, to imagine these ideas, but to put such profoundly beautiful visuals to it and music is insanely important. I can't tell you how important this is. It gets people to just think of new things. It inspires people. It is so, so important to inspire people. And that's what this stuff does.
In 1991, the eruption of Mount Pinatubo ejected 20 million tons of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere. Reflecting sunlight around the world and causing global temperatures to fall up to 0.5 degree Celsius for nearly 2 years. The cooler temperatures even slowed the pace of sea level rise for the next decade. Global temperatures and climate catastrophes on the rise, this event inspired a bold idea. Artificial volcanic eruptions. Like putting sunscreen on the Earth, spraying sulfur dioxide high in the stratosphere would reflect sunlight and temporarily cool the planet.
This stuff is all over the realm of possibility.
A single ounce of sulfur dioxide in the stratosphere can offset the warming effects of several tons of carbon dioxide for a year.
Then you add a sulfur fluoride that is a greenhouse gas.
Dusting the sky would have an immediate effect, buying us time to decarbonize the global economy.
So I can appreciate where he's coming from. He's definitely one who's still the narrator and the creator of the video, who still looks at the carbon dioxide emissions of humanity as a problem when we are very low in terms of the parts per million composition of our atmosphere of carbon dioxide in the history of the entire planet, right? The whole life of the planet, we're at a very low point. In fact, we're only a couple hundred parts per million of carbon dioxide above the point where plants themselves would starve. So we actually need more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. I agree with the guy in that we need to protect our planet. Absolutely. 100%. It is our home, and it is a biological creature that is essentially all of us combined. It is very important to do that. It's everything. It's just a matter of prioritization. Do not sacrifice the well-being of human beings, of civilization, of people, for the purposes of maintaining an inanimate object. We need to keep our biome safe and inhabitable, don't get me wrong, but the priorities have to be straight. We also have to have people alive to even be able to perceive its existence. So I understand where he's coming from. It's all good. We know carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. It's very powerful. It's very useful, especially on a planet like Mars, where we want to heat that planet up. But I think he's probably incorrect, along with many other scientists, on where we are in terms of the amount of carbon dioxide that we can handle on Earth. Just look back in the Jurassic era. The Jurassic era on this planet had like 3,000 parts per million carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, something like that. And the average surface temperature was like 75 Fahrenheit. Right now it's 59 degrees Fahrenheit with about 400 parts per million. So we can go a ways before it really becomes a problem.
But there's a catch. The exact effects may be unpredictable and uneven. Weather patterns could become erratic and threaten food supplies. With so much at stake, the fight for control over Earth's climate could even escalate into armed conflict.
Such is the underlying story behind Fallout, the video game by Bethesda. You want to avoid experimenting on the atmosphere? There's a bolder way to cool the planet. Probably using mirrors is what I'm thinking he's going to do. Yep, mirrors. There you go.
A team at MIT has developed a concept for a giant solar shield out in space, thousands of kilometers across.
We can do the same thing with Venus. That's how we could actually...
Placed where the gravitational pull from the sun and Earth balance out, it could reduce sunlight by 1.8%, just enough to bring temperatures down to pre-industrial levels. The shield would be made of silicon bubbles, inflating out in space to ease their transport, and deflating if the solution needed to be reversed.
Same concept behind solar sails as well, except it uses my...
To block enough sun, this solar shield would have to be absolutely massive, about the size of Brazil. Others have proposed systems of space mirrors to precisely redirect sunlight, which could be used to increase solar radiation if temperatures drop too low in the future.
Yep, that's right. And it's actually something that's used on solar panel power arrays. If you go through the deserts near Los Angeles, just outside Los Angeles, the solar panel power plants actually direct the sunlight up to a magnet, or like a mirror in the middle of it. It's a big old tower, and it amplifies the amount of power you get from it. It's totally cool. It looks like you're looking at something from the future. It is so cool.
Large-scale ecosystem engineering can go a long way in securing the stability of Earth's systems. In 2007, the United Nations launched the Great Green Wall Initiative,
This is
a huge effort to plant a 5,000-mile belt of trees across the entire African continent.
And they're starting it now. We can actually re-green the Sahara Desert. It wouldn't take that much effort, honestly.
This vast new forest will not only suck up 250 million tons of carbon, but also combat desertification, increase food security, and create millions of jobs.
They're actually starting this right now. It would not be
Managing our planet effectively will require forging deep alliances with the biosphere. That includes preservation of natural carbon sinks like the Amazon rainforest, which are a critical ecological counterweight to human activity.
Their only downfall is that they post so seldomly.
But in some cases, that may also mean bioengineering new forms of life itself. By tweaking the machinery of photosynthesis, scientists have recently created plants that grow up to 40% larger than their natural counterparts, hinting at a future of radically enriched crops and plant life. They have also begun to engineer algae that convert sunlight into clean-burning hydrogen fuel, and microbes that have been reprogrammed to generate electricity from mud and wastewater. But most dramatically, we are now on the path to creating a hybrid woolly mammoth.
I don't know if you guys heard about this, but we literally brought back dire wolves. I think it was either earlier this year or late last year. I can't remember when. We brought them back from extinction. What the heck? Oh my gosh. And what he's talking about here is not far-fetched at all. We've created goats with artificial wombs. We've cloned them. This is pretty cool stuff.
Taking the genes of Asian elephants. These creatures could be reintroduced to the Arctic, where they would help keep the permafrost frozen and prevent billions of tons of CO2 from leaking into the air.
That we seek of our environment and our future. The stewards of our own future. Do it right. Be inspired.
Genetic engineering could become our most potent tool for managing the planet, maintaining ecological.
Though genetic engineering in this light would not necessarily be required, because there's also this thing called shine down, where you can actually use certain frequencies of light and shine it through DNA from one creature to another and convert that creature to the other creature. It's a real thing. Scientific studies have been done on it. Experiments have been done. It's all documented. You can find it online. I don't know if they actually call it shine down, but that's what I'm calling it. It's genetic engineering in the traditional sense wouldn't even necessarily be a requirement, but you could do both.
Balance and making the biosphere more diverse and resilient. The wonders of the future may not be built with concrete or circuits, but with cells.
Yeah. By the way, apologies if it gets a little annoying that I'm stopping so much, but you gotta keep in mind that I gotta make sure that this is fair use and I'm not just re-uploading his video, right? And so I have to give commentary on it. So if you want to see the whole video by itself, go to Melody Sheep channel, best channel on YouTube, and you'll see it raw. Stopping us from figuring out how to use photosynthesis in our solar panels. It's very
These
simple.
are mechanical trees. They mimic the real thing by soaking up carbon onto special plates that act like leaves. Once captured, the carbon can be buried or recycled, and the cycle repeats. A single one of these machines can sequester as much carbon as 1,000 living trees. Vast forests of artificial trees could be deployed in inhospitable regions.
Sequestration, by the way, in case you
And with
didn't know,
100 million of them,
basically
we could
putting
offset
carbon
our
dioxide
entire
in the
carbon
sink,
emissions.
like in the ground, it's soaking up the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, so it's not being greenhouse gas. It sounds like a supervillain plot. That's a nuclear weapon right there. Nuke the ocean floor. I believe that would shake up the methane from the ocean floor.
Excess carbon dioxide in the oceans is weakening food chains by causing the water to become more acidic. Pulverizing a part of barren seabed would allow rock particles to soak up the excess CO2 and restore balance to the waters.
Can you believe we actually have nuclear fusion now?
A single nuclear bomb placed 5 kilometers beneath the seabed, could shatter enough rock to sequester 30 years of carbon emissions. The bomb would have to be massive, potentially over 1,000 times more powerful than Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear bomb ever dropped.
Tsar Bomba was 50 megatons, humongous.
But the deep sea water pressure would contain the blast and minimize fallout.
I do not recommend this. I do not recommend this. But it is an idea, a concept nevertheless.
The best location could be the remote Kerguelen Plateau, where the seafloor is mostly barren and rich in basalt rock. This is geoengineering at its most extreme and most dangerous.
Glad he said that.
But preserving the oceans and millions of human lives makes even the most extreme ideas worth considering.
So he has his priorities straight. This is for the purposes of keeping life going.
For a safer way to manage the seas, we don't have to go far from shore.
I don't mean to patronize, but that is...
Artificial reefs, built from sunken ships and man-made materials, can become bustling marine cities, with some studies showing fish abundance increasing up to 20 times compared to bare seabed. Widespread artificial reefs could boost the ocean's natural carbon drawdown by offering habitats for trillions of corals, shellfish, and seaweeds that capture carbon during their growth. On a massive scale, these reefs could offer powerful natural defenses, reducing erosion and storm surges by absorbing wave energy.
That's a thing, tidal energy. In fact, I believe China has the biggest tidal energy power plant in the world.
But managing our planet's hydrosphere is about more than protecting our oceans. It means preserving the glaciers and ice sheets that cool the world and hold back rising seas. This is the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica, a massive ice sheet that spans 75 miles. Rising ocean temperatures are causing warm oceanic currents to wind their way underneath the glacier, causing it to crack and destabilize. If it collapses into the sea, it could trigger up to 10 feet of sea level rise, flooding coastal cities around the world. To avert disaster, a geoengineer at the University of Lapland has a bold plan. The idea is to construct a massive 100-kilometer-long underwater curtain around the glacier, designed to block warm ocean currents from reaching the underside of the ice. This vast undersea barrier would be engineered to withstand collisions with icebergs and could be removable if problems arise. At the opposite pole of the planet, ambitious proposals are being made to stop the loss of Arctic sea ice. Vast fleets of wind-powered pumps could draw seawater to the surface during the winter and spray it over the Arctic surface, where it would rapidly freeze in the frigid air.
By the way, way,
an American architect.
because the albedo of ice is so high, in other words, it reflects so much light back into space, it's a compounding effect to have ice on the surface of the ocean. Because water by itself actually has a fairly low albedo. It's a dark color, but ice is a much brighter color, as you can see right here. So the more ice you have, the colder it gets. The colder it gets, the more ice you have, etc. It's a compounding effect. So,
Has recently designed a polar umbrella, which would float in Arctic seas using solar power to harvest seawater and create new ice.
there's actually tools like this, plants like this that
Deployed in the
exist now.
fastest melting regions, these umbrellas would cast a cooling shade that would lower surface temperatures and rejuvenate the Arctic ice.
This is basically just him saying, if we do need to do this, we have the ability. We can. If it's necessary, we can do it.
But most of these grand solutions have a common problem. They each require enormous amounts of resources and energy.
We would know when it's necessary.
Where do we get the power and materials? And how will the insatiable demand for energy shape Earth's future?
Thank God, we no longer have our culture in a stranglehold of the deep state and the cabal. Because now we can actually get real information that everybody needs and can understand.
For the last 2 centuries, our energy use has been growing exponentially, surging over 7,000% and fueling a 100-fold increase in global economic output. Continuing this level of growth will eventually require generating hundreds of trillions of additional watt-hours every single day. But thanks to revolutions in solar power efficiency, covering just 0.3% of the Earth's surface in solar panels would be enough to power all of civilization.
That's right.
And the frontier of our solar-powered future will be one of the least livable regions of the planet: the deserts.
Why not, right? In heaven, it is described as having, like walkways and paths of golden glass. That's what it is. Solar roadways.
Deserts provide ideal conditions for solar power with their vast flat landscapes, abundant silicon, and constant sunlight. There are now proposals for massive-scale solar farms in the Sahara, capable of generating 4 times our current global energy usage.
Which would get us to a Type 1 civilization, based upon our power output.
But covering over 20% of this desert could have dramatic side effects. The increased heat absorbed by the dark solar panels could disrupt global weather patterns and cause a spike in temperatures, especially at the poles.
Definitely possible. Be careful with regard to.
No matter how or where we get our energy, producing too much on planet will eventually be deadly.
Feed your mind.
If our consumption grows at just 2% per year, we will use up all the energy available to Earth in as little as a few hundred years. But the real problem is that the waste heat from energy production at this scale would heat the Earth by over 20 degrees Celsius, which would make large parts of the planet uninhabitable.
It's talking about albedo right there.
This will be the defining challenge of the coming millennia. How do we balance continuous energy growth with a safe, stable planet?
That reminds me of Dredd, from the Judge Dredd series. They had those giant cities that were basically just single towers.
By placing large-scale solar power arrays in space, we could capture uninterrupted sunlight nearly 24 hours a day, then beam the power down as lasers or radio waves. Orbital power systems would shed their excess heat into the cold expanse of space, instead of heating up our atmosphere.
That kind of reminds me of Star Trek.
China is now planning a 1-kilometer wide solar array with the long-term goal of beaming gigawatt levels of clean electricity down from orbit.
But it was the Star Trek reboot. They had a drill.
And a team from Oxford is planning an even bigger station, 1.7 kilometers across, called Cassiopeia, designed to be built in orbit. But collecting the power in space and beaming it down still has its own waste heat problems, as energy is still being added to the Earth's system.
Indeed. But that's true one way or another.
The solution is to move our power-hungry industries entirely into space.
We could do that. That's, I think, why you have those halos around Earth.
This way, the energy can be collected, spent, and radiated completely outside of Earth's fragile system. And to get all this material into space efficiently, we need something incredibly audacious. Like a highway to the skies, a space elevator would open safe and easy passage to the next technological frontier,
If we can mass
enabling the build-out of next-generation space infrastructure.
carbon nanotubes, we can build this. We're that close to the rotational force of Earth would be enough to keep the cable suspended in space.
To build it, a cable over 36,000 kilometers long would be lowered from a counterweight out in space, then anchored to a port station on the equator. A space station could then be positioned at geostationary orbit, at the point where the gravitational and centrifugal forces balance
There's
out.
a movie with Brad Pitt in it. I forget its name, but the opening scene is him on a space
Laser
elevator
or
while it's
nuclear-powered rail cars would ascend the cable, carrying multiple tons of cargo at a time, which could drive launch costs down to under $100 per kilogram, 50 times cheaper than today. This could accelerate the mass production of solar power arrays, orbital data centers, research stations, and spaceports, laying the foundation for a new orbital frontier.
outside the gravity sink of Earth, the atmospheric friction, so much is possible out here. We've already taken care of 90% of the effort to get to other planets.
But building this beanstalk to the heavens would be a daunting engineering prospect.
This is like...
requiring tether materials far stronger than anything that exists today.
This 2,000 years ago. Just like...
And moving human industry into space comes with its own major risks, especially space debris. Tiny pieces of scrap metal as small as a fleck of paint can tear through satellites and infrastructure, creating even more debris and causing a chain reaction of destruction known as the Kessler syndrome.
That is a concept that happened in the movie with
To solve
George Clooney
this,
and Sandra Bullock.
AI-guided laser
Again, I forget
systems
the name
could
of the
rapidly
movie.
identify and deflect small debris.
But you can find it on IMDb, I'm sure.
While larger pieces could be safely captured and deorbited. If we can neutralize these risks, then a space elevator could be just the beginning of an even greater vision of our planet's future. This is the crown jewel of space infrastructure, the orbital ring. This superstructure could become the backbone of our future civilization,
Dyson sphere.
a hub for everything from energy and transportation to climate management and tourism. In its basic form, a simple ring of wire would orbit the Earth around 200 kilometers up, with a stationary platform magnetically levitated above the spinning ring.
We can do this now, by
It could be built as a free-floating structure
the way. Wouldn't be
or
hard
be
to
tethered
start
to the Earth at multiple points. Sky hooks and even hanging skyscrapers could dangle beneath the ring, serving as launch points, research hubs, or cities in the
this,
sky.
you wouldn't even need carbon nanotube technology because you would have the gravitational pull of Earth itself making it work.
Rotating the inner side independently would generate gravity through centrifugal
Be
force,
generally gravity neutral.
making the area habitable and offering spectacular
Because it's going around the
views.
entire planet. And then you use the centrifugal force let's get those two things up, to make the gravitational pull on the ring itself, just like you said. We can do this right now.
While no current technology can simulate gravity on the outer edge, it could still serve as a zone for microgravity industries and research habitats.
That's right.
An intricate network of rings could be built at different inclinations, offering rapid point-to-point travel almost anywhere on the planet.
Make them bigger, more robust.
These layers could extend far outwards, even potentially networking with the moon.
That's right. And we can make the moon terrible.
But the sheer size of orbital rings would pose their own dangers. A shadow the width of the ring itself would sweep over the Earth each day.
Freaking cool.
For narrow rings, this would have little impact on ecosystems below.
Just something that you'd have to consider.
But wider rings, stretching over 1,500 kilometers, could cause major disruptions to the climate, blocking out the sun for an hour or more daily.
we would just push the rings out farther and farther.
Building one would be a towering engineering feat, as the ring would require tens of billions of tons of raw materials and constant active computer control to prevent collapse. To avoid impacting the Earth, the resources could be mined from asteroids. This may all seem like a far-off dream, but there are already proposals for...
This is why I so desperately would love to live 2,000 years. Because I can conceptualize this right now, just as you can in this guy making the video. But if I had the time to compound interest grow my resources, 2,000 years, I could single-handedly do this. And so could you. That's why I want to live longer. And it's why I want the resources that I want. It'll break us free of all of our chains. Man, just imagine.
prototype orbital rings that cost as little as $9 billion.
The guy has the idea in his head. He knows it's possible. The only thing separating him from doing it is the resources. That's it. If the risks and challenges that can be overcome, all the rings can become.
People and heavy cargo could be transported along the ring networks to anywhere on Earth in only a few hours.
This is what you can do when you get out of the scarcity mentality of the wall.
Vast orbital cities and arable land could circle the planet and serve as new human frontiers. And with energy and heavy industry woven into the ring, we could scale our growth without disturbing the planet, preserving Earth as a sanctuary for life.
We might already have super lightning station technology that all states. Same with the cure to cancer. We might already have so blind and stupid. People like to ourselves. That's why I juxtapose that so you can see what we're being limited from doing. This is amazing. Innovations that comprise a whole new layer of anthropology trees made it. We want to scratch the surface of what this earth is engineered solar systems. Perhaps more growth will plateau from the planets and or perhaps Earth will be a stepping stone in a much bigger journey. Engineering of the cosmos. This is how we go from stage 0 to stage 1 to stage 2, stage 3 civilization, based on our ship's state. Alright, there you go, guys. I'm telling you. If you haven't already subscribed to Melody Sheep, go do it. They are an incredible YouTube channel. Their videos are fire. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 132 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. And for this one, I'm actually going to read directly out of my journal. This essay, if you will, you can call Exceptions Make the Rule. Rules make the exception. Exceptions make the rule, and rules make the exception. For there is no rule without exception, and there is no exception if there is no rule. This, upon first pass, seems to not only be true, but wholly axiomatic. It is the exceptions in breaking the rules that require the sufficient grace of Jesus, which is to say, accepting his authority to properly judge your actions, better than we may ourselves, for a greater purpose, the greatest plan. For you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. A direct quote from the Bible. Take the sin of being an exception with the grace of being forgiven for it. In my secret space, the quietude of my silent prayers, where God and I can share dialogue with one another, there I can tell him that I am an exception, and he can say back to me, smiling, "My grace is enough," just as he did with the Apostle Paul. This room of waiting is not simply to give time for that special woman to build up confidence to be with me, so that I may know her. She needs to talk to me. But also for me to fully absorb and accept the fact that I am an exception. I am a champion, after all. I'm going to say that. These last few years, in my unrelenting striving, my ceaseless efforts, regardless of the success or failure, has been me trying to prove to myself that I am an exception, that I am worthy to call myself such a thing. For a multitude of reasons, I am. But now, the question of whether it is too late or not, and if I missed my chance, I do not know. I can't know. But God does. Let us wait and see in my room of waiting. This is a great rub in my life. To know in my heart, through my personal experiences that nobody else can experience unless they're actually in my shoes, that I terrify women. And to know that there's not really anything I can do about that. To not want the divestiture of yourself into multiple individuals, but know that if you're to get what you want otherwise, love, romance, that it is a necessity, it is required, because you're simply too much to handle on your own. The fact that the woman I'm thinking about simply won't talk to me, won't respond to me, is evidence enough of that fact. I know I'm intense, but so is she. So I'm willing to accept what God cannot tell me
but what he can give me. He cannot tell me that I am an exception, but he can give me grace in the same way that he gave it to Apostle Paul for certain things that he was doing that he could not bring himself to stop doing. And he, in his heart of hearts, believed it wrong. When it comes to those kinds of things, I think I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to elaborate on it right now. They really are truths of error. Those do exist. In that, like I was saying in my last video, medical assistance in unaliving does not jive with this reality. If the reality comes in the future where we live indefinitely, then MAID could be a thing because we're deciding when we want to finish our lives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. So those truths, at least in some way, shape, and form, are truths of error. That's what that means. It's context. And while what I want to do, or don't want to, but know that this is the only way, does not jive with this reality or even my genetics, if I want to survive, I have to do it and accept God's grace. Again, you guys haven't been in my shoes. But suffice it to say, and I'm honored for the opportunity to fight this battle for God. Honored, truly. But suffice it to say, it's been a hell. It has been hell. Lots of people that really don't like me, for reasons that consciously I have no clue as to why, have been ceaselessly attacking me in my life. It has not stopped to this day. And until those dark forces are gone, either evicted from this planet or entirely erased from existence, period, it's not going to stop. You guys haven't lived in my shoes. You haven't walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't gone through the things that I've gone through. There are places where I've already flexed. Many, 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 in fact. Been flexible. Where I didn't want to be. And here's another one where I don't want to be, and am finally willing to try. And it might just be too late. If the woman won't talk to me, what does it matter? I don't know. I got myself in a state of brooding right now. Sometimes it just all collapses on you all at once, and you just... yeah. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, guys. I'm not old, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Anyways. Just being raw with you, being honest with you. Love y'all. Peace.
morning, guys. Happy Memorial Day. I'm up especially early today for a plethora of reasons. First one is my dog Atlas had an accident, as happens on occasion. It's been happening with a little bit more frequency lately, though. I think it's possibly because I'm feeding him a bit too much cheese, so I probably need to change his diet. It's the 26th, by the way. May 26th of 2025 is Memorial Day this year. But yeah, I'm up. It's 2 a.m. right now. He woke me up from that, and also I was fasting the day before, which tends to make it rather difficult for me to get a full night's sleep. But honestly, I'm okay with it today, because today's going to be such a full day. There's so much stuff I need to get done that I might as well just get up really early, start it off quick, which I've already done some of the stuff, and then get to bed fairly early tonight, maybe around 8 p.m., and get up really early tomorrow morning. Well, not really early, but like 6 or 7 p.m. like I normally do, and go back to my normal schedule. But yeah, sometimes you just roll with the punches, and it doesn't really serve you to just lay in bed and contemplate your navel or look up at the roof, the ceiling. Might as well get up and start doing stuff and actively starting your day. You know, it kind of reminds me of how we used to get up super early in the military. When I was going on deployments, I remember we had to get up at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. sometimes, just to get ourselves ready to get on the airplane, the jet, to fly across the Atlantic Ocean to get to Qatar, so that we could do our deployment. And then, when we were actually at Qatar, we would be getting up at 1:30 in the morning every time we had to fly that day, which was pretty much every day. Because when you're out there on a deployment, they work you to the bone, because you're there to work. That is what you're there to do. And I burned holes in the sky back then. We would get up super early, do a flight briefing and all that stuff, and thankfully it was all very cookie cutter because we did it so much. It was so routine, but we got up really early to do it. But there's also another aspect to this. When it comes to Qatar and the many countries in that part of the world, due to where they are in the time zones and relative to the equator, the sun actually comes up really early there, pretty much year-round. It's very strange. Usually comes up at like 4:30 in the morning. So while we would get to our administrative building and prepare for brief and all that stuff at 1:30, we were taking off at maybe 4:30, and the sun was already up. It was very, very interesting. But yeah, it's something I'm very accustomed to. It's not necessarily something that is ideal, not necessarily something that I want to do every day, but like I said, roll with the punches. If it turns out that this is how it's going to be, then so be it. I mean, I've got to work out today. We're going to go to the casino and do a slot stream, and my mom, I'm expecting, is probably going to get it pretty early to start that, because she's going to want to get back probably around 2 p.m. so that we can get ready for the little barbecue that we're having, the barbecue get-together that we're having at home. My brother Alan, well, all my brothers are going to be here, and their families. My uncle, obviously, my aunt, they live with us. So it's going to be a pretty nice get-together. And also, it gives me a little bit more time to brood over a financial decision that I'm preparing to make, because I want that house that's next door. I want that house. And because I want to buy up this whole court eventually. And if I have to liquidate my emergency savings to do it, I'm gonna. Now, mind you, it's just one emergency savings. I have many others. But so be it. I want that property. And I don't have the credit for it, because as you guys know, I've been duking it out with these demons for decades now, and it's decimated my credit worthiness, but that's how it is. You just kind of gotta, again, roll with the punches. And I'm putting it in God's hands, you know. You don't keep any of this. I'm not trying to be stupid, but you don't keep these resources. This is it's a scary financial decision, even for me. A person who touts himself as fairly financially stable and savvy, but the houses in California are so goddamn expensive that you have no choice. You have no choice. And I need to get my family together. They mustn't be a diaspora. They mustn't be atomized. And this is honestly something that there's a tradition in society of it, where entire towns would be family members, and still are in the United States. There's a little town up in the mountains on your way to Reno, from where I'm currently living, that's 13 people, and it's 1 or 2 families that started a town together. And you can do the same thing with a court. Now, obviously, we're already a municipality in Roseville, but I'm just saying that. You get yourself a postal code in the middle of nowhere. If you wanted to start your own city, your own town, you can do that. You just need a post office. So, yeah. That's where I'm at right now. I'm leaving the financial decisions chips where they may fall in the hands of God, praying that He will finally give me the breakthrough that I'm searching for. And if He's waiting for me to completely give up, to let go of everything for that to happen, well, I think I'm kind of indicating that I'm letting go and letting God, as they say. So, there you go. I've got resources, but I'm not a wealthy man. I just try to manage them well. So, you want me to be honest on this channel, guys? There you go. It's it's nerve-wracking right now, but we're gonna get through it. I want that house. All right, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 113 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I wrote an essay called Belief and Evidence several years ago. What I decided to do was add an addendum to it in the actual body of the text. All the extended ideas that I have, the extended concepts and understandings that I've developed over the course of 10 to 12 years or so. I'm going to read that to you right now. A belief is a lifelong hypothesis for which you are trying to find evidence. It requires, in a sense, a type of cognitive dissonance, where one must hold within their minds oftentimes conflicting information, accepting all theories as potentially possible, but none, as of yet, having been fully proven to yourself. On the societal level, proof requires evidence. On the individual level, proof is accepting acquired information as evidence. A belief can never be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence amongst the entire population vis-a-vis axiom and definition. This is to say, as a result, any individual's belief will always be relegated to the realm of belief, as any attempt at universalization is futile beyond one very important fact: the respect of the free will. Here's the addition. A lifelong hypothesis in that through your journey, through your life story, you will discern with ever-increasing fidelity the accuracy of said hypothesis,
what fruits does that belief, or lack thereof, bear? That cognitive dissonance exists in the light of colliding realities. A good example of this is trying to parse out the potential existence or non-existence of extraterrestrial life. Not multidimensional life, but life outside our solar system, in other solar systems, very specifically. While the probabilities would indicate with ever-increasing likelihood that they by rights should be out there, we as yet have not discovered said beings' signals. Why? My addendum to the Drake equation shows that it is really starting to look rather odd, but my beliefs are showing that it really is starting to make sense. I have an itching suspicion that we might be the first intelligent life in the universe, despite the probabilities, despite the peculiarity, due to some unknown variable. Or perhaps known, but we don't know exactly how it works, that has pushed us into this position. It's a certain cognitive dissonance that I keep myself in an effort to ensure that I maintain at least some semblance of objectivity, despite my own personal desires, which are to either be swooped away by benevolent extraterrestrials, or to prove how important we are by being the very first surviving Noah's Ark of life in all existence. This harkens back to Albert Einstein's quote, "There are two possibilities. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Either answer is terrifying." This quote can be attributed to many of our world's great thinkers, in fact, not just Albert Einstein. Proof requires evidence, and acceptance of said evidence as fact. Interpretations are key here. Had the confusion of, say, the drones that flew over Washington, D.C. after President Trump's second time, probably third, being elected, been allowed to persist, a mass hysteria founded upon a conflicting reality would have ensued. It was, in fact, not true that aliens were flying over D.C. They were simply military drones. But we could have been made very confused had it not been parsed out properly. To this point, a belief cannot be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence. An example of this is Jesus. He is the very highest good by definition. Why would anyone disagree with this? He literally is God, is love, is truth, is light, is the ultimate example of what we can be as humans if we choose it. As he tells us over and over that we have free will to do so. But despite the incontrovertible evidence that he very much existed 2,000 years ago, more evidence that he existed than Emperor Tiberius did, who was the Roman emperor at that time, by probably a factor of 10, the amount of evidence that Jesus existed, that is. This very simple, plain fact is something that so many still do not accept. The fact that he is clearly, obviously, worthy of our followership by proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that he is the very highest good, still so many refuse to follow him. Even if as nothing other than an idea, out of obstinance, pride, foolishness, or some other preconceived notion not stated here. This is to say, Jesus is axiomatically the highest good, yet still so many refuse him. If one's belief structure is tolerant, which is to say, it respects the free will, it can be integrated into societal norms, as one story in human history. Using a lowest common denominator approach, truth will be discovered, and that truth is belief accepted by all. All roads lead back to the respect of free will, the respect of your own sovereign power as a conscious actor upon this reality, a human being with infinite value. To disregard this thing
is axiomatically to disregard Jesus. To accept this thing is to axiomatically accept Jesus, at least in concept, even if you don't accept his real-world existence. All beliefs, or lack thereof, are our individual stories, our individual roads that led us to where we are in life, the fruits of how we decide to live. The only truth that will persist, that will be accepted by all, is the axiomatic truth, not the egoistic one that a singular individual propounds is the truth, as this is self-defeating ultimately. That is to say, if it is truth, it is building. If it is building, you create with it. You are a co-creator amongst the others that follow the same truth. If your belief is not universal, then it is destructive, self-defeating, and in the grandest scales of time, no matter how much effort you put into obfuscating it, will ultimately lead to erasure, infinite entropy, nothingness. One way or another, whether free will exists or not, and I believe it does, quote-unquote belief, we in human society act as if it does. So to us, it does, which means it does. Belief universalized. Evidence is provided, but what you are willing to accept as evidence matters. The determinist does not accept evidence provided thus far. The evidence is belief. Acting as if free will exists is a pure and simple reality, for it is what has allowed us to build what we have thus far in our existence. It takes easily 10 times the amount of effort to build something than it does to destroy something. Yet we have maintained some semblance of order despite that extreme bias towards chaos. If you need any indication how much easier it is to destroy than it is to build, simply look at the effort a society has to put into building a skyscraper. It takes the combined effort of entire supply chains, several thousands of people, working over the course of perhaps decades, using advanced and complicated technologies, before such a feat can be accomplished. But it takes one well-placed bomb to cause the entire structure to collapse in a matter of minutes. Or dare I say, a jet airplane. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. Hope this enlightened you a little bit. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 110 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay that I wrote several years ago, basically upon the same trope that I have been talking about for quite some time. Remember, guys, one of my mantras is that there is virtue in repetition, as there are 8 billion human beings on this planet, and only one of you. What comes along with that is your own original theories, or semi-original, because there's nothing new under the sun. Well, let's get to this. It's not as long as the last one, but it's still pretty long. So guys, real talk here. Pretty much all we do, but just wanted to say it again. So, here's a theory, totally speculative. The world in which we are currently living is the culmination of a deeply contrived time manipulation event where our own species is attempting to manipulate our timeline in such a way as to prevent us from a severe extinction event and help us to connect with otherworldly beings, whether they be what we would call angels, extraterrestrials, same thing, or something else. That is, once we have made the case for eviction from this reality, we will be transported in a great rapture event if we have seen and truly decided that we do want this reality. I think that this fits the bill of most of us here. We have seen that we have absolutely no power to incite change on any meaningful global level, while we do not have infinite power to love one another and be there for our friends and family. Our votes do no longer matter, if they ever did at all. Our sources of information exchange, media, are completely and utterly corrupted, and while we have a deluge of truth flowing from every direction, it is so diluted with nonsense that it is almost impossible to find much of the time what is real and what's not. When I say it is a deeply contrived time manipulation scheme, what I mean is we developed time travel as a viable technology in the 1960s and have been using it ever since that point. All of our current understandings of the limitations of the technology are totally bogus. There are no real limitations, other than those of our own understanding, our own intentionally placed limitations, a la what I was talking about in my last video, or the limits of the materials. But in truth, the technology itself is completely unbounded, without bounds. If you think about it, this is distinctly possible for a variety of reasons. We wonder, why have we seen no time travelers? The world should be positively filled with them if we have a multiversal reality where everyone moves through time and space as if it's child's play. Well, it could be argued that we see time travelers all the time without knowing it. It could be discerned that in the depths of the utilization of the technology that we find the most effective use of it by being born into a certain era, rather than jumping from one era to the other through what we might understand as a wormhole. Why am I bringing this up? Well, as stated, I believe once you have access to such a technology, the horizon of wisdom drastically increases. You have 100% fidelity on the consequences of your actions, and you can see all possible paths. This is equivalent to omniscience. It is the power of God. Jesus was a time traveler. Whether you see it in this light or simply in what is discussed in the Bible, he just de facto is a time traveler, because he travels as he wants through all reality. This would mean that different times and choice space being different components to reality, he could travel there if he so decided. He is also human. To continue to discuss the point of why we don't see yet more travelers, consider this. In the entire timeline, as we might understand it, of the universe, all stars are believed to die out in approximately 100 trillion years-ish. That is, the very last, slowest burning red dwarfs will finally exhaust their remaining fuel supply in about that amount of time. This seems like an unimaginable time frame. But then look at this. The entire time span of the universe, as we might understand it, can be defined as the point from first material birth, Big Bang, to the point where the very last physical objects die out. Science currently believes that very last physical object to be a dissolving black hole. The very last dissolving black hole will die out in a Google years, 10 raised to the 100th power or so. After that, time becomes meaningless, because time needs a frame of reference. All of this to say, while the universe has been around for 13.7 billion years as we understand it, this is but a blink of the eye in terms of the total period of time in which life can thrive, 100 trillion years or so. And beyond that, it is yet even more a minuscule sliver of time compared to how long the universe will endure. And beyond that, the period of time where the universe exists is infinitely small compared to how long the universe will not exist. Infinity compared to a finite number, no matter how large that finite number, is still infinitely larger. All of this to say, we have been born as an intelligent species at very nearly the beginning of the universe's lifespan, despite the universe being 13.7 billion years old. While I'm not saying this is true, and I'm not even saying that it is likely, it is nevertheless distinctly possible that in fact we are the very first intelligent species to be born in this universe. And all the extraterrestrials we have encountered thus far have in fact all been time travelers, and that they are all operating on different planes of existence and all represent different branching paths of our timeline. And Jesus, he represents only one where we transcend time. Yet he is the principal time traveler, and the rapture, or case for eviction, is where we do so. The CIA, in the deepest areas of their administration, are all Catholics, believers in the rapture, and perhaps Jesus is at the helm. Like I said, real talk, crazy talk, but real talk. What do y'all think? Now, the CIA must be obliterated, okay? And when I say that, I don't mean that me thinking that Jesus is at the helm of this specific sect of the CIA is evil. No, he's the absolute good. Jesus is the absolute good. But the CIA has been totally overrun by demons. That's what Satan does. He tries to obfuscate, make everything gray, make it so that you can't tell what is good and what is bad. He turns right side up and upside down. That's what Satan does. But Jesus could very well be in control of this particular sect, quote-unquote sect, of the CIA, Project Pegasus, the Looking Glass, outer band individuated teletracers, time machines, and all of it, all the other stuff is garbage and needs to be obliterated. Remember, we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you have Jesus, the very highest good, in such an evil institution, it necessitates it being black and white. Because he is so good that the rest of the institution, in order to even hold a candle to his goodness, has to be the darkest of evil. I'm talking assassinating popes type of stuff. And I believe that the CIA has played a part in stuff like that. They be bad people. But this one particular sect, the Looking Glass, Project Pegasus, maybe not so much. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Kind of a crazy one, eh? Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 141 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking about what I was talking about yesterday, how there are essentially two forms of instantaneous communication, being either using wormholes to transmit signals without having to traverse the long distances in space, or using quantum entanglement. But then I was also thinking, in that there are essentially infinite frames of reference in the universe in terms of motion vectors, right? So you have the Earth is rotating around the Sun at 65,000 miles per hour. The Earth is rotating around its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour. The Sun is rotating around the galactic center of the Milky Way at 93 miles per second. And the Milky Way itself is rotating, or is moving at 193 miles per second, and is on course to collide with the Andromeda Galaxy in about 2 billion years or so.
Andromeda is actually a bigger galaxy than ours, and our galaxy is a pretty large galaxy relative to what we know to exist. It's kind of in the same vicinity as the Sun is with respect to other stars, in the 85th percentile from what we've seen so far. And we have a pretty good sampling of the universe. So even though we only can monitor about 2% of the sky, and it's a big-ass sky, that 2% is enough to know roughly those kinds of percentiles and whatnot. So I'm thinking to myself, you know, there's two different ways you can do this instantaneous communication. However, there's a necessity for anchoring because of all those different frames of reference and the different motion vectors. If that be the case, how would one actually properly anchor to something? And then it occurred to me, actually, not only could the entanglement be used for instantaneous communication in a binary manner, but you could also use it as itself an anchor. Let's say you decide to do photon splitting as one of the means by which you entangle two different particles. And then one of those particles is attached to the teleporter or the wormhole. The other particle is on the surface of the Earth or the surface of Mars or something. Well, they'll always be correlated to one another. So no matter where you go in time and space, time equals space, based upon Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, all that stuff, right? So that might actually be how the anchoring mechanism works. You know, they had an idea of this in Avengers Endgame when Iron Man, Tony Stark, developed the temporal GPS, is what he called it. Either time can go inside, either time moves within you, or you move within time. There we go. Okay. So, Ant-Man, as a result, was going through his entire range of ages. He was a baby, he was a 14-year-old, he was an 85-year-old, and then came back to where he was originally, his normal self. Because time was moving within himself, as opposed to him moving within time. And the temporal GPS that Tony Stark developed, I don't know, it might have something to do with that. Because we know how to entangle particles now. And if we know how to entangle particles, and we can do it in a repeatable manner, reliably repeatable manner, and that entanglement can sustain, in other words, we don't have to constantly be working on it to keep it that way. Like, maybe if you entangle two different particles that are separated by the universe, you have to constantly give a certain amount of photon energy to one particle for them to stay entangled. So, assuming that either A, that requirement is not there, they just stay permanently entangled, or we can actually keep that energy input going into it to keep it entangled, then you could make an anchor in that way. You need an anchor. There's too many motion vectors in existence. So, if you're trying just to make it work within your 3 dimensions, that is by itself a Herculean effort. Just teleportation, not even trying to move through time, it's a Herculean effort because of all those different motion vectors. But then you take on top of that moving through time, and the whole thing gets 1,000 times more complicated. And then on top of that, let's say you're trying to catch somebody who is also moving through time. Well, now it's 1,000 times more complicated because you guys are going to zoom right past one another. And actually, I'm talking a little bit about that in my novel series right now, the point where I am in my writing, where Emily, the female lead in the story, is about to meet up with the Greys. The Greys are trying to find a way to encounter her because she's traveling through time in her machine. And they just figured out how to build a time machine themselves and are trying to reconnect with her. Because they're actually descendants of humanity. So, Yeah. You need a proper anchor. So I posit this to you guys, not just because I think it's a pretty interesting idea, but also because if any of you can think of something with respect to anchoring when you're moving through time and space that might work, or maybe even work better than what I've explained, this is just working in hypotheticals right now. Basically developing the infrastructure for the ideas so that when the day comes where we actually do have fully usable time travel technology, we will have some idea of how exactly to use it. So, yeah. If you have any ideas, let me know. That's it for today. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Am I really that intimidating? You're not talking to me. Welcome to day 186 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You know, I take lots of deep breaths when I do these videos. There, by itself, is a great number of reasons for that, or a great number of reasons for that. Strange grammar. First one is the term Yeshua, which is the name of God, is meant to be I believe the term is an onomatopoeia for taking a breath in and letting it out. So that the very first thing you say when you're born is God, His name. The very first or very last thing you say when you leave this planet is God, His name. It also allows you an opportunity to collect your thoughts, to calm yourself, lower your blood pressure, lower or reduce anxiety, frustrations, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety. We all are, they say no man is an island, and that really means that, you know, you're not in isolation, I suppose. You could consider it having many different meanings. But we all are fighting internal battles that we tell nobody about, and at the same time are being cheered on by people that we have no idea are cheering us on. Right? Because you might be that only ship in the sea that's still surviving despite the onslaught of enemy attacks. And those enemies could be anything, anyone. Take any form. You're still going. And it only takes one. It only takes one to survive, to prove that it can actually happen. Acting as the proof of concept, the prototype for it all. That one ship that did not sink, despite the cataclysm that was happening around it, and all the other ships that were with it that did. The one ship that kept going. That's you guys. Every one of you. In some way. If you allow yourself to be that, you're not the victim. Not having the victim mentality. But instead the one that got through the storm. Then you're the light for others to follow. What's the basic thread I'm trying to get across with everything I'm saying right now?
that communication is everything. A story in isolation is forgotten forever. The only one that'll remember it is the guy upstairs, aside from yourself, while you're alive. Isn't it so much easier if you have somebody to build that story with? You're not talking to me. What's wrong with me? It's not... When it gets to that point, look outside yourself, outside your own anxiety, and realize that you're not doing something that's making yourself look like the problem. You're making me look like the problem. What's wrong with me? What have I done to deserve such isolation? Okay? Anxiety is really looking too much at yourself. Looking too much at yourself and how other people perceive you. I am an open book. I hide nothing. Very little, and basically. I only don't speak of things that people don't necessarily need to know. But if they want to know, in private, I can tell them. You're not talking to me. I can't know what's going through your mind. And it's happening exactly as I said it was going to happen. They're exploding on all your social media platforms. What's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? If you can tell me, I can fix it. Every time I've asked a woman to do that, to tell me what's wrong with me, so that I can fix it, you know what they've done? They've run away, and several of them have actually established no contact orders with me. Just because I asked them what I was doing wrong. And they didn't want to tell me. You're not going to find anybody like me. I'm confident enough to say that. I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm right here. And like I said before, every time, multiple women happen at once. Every single time. That could be a number of things. It could be that God wants to allow that to happen for some strange reason. Like he did with Rod Stewart. The musician, Rod Stewart. Or it could be that the enemy is trying to prevent me from having anything. It's all one or none. Any number outside of that is arbitrary without specific definition provided for it. All one or none. A priest has none. But actually has all, if you think about it, just without the sexual component. A normal person has one. And then a king has access to all. If you think about it. I am no king. Just a guy, as far as I can tell. And I think that's where the rub is here. It's the conflict between who I accept myself to be, which is basically a bog standard white dude, and the world that Satan dangles in front of me and says, you can have all of this if you just bow to me. Which is, of course, a sin of what I'm having to consider, because You won't talk to me. The opportunity completely leaves you. It was handed to you on a silver platter. Everything suddenly became amazing for you. All at once. And it's your decision to take it or not. The person that told you not to touch me, I don't care who they are. Don't listen to them. You want to know why? Because that in itself was probably more of a test than you realized at the time. Satan can take many forms. And some have even said that he's the twin of God. Some have said that. Watch the show Lucifer. There's some information in there. You gotta be careful with that show, because it makes out Lucifer to be the good guy, which is not smart. But there is some good information in there. Some things to play around with in your mind. If Satan is the twin of God, and they're duking it out with one another to see who has control, then do you really think he couldn't masquerade as him? They look exactly the same. The only difference is perhaps maybe one has a beard and maybe one doesn't. Maybe one has a scar on their face and maybe the other one doesn't. Don't listen to the person who told you not to touch me. They're trying to make my life a living hell. Okay? It's all a clever ruse. Even towards the end, because the enemy knows that this is a death battle, and if he loses this battle, he's erased from existence. Period. End of story. Even towards the end of the battle, he is not going to give up, because if he stops, he's done. It's a death battle. I, personally, being a human being, myself, Peyton Pearson, could forgive and put in prison. But they won't let such a thing happen. So whoever told you to stay away from me, and I know that happened because I saw in one of your previous videos you talking about that. And how you were like, you want to take the fruit but you're not allowed to. Stop listening to them. Just do it. If death is on the table for them, if they ever say anything like that, if they ever threaten you with that, they're not the good guy. Alright? I don't know who came to you and who talked to you about this, if anybody. But I'm the one that's paying for it right now. My genetic line is going to sever and gonna be gone if this doesn't change now. I'm the one that's paying for it. It's because I want you. Is that really that bad? Am I that bad? Surely I'm not an ugly guy, right? Surely I'm not at least somewhere proximate to the type of person that you want? I know I'm quite intense and pretty open. I have the confidence to say, what more could you ask for? Do I need to lose an extra 20 pounds or something? Or just find a way to fix my legs so I can start running again? Or it's yeah. The enemy's putting these other opportunities in front of me specifically to dissuade you. Okay? So, take advantage of this. I've made it abundantly clear, and the enemy keeps on making it abundantly difficult, because if he stops doing that, he's going to be erased. There you go. Again, you know who you are. I hope to not be too intimidating. And understand, not every one of my videos is directed towards you, but the ones that are pretty obviously directed towards you. Okay? So, anyways, love y'all. Like I said, even saying that probably intimidates, doesn't it? So I'll just leave it out for now, until you're ready. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. Stop listening to the people that are telling you not to. Peace. Hey guys, I think I'm just going to make a nice short one today. This should be day 164 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Just realize, if you haven't already, it's one of the big things that I talk about on this channel. It's humongous. It's everything. Like a lot of other things. It's humongous. It's massive. Giggity. I'm funny. Just kidding. Anyways. Family. Family is everything. Stop it. The dog was bumping my phone. Family is everything. So, my mother's birthday is tomorrow, 2 days after Mother's Day, which is, her birthday obviously is always around Mother's Day in the United States. We're going to go have some fun. My mom, my dad, and myself doing a little bit of traveling, as we typically do. But if everything else is taken away from you, in terms of the impact that you can have on the world, one thing you can always fall back on: helping the people that are closest to you. Namely, your family. Whether it be your children, your parents, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, your nephews, what have you. And that really is where the greatest impact comes anyway. Because we all are like raindrops in an ocean, rippling out into infinity, affecting in that way the underlying zeitgeist of the human consciousness that is across the globe for everybody. So keep that in mind. Sometimes the greatest impact, or pretty much all the time, the greatest impact you can have is by spreading love to your direct family. So, alright guys, like I said, short one today. So, love y'all. Peace. Delays eat up the life that you could have lived. Welcome to day 176 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Delay, delay, delay. Blockade, blockade, blockade. That's the name of the game, is what they say. What the hey? Yeah. I mentioned in my last video, I'm 36 years old now, and that's 36 years of experience behind me, and usually it's expected that you're in your mature peak, where your mind isn't going to decay like it does when you get older and your memory starts to fade and all that stuff. You're at the peak around the age of 35. You're at your physical peak, at least it is scientifically derived through the studies and whatnot, around 24. And this, of course, varies from person to person, depending on how much effort you actually put into your body and taking care of yourself. Turns out that it ends up being 24, really because that's about the age that people stop their physical pursuits in general. But if you're somebody like a bodybuilder that is trying to compete to be an IFBB pro, then they, strangely enough, actually peak around their 40s. Their late 30s to early 40s. And I'm not kidding about that. You can look it up. Nevertheless, when you get to my age, 36, this is about the maximum that I'm going to get out of my mental clarity. The wisdom will continue to grow because I'm going to continue adding on to it with the books that I read, the mentors that I absorb, the experiences. I'm not going to just stay stationary, even if I don't seem to have the resources to do really big things, which I don't. So the wisdom is going to continue growing. But the mental clarity is going to potentially start fading at this point. So no more name of the game being delay. It can't be. It simply can't. And I want to be there for the kids that I do have. Hopefully it's going to be a lot. So that when they're in their 20s, I'm actually still able to move around and be a part of their life. It's already kind of difficult with the stuff that's happened to my legs and my arms too. I don't mention that very as often as I do my legs, but yes, I don't have pulses in my wrists because of the crucifixion disease. So I want to be mobile to some degree for them. The delays have to stop. They have to. This is no longer a matter of trying to fix the world to allow the fullness of who and what I am to be perfectly realized. The world has had its time limit. If that's what we're waiting for right now, the time limit is up. I literally can't wait longer. If I wait longer, I will pass the peak entirely, and I will not be able to fully come into who and what I am. I was just watching a video by Estelle Richter, another very attractive female creator on YouTube, who seemed to say the exact words that I needed to hear. Very much fit in with what I'm telling you right now. It can't be delayed anymore. Now, I'm telling you that the stuff that happened to me in the past was not there to evolve me. I know a lot of you are trying to fall into the camp of, oh, resistance makes a diamond, blah, 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 and fall into that Stockholm syndrome. I am telling you, God can use your enemy's animus for his purposes. Don't get me wrong. And he does all the time because there are so many enemies everywhere. But these people that did this to me really were not my friends. They genuinely were not. They weren't trying to turn me into a diamond or whatever. And I certainly don't look like a diamond. Anyways, they were trying to destroy me. They were legitimately trying to destroy me. That was their intent. And God just used it for his purposes instead. Which I'm infinitely grateful for that. But the time has passed. We cannot wait any longer. I don't have that kind of time. Unless there are inventions that come about that make it so that we live 1,000+ years. I don't have the time to wait. It'd be amazing if we did, not just because I would be able to get all those new experiences and we'd increase the net time horizon for the entirety of the human race, the wisdom the net wisdom of the human race so that we would stop creating empires and then having them be destroyed after 300 years. Instead, they would last 30,000. I've talked about this before. That'd be great. And I'd be able to exponentially grow my wealth and my assets. I'd be able to have children, grandchildren, great-great-great-great-grandchildren, etc., and actually be alive and there with them while they're existing. Not simply have to wait for them on the other side. That'd be pretty cool. But we don't have that. It's not here. And if it does exist, if anybody does know of it, and they're just keeping it from the general public, stop. Stop. Same with the cure to cancer. If you've got that, give it to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his group of people working really hard to get America healthy again, make America healthy again, and the whole of the earth, actually, in fact, for that matter. If you have the cure to cancer, he would be the perfect person to have reveal it to the general public. Believe me, if, let's say, I've thought about this often, actually. If I had the cure to cancer, like a panacea, all types of cancer, in my hands, I would be so overjoyed. I would be struggling to hold back tears. I've imagined it in my head. Him bringing it to the president and the rest of the cabinet, like, we found it. Kind of like the Holy Grail. And then it gets released to the general public. It is a pill that you can take that costs no more than $1 a pill. And it cures all forms of cancer instantly, or relatively instantly. If you've got that, if it's there, stop hiding it. Reveal it. If you've got tools that produce clean and abundant energy, such as the energy catalyzer, created by Andrea Rossi back in 2010, which he turned into the hot ECAT, which could spin a turbine and therefore make power, then release it to the general public. I know that exists. I've seen it. There are studies on it. And that is probably what hot fusion has been veiling. That is, the hot fusion studies have utilized Andrea Rossi's experiments and his inventions and have simply put the veil of hot fusion on it so that it doesn't render irrelevant everything that the hot fusion scientists have been working on. It wouldn't be irrelevant anyway, just so that you know, and so that their concerns can be allayed, because there are many, many very hardworking, intelligent scientists that have been working on that for decades. It wouldn't render that stuff irrelevant. I can just tell you that right now. Even if you didn't have Andrea Rossi's technology in there that you're veiling, it still applies. Everything that you've learned from that, everything that you've built in the scientific body of knowledge, is infinitely important. So if that exists, if it is there, reveal it. If we have ways to, right now, recreate bodily organs, I can tell you the idea, the theory exists in that you could use 3D printing and things of that nature with stem cells to recreate organs and have a basically infinite rejuvenation technology, something akin to what is talked about in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, then reveal it. Stop hiding it. For those who get burned away because they can't handle it anymore, those who are thrown in the burn pit because they're too stuck in the way of the past, the time is up. We don't have the ability to wait any longer. And all those hardworking people that are genuinely trying to fix this, you're doing a great job. Every one of you. When the information was brought to you that, oh, things are messed up and you actually tried to fix it, believe me when God sees you and says, good job. It took you a really long time to see it, and a little bit of direct impetus, but at least you did. And you're doing a great job. However, we don't have any more time. This doesn't hinge on me because I'm just a regular dude, but if it did, I'm 36 now. I've already burned away over a third of my life. I can't wait any longer. I want to build stuff. Let me do it. Otherwise, if you're trying to salvage what's in this world, then me being the avatar for people just like me, there's nothing salvageable. And it just needs to end. Person like me be taken away from this planet and brought to a different one that's habitable just like Earth, and I'll build from there a new planet, a new civilization with other hardworking individuals taken by aliens, I don't know, or God in the rapture, as you might call it, because there's nothing here that's salvageable. But ideally, the enemies would just be taken away and put to where they can reap what they've sown. All together, kind of like Escape from L.A. with Kurt Russell, and that they're all put in a planetary prison for what they did to everybody else, and how they were locking us down and trying to suck us into an abyss. It's pretty clear that's what they've been trying to do all these many, many thousands of years, and it just came to a head in this generation, and it legitimately has. I mean, I can't speak from knowledge of the past because I didn't live in those generations, but from what I can read and tell from the history books and all that, it looks like we are actually at a head right now. Which means those people, we can't associate with them. We can't. We've tried to save them. They're unsalvageable. They don't want to be saved. The endurance that we've had all this time has been in an effort to pull them out of the mess. Sorry, I've got a little indicator on my phones. I got a lot of phones and stuff around here. I'm a techie guy. I got a laptop, 32-inch monitor, 65-inch television, iPad, iPhone, tripod, microphone. I got stuff all over the place. Laptop right there. But anyway, seriously, it won't stop. I don't know where the limit is. I can't wait any longer on my end. So, just keep that in mind. Even Job, in the Bible, eventually was given back what he lost. I think the longest time frames in that book, longest argued time frames for how long Job had to suffer were like 15 years or something. I heard some people say 12, some people say 7. For me, it's been longer than all those estimates. I'm going to tell you that straight up. I think myself and people like me have given people long enough to fix the problems. Long enough. And if a person like me can't thrive here, there's nothing really special about me, I'm just your bog standard white dude, then this world is forfeit. It is forfeit. Don't fall into the Stockholm Syndrome that they were trying to evolve me. They were not. They were genuinely evil people. Creatures. So, I'm going to leave it at that today. I try not to make these videos too long because I might wear you guys out too much. But that's all I got. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 140 or 134 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking, I talk a lot about the traumas. Don't usually get into specifics, but about the generalized traumas that I endured earlier on in my life. In particular, when I was in the military and how they treated me. And I just wanted to clarify. Yes, this stuff did happen to me. But do I forgive them? That was never in question. Of course I do. It's not in question whether I forgive these people for what they had done to me. What's in question is whether they admit that what they did was wrong and accept that they actually need that forgiveness because they screwed up. That's the problem here. I forgive it, and principally when you forgive, it's not for them necessarily. It's for yourself. Because forgiveness, just like bankruptcy in the free market, is basically tearing up the contract. You no longer have to fulfill both ends of it. It's moral bankruptcy. That's what it is. You don't trust them ever again with that thing with which you had trusted them before. Or at least not for a very, very long period. Trust is hard to gain and easy to lose. Betrayal is something you'll never forget. And that's another thing. With forgiveness, a phrase that has always irritated the shit out of me is forgive and forget. No. You don't do that. You only forget if the entity in question is going to be gone entirely. The way I describe this is, in heaven, there is no longer any pain. It's all peace, unconditional love. You are in bliss. And the only way that is possible is if all pain, all past traumas, are fully out of your mind, out of your soul. Which you might think means that you forget. Somewhat. In many circles, I believe in Catholic faith, some circles of Catholic faith, they call it the tear room. The tear, as in tears coming out of your eyes, room, where something like what happened in Harry Potter, when I thought this was brilliantly done by the author, J.K. Rowling, collected the tear from Snape as he passed away and put it into the chalice that showed the memory. That's what it is. That's almost point for point what it is. The tear room. You have those memories stored in vials that are tears of past traumas so that you can basically lock them out of your mind and not have to worry about them anymore. So, to forgive and forget, I never liked that idea. It's stupid. If you are to truly continue living with these people, with these entities, then you can't forget what they did. You can forgive it, but if you forget it, they just might do it to you again. You have to be wise to it. If you want to forget, and it's in anything other than the tear room of heaven, then the entity would have to be entirely erased from existence, as if they never existed, because even the memory of them would have to be gone. I think of the song Somebody I Used to Know. It was very popular, I believe, right around 2010. I'll make sure that there's a little thing that you can see on here
like a picture or something, or a link. But kind of like that. So, of course, I forgive these people, what they did to me in the military. But one, do they accept that forgiveness? And two, do they even think that what they did was wrong? There is only one unforgivable sin, as per Jesus, what he tells us, and that is to sin against the Holy Ghost. What does that mean? Basically, it means that you don't accept that you need grace, which is forgiveness. All right, I think that's all we'll do for today. This is a STEM, as many of my videos are. There's always more to discuss. Always will be. Because the amount of information that I know and can espouse to other people is finite, and therefore infinitely small compared to the amount of information that exists, which is infinite. So, thank you all for being here. Love you all. Peace.
Mentors need mentors, 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 etc., etc. Welcome to day 174, until I am a YouTube millionaire. In case you didn't already know, that title to this video series is essentially a taunt to YouTube. That after X number of videos, if I still haven't gotten there, through consistent posting every single day, and thousands upon thousands of videos on my channel, I still haven't achieved it, then there's a problem with their platform. Because the primary thing that they encourage is consistency. They also are very temporarily biased in that they bias towards newer content and make us much more reactionary as a result, which is very dangerous, but it's what YouTube has decided to do. That is, most content is not evergreen, or is not allowed to be so. Nevertheless, what I'm trying to talk about here is mentors needing mentors. So I know I am truly honored, and I feel a deep sense of gratitude and love for the fact that I know there are a lot of pretty prominent people out there that pay attention to the words that I say, the ideas that I have. A particular lady that I'm thinking of, the one that I think is probably the one, and I hope turns into something beautiful, and maybe in a few years we get married, have a family, and all that stuff. I can tell that I'm having a positive impact on her. And she's reaching tens of thousands of people a day, if not more. That's a big deal. That is a really big deal. Even on my own platform, the platform is starting to grow. I don't just post here. I also post on Rumble, Facebook, X, and other places. Spotify. I'll just name those for now. But I am, therefore, in some way, shape, or form, her mentor. Along with everybody else that follows my videos. However, mentors need mentors need mentors, like I was saying. Some of my mentors are people like Elliot Hulse, who's a Gen Xer. He's 46, and he has a channel that's literally called Wisdom. Elliot Hulse Wisdom. Because he's a wise guy, you know. He's got a lot of life experience. He's an erstwhile serial entrepreneur who does life coaching and strength coaching. And he's one of my mentors. One of his mentors, just one of them, he's got a ton of them, just like I do, is a guy by the name of Tony Robbins. He's a financial guru, the guy with the big mouth. Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins, also, in some way, shape, or form, one of my mentors. I've read some of his greatest works, like Money Mastering the Game. It's a tome, it's a very big book, but a very good one. And the primary thing he tells you to do in that book, like the crux of it, is indexed universal life savings accounts. They're insurance, but they're really good. They're like le creme de la creme of investing portfolios that you can get. They have a lot of upside and no downside. You can't find that almost anywhere. Well, there you go. So that's one of his mentors, and he has a ton of mentors. Like I was talking about in my previous video, Why Asmongold, you need to decentralize your information sources and think for yourself. A mentor, in order to be a proper mentor, does that. We all have biases. Every single one of us. We're all human. If we can mitigate those as much as possible by seeing from other people's perspectives, walking in their shoes even, we have the opportunity, then you become the best mentor possible. Me being 36 years old and having the background that I do, I have a very distinct and powerful empathy for those who have been working their asses off to try to make the world a better place, but keep on getting punched in the gut, blockaded, just like I have. Every turn, every way, everything that I've done, constantly blockaded. I told you about my mom's YouTube channel that has 27,000, almost 28,000 subscribers now, and she gets about 30 views every long-form video, because YouTube has blockaded the channel for some reason. I empathize. Even if it never stops, which I'm not going to assume that it does, because assuming makes asses out of people, I can use that pain as power to help others. Which is the only thing, like I was talking about before, in this life that matters. It's the only thing we get out of this. We don't survive. Nobody gets out of life alive. We don't take anything with us. We can leave a legacy that will help others react better through their course of living, through their relationships with others. Those are the presents that we leave people. If they're presents of, like, genetic legacy, children, things of that nature, fantastic. If you bring them up right, you teach them good morality, they're going to inspire others. Those are the proper presents to leave. If they're beautiful buildings and empires that show the strength and capacity of the human spirit, that inspires people. That is valuable. So while it might not last forever, it's ephemeral just like everything else here. It's worthwhile in that regard. There is value in trying to build that. Because the primary thing, and the only thing that matters that you build here, is the human soul. That's it. Whatever helps you do that is good. So Elliot Hulse is one of my mentors, even though I don't know him directly. I am truly grateful that I can be the mentor to all of you, and in particular, this is one woman I'm talking about, because I'm hoping that it can become something better. She has a very powerful mind, is very wise, and is a mentor to thousands upon thousands of people herself, who, if she's teaching them right, which I know she will, she's doing a fantastic fantastic job, then they too are going to realize that you don't get all your information from one person. Because she's only 24. So, even, 24 years old, has a lot of life behind her, and she's an incredibly intelligent woman. She's a genius. So that means she processes it very well, especially if she reacts to it well. But she knows, even she is only one person. She's teaching them well, inspiring them well. They'll find the proper sources, the things that empower people. You know what doesn't empower people? Telling them that they're a virus on the planet. Telling them that they're worthless. Unless they're actually acting that out like George Soros is. He's a bane to human existence, and people like him. I don't want it to be that way, but it's the life that he has chosen. He has chosen it. So the way you're a mentor is you make the world a better place. You make people feel like they're home when they're with you, when they're listening to you, when they're talking to you. You be accessible. You be their friend, part of their extended family. You have a personal relationship with them, just like Jesus did and does. Jesus, another one of my mentors. And even Jesus has a mentor. His mentor being his dad. His dad being the other part of God, part of the Trinity. He's God, Jesus is God, God is God. And then the Holy Spirit, which is the communication between the two of them, is God as well. Mentors have mentors have mentors. And all mentors are meant to inspire. You feed people on not just bread alone. You fuel the fire that is in their hearts and show them that they can do it. I stated before on one of my videos in the past, I think it's a video where I say who I am, or introducing myself. I had certain experiences in my life. I only listed half a dozen there, but there were many more that would make a normal person unalive themselves. And I want to inspire you guys that you could get through that. That's never the answer to unalive yourself. Never is. Never will be. It hurts so many people, not just you. But I want to show you that you can get through it. Because, like I say on this channel all the time, until death, all defeats are psychological. And if you're going to cause your own unaliving, then you've defeated yourself. But otherwise, the enemy can't beat you. And you yourself are becoming a mentor. That little fire in your heart that goes around and spreads that same inspiration to other people. Sometimes without even knowing it. Most of the time, without even knowing it. That powerful ripple that your mentors provide, you become a mini ripple yourself. And it's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. So, that's what I got for you today, guys. Mentors need mentors need mentors. Also, mentors need wives. Love y'all. Peace. What would you do if everything that you were doing in life turned out to be for naught? Welcome to day 169 and tell me YouTube Millionaire. That's the premise, the idea behind this episode today. Every venture that I've attempted to broach in my life, whether it be being an Air Force veteran, being a pilot, being an electrical engineer, trying to become a copywriter, etc. Trying to build my real estate portfolio, become a real estate entrepreneur, all that. You know, in Christianity, it is made pretty clear that everything here in the ephemeral on earth is fleeting, is empty, and it dies anyway. So it's not a good idea to invest an excessive amount of energy or inspiration or perspiration into it. And I've been pushing that boulder up the hill for all these different things. Right now, trying to build this YouTube channel, missing the point that that it's about leaving some type of positive inspiration for other people. But the taunt, the tease, the pain that the dark forces of this world and beyond constantly put in front of you, the carrot, is that other people get to make money off of it. Other people get to be successful at it. Well, those things don't really matter all that much, if at all. The reason I want those things is not because I just simply want money. God knows this. I want to use those resources to build. And yet we are told that everything that we could build here on this planet, in this world, in this reality, being that it all is ephemeral, no matter how long you make it last, is kind of pointless. And the only thing you really glean from it is the lessons. Your soul is eternal, but that's the only thing here that is. So no matter what resistance you have to face, what matters is the lessons you get from that resistance, is how you react to it, and that's why. Because it's the only thing that gets out of here. You take nothing with you when you pass away. What you want is to leave something behind that's actually worthwhile. But we're told that even that is not necessarily all that important. And that's, at the same time, that's a taunt that the enemy uses against you. Because he gives, in that he runs this existence, that power to people who should not have it. I mention it all the time because he's a prototypical example, and I'm going to make it worthwhile what he's doing simply to be an example of the darkness. And he'll get angry at me for that, and I love it, because he's a parasite. George Soros. He's the one that has billions of dollars. One of the people. To be something to cause one of the carnal sins, or mortal sins, pardon me, in a human being such as myself of despair. I don't have it. There have been points where I have been deep down in the pits of near hopelessness. But true hopelessness is despair, and I don't have that. I never have. Because I know that no matter what I'm resigned to do, I'm still going to have an impact. This connects to what I'm reading in my current book that I'm reading, Chasing the Wild Pendulum. There's a, if you want to talk scientific about it, there is a frequency, a fundamental resonant frequency of the entire planet and everything on it. It's right around 5 hertz, 5 to 7 hertz. And the more powerfully you can get yourself entrained to that signal, the more powerful your ripple is of your actions and reactions in your life. The more of an effect you can have on the way people perceive the world around them. And perception is reality, based purely upon what we know from the double-slit experiment and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat. Everything that we do or think we know in reality is based upon belief and consensus. It is perception. And if we can believe that belief is the core of everything, and that knowledge is purely convergence, coherence of the reality in which we live, nothing more, nothing less, then the day will come, however long or far into the future, where we legitimately don't have to move a mountain one stone at a time, but can move it with our minds. Faith can move mountains. Everything we need to know is there. And if we want to stop this giant bamboozling and sucking us down into despair that's happening in this world, or trying to, then a great way to do that is to show the irrelevance of what those parasites are doing. It is the way. That is to tell people and show people that they are worth it, that they have an infinite potential and capacity that they just haven't seen yet, but it's there. You have to have somebody that truly believes that. Group of people, maybe, that no matter what resistance they face are going to keep on saying it, are going to keep on believing it, are going to keep on pushing to make it a reality. If you remember what happened during the COVID nonsense, there were a lot of faithful people, and you can see it in the charts, the graphs, the statistics. Faithful people who believed that God did not show up when he should have, that he failed. He did not. It was merely a revealing, a removing of the veil. Because while you and I might understand just how corrupted this world is, and writ large, Christians that actually are not nominal and truly do believe as well know how corrupted the world is. You are your brother's keeper. We're in the business of saving souls. The rest of them did not know. And through the process of the COVID nonsense and the entire control grid breaking down around us, people began to see. Are beginning to see. It's a generational process. We were told that there would only be a select few who actually made it to this Elysium, heaven, Eden, God. That little aspect can change. It can be inverted. Who's the one that dukes it out with the devil directly? For decades, days and decades, to his doom. The one that you and I, well, at least I know, in the religious texts of Christianity, is known as Michael, the archangel. The one who is the devil, known as Satan, is the enemy. We're all painted red. Every single one of us that's trying to fix this world. In some way, shape, or form. It could be as simple as a name. And while names are not everything, they are the first impression. But they are just a clever camouflage, where they can't act as one. All you gotta do is believe. Push through it. Don't give up. Because that's the thing that the enemy's trying to destroy. And if you just believe despite it all, you've won. Alright, I think I'll leave it at that today. Love you all. Peace. What if the nature of suffering is to build empathy? Welcome to day 192 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. In addition to that, what if your purpose on this planet is to suffer? There was a person, many of you might know this person, might be a person with whom you're familiar, whose purpose was specifically that, only isolated primarily to a specific, profound point. Obviously, Jesus. What if the purpose of your life is to suffer, to soak up all of the negative energy of the human family? So, people are always praying to God that are in states of suffering, seeking an answer, seeking to have their wishes fulfilled. When they're not, what do you think that means? It means that you are the warrior fighting, putting up the shield to protect and preserve everyone else that does get it. You're the way it happens for everyone else. And ultimately, when it does come to you, however long you can endure, it will be the end state for everybody. But when you're enduring that pain, you need patience to the utmost degree. And don't ever expect that you will be healed, or that you will get those things for which you are looking. That saves the most people. If we're in the business of saving souls, the way you do that is you act as the painkiller for all of their pains. And if you can get joy, satisfaction out of that, as opposed to getting it out of receiving the things that you personally want and desire, then that's divine. You become an infinite well, source of protection, love, freedom, liberty, creation. So when I tell people, I believe in God, always have, always will, because I believe that the person to whom I am talking exists. That's very important. You're basically fueling the fire in their own soul, sparking it, turning them from an NPC into a real animated person, just by telling them that they matter. Because they do. They're everything. There are two paths. The first one is entropy, destruction, erasure of everything. And if that happens, those things never were with which to begin. And the other one is creation and eternity. It will have always been your destiny if you get there. To look at it in a Calvinist perspective, you can actually square that circle if you look at it through nonlinear time and how everything is happening simultaneously. All realities converge into the one in which we live and perceive. So, to tell an atheist that you believe in God, they're not understanding it if they remain atheists. You're telling them that you believe in them. Not in some egotistical, narcissistic way, but you're telling them that they are creators of their existence, of their universe, which is absolutely true. What the double slit experiment shows, the greatest irony of it all, is that God exists. And it's you. Something Jesus was trying to tell us from the start. Trying to show us how to do it. When he gave his apostles, his disciples, the ability to conduct miracles. That's how. All he did was believe in them, just as they believed in him. When you forego belief in God, you are foregoing belief in yourself. You are instigating your own erasure, your own non-existence. And in that final judgment, where that omniscient understanding of all intents comes about, if you have decided that you don't want to exist, remain atheist, Because that's what this is. You will. You'll get what you want. And for those who seek to become the entropy, to actually integrate with the void itself, they'll get what they want as well. It ultimately leads to the same thing, but that's what they'll get. So when I tell somebody that I believe in God, especially with everything I've had to endure, being the warrior that I am, and I am a warrior, I am trying to tell them that I believe in them. I always will. And if I were to give up that fight, then how many people would lose their will? It's not possible for me to give it up, because it's my nature to suffer. It's all human beings' nature to suffer. But those who do not receive the answers while they're alive, or while they're in this reality, it's because they are the warriors that are doing the fighting. I don't expect to receive the answers here. And if this were all there was, that would concern me. It would make me eternally sad. But as it stands, all that will remain is I won't be able to leave gifts for people here. But I know there's something beyond it. And the ultimate challenge, the ultimate proof of belief, the one that the devil is trying to get you to fail, is to not take what you want by breaking the rules, and therefore proving, at least to him, that eternity does not exist. I will keep doing this. I won't get what I want out of it. And that's okay. It does not bother me. And the more I learn, the more truly steeped in an understanding of what belief actually is I become, the more at peace with that I am. But what I'm not at peace with is all those people that are still lost in it, that still don't believe in themselves. Because if there is nothing outside of this, then nothing matters. If nothing matters, then you don't. If you don't matter, then do you really exist? You will get what you want in the end. And if that remains your perspective on things, if you don't listen to Jesus and him trying to tell you that you are a creator just as him, then that's what you're going to get. If I do break, or get just to the point of breaking, right before that happens, I know God's got my back. He'll step in. And I will have faith in that. But the thing is, it's never going to happen. And I know that's the rub here. There are a large number of people who are trying to get me to break specifically so that Jesus will step in. Because either he will or he won't. And they'll know, one way or another. They'll no longer be the realm of belief for them. Assuming that I'm that important, but I'm not. Even so, not being important and still not allowing yourself to break, are you really not that important? It's one of the many paradoxes of this life. It remains that way if nobody knows your story. It's a kaleidoscope. It is a lot of things. Very deep, convoluted, complicated, but at the same time not. Because if you just obey and believe, you don't even have to think about those other things. It's simple. The bridge here is that I am trying to explain what I've learned. And explaining it in all of its depth and multifaceted, multifarious nature, the kaleidoscope of it all, the fractal of it all, makes it make sense. So that those who simply can't hit the believe button can have something onto which they may glean, or onto which they may grasp. God is real. I believe. Always have, always will. Nothing will break that. And that means I believe in you. All of you. And you can either choose to accept that or not. I am telling you that you exist. Understand that. Grasp what I am saying there. You exist. You do. You're right here before me. You're not just a projection. Being an NPC even doesn't mean you don't exist. It just means that you're not the main character. You still exist. You exist. Alright. I've gone on long enough. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 121 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a little dreary and rainy here right now in Roseville, California on this fine Sunday. And, you know, I'm putting in a little bit extra effort into the YouTube channel right now, realizing that it is probably going to be just as I am inclined to believe, in that I'll push this boulder up the hill once more, and it's going to come clobber me down on the ground. That is to say, I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me, just like everything else. I can compare this simply to things that I've done in the last couple of years. So far, my novel is, from what I can tell, not selling very well, even though I know it's a good book, because it's not being advertised properly by the company that, through which I went. Put a tremendous amount of effort and money into getting that book written and published, and the lackluster results are what I get. I tried to help my mother build her slot YouTube channel, one of the most popular niches that exist on YouTube. And she's got a lot of subscribers, but the channel's not making any money because YouTube put a block on the channel for some reason. We get no views on the long-form videos. I see channels out there that get hundreds to thousands of subscribers a day. So many of them that post nonsense, that post nothing of any really real value. And, you know, they get money hand over fist. We were going to do the slot stuff anyway, and we get a quintuple benefit out of it. We spend time with one another, we get to have some fun, we get to travel,
We get to have recordings for the future, have a legacy in order for family to remember going forward. And the fifth point was to make some money off of it. But there's no money coming out. So I know that I'll have the carpet pulled out from under me again. But that's not the purpose of me doing this next stage in my professional evolution, if you will. Basically, the way I see it is every time the forces around me pull the carpet out from under me, it is yet another indication that this world is not made for me, and gives another opportunity to those who pay attention to look at those things that had to collapse or didn't succeed and either fix them or destroy them. So, YouTube, as well as other social media platforms, are a means by which you publicize yourself. They're really good for advertising. You advertise the brand that is you and the things you do. And if I cannot be advertised without putting too much of a target on my head, if that's something that would happen, then the world is screwed up. And it needs to be fixed. So the point I'm making here is, I say to God, okay, fine. Carpet's going to be pulled out from me here again. Where to next? I don't want to tarry on any system or program or institution for any longer than I have to, because I don't have the time to waste. I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again, like Sisyphus. Yes, indeed. That's been my whole life. But it's almost like I knew that before I even came here. And I accepted that as my reality, what it was going to be, what it is. And simply, yes, sir, where to next? Let's get the job done. Let me be the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental sponge that the world needs in order to soak up all the negativity and destructive energy. But I don't want to tarry too much longer on anything that I don't have to. So I'm putting a little bit of extra advertising into my current personal YouTube channel. The great thing about this, so long as YouTube itself doesn't collapse as an entity, is that this will last forever. But at the same time, I'm not simply posting it on YouTube, I'm also posting it on other platforms. That's the thing. Well, I might not get much traction on these videos now. They could get traction 10 years in the future. It is possible. I'm not saying it will happen. In fact, the overwhelming likelihood is that it's not going to happen, because it only happens with people who have any real noticeable impact on the world, something of which I do not. But the opportunity is there. So I say, yes, sir. Where do I go next? What would you like me to do next? But I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's life. It is life. I have said on many occasions, and I still mean this, okay, I'm going to do what you want me to do, God, of course, because I serve you, period, end of story. But if I am really being idle and wasted this much, why am I even here? Why am I even on Earth? Of course, I was writing about this in my journal, right here, last night. The answer to that question is an answer that I already know, even though I, superficially, am not important. And that answer is, each and every one of us is a proof of concept. If you can stand up against the darkest of evils that this world has to offer and survive, that inspires other people. And one of those darkest evils that it has to provide is to put you in a state of mediocrity despite immense capacity. It's just It's the way it works. And also, the longer you endure, like Atlas carrying the world on his back, the more time you give the rest of the world to fix what's fucked up, which is a lot. My body is broken. I used to run marathons, and I was good at it. Now I can hardly walk. That was in an effort to discourage me, to demoralize me. If I were to have just been straight up killed by the dark force, Satan, then God would have already won. But instead, he seeks to discourage and to make me resent God. That's the purpose behind it all. Something which can never happen. It's not possible. And I made that abundantly clear that that is not possible. Because I know what God is, and I know what the evil of this world and the evil period is. God is love. So the things that are evil that are happening to me are not God. Period. End of story. And the argument is, okay, well then I guess the evil is more powerful than the good. No. And even if that were the case, fine. I'll be part of the good. I'm not trying to be part of the winning team if that's the case. I'm trying to be part of what is good. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if I have to be taken down low. Morality is something... Here's one of the phrases that I always say. It's very important. A world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth dying and if need be, or fighting and if need be, dying for. I do not want to live in a world, I do not want to live in a universe where morality is a disadvantage. Just like the Spartans, when they stood, those 300 warriors at that channel, protecting their country, they did that knowing that either they die or they be slaves. I'll stand up no matter how much I have to suffer. I don't care. I mean, I do. I wish I didn't have to. Ideally, I wouldn't have to. But I will not submit to a future of entropy and decay, tyranny, evil, erasure of the individual. I will not accept that. So I say, yes, sir, God. Where do you want me to go to next? What's the next job? I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again? So be it. Will this ever stop? Probably not. But it's all right. One of the greatest pains of my life is that all of this, if humanity doesn't fix it before I die, will be for naught. I'll have no children, no legacy of my own. And I say to that, I wanted to give presents to this world, presents in my own descendants, but the world didn't want those presents. Okay, I pass away, I die, but this is just a physical body. It's not me. It's not only what I am. So be it. I can accept that. It just sucks. I'm thinking, this Sisyphean idea of pushing this boulder up this hill, being Atlas with the stone, the earth on your back, was brought up to me by watching a video of a woman in whom I am interested. And I believe she me. But nothing will be done, because apparently she's been told not to do anything by exterior forces. I can't have what I want. so be it. But we can wait. We're going to try. Maybe we can fix it before I die. Maybe. But it's okay if we can't. It's all right. Because you want to know why? We're making progress. We're trying. All we have to do is at least try. And it will get better. It's all right. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Don't give up. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 158 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book Bullshit Jobs by David Graeber. An overview before we talk about anything else. Personal opinion. I was not a huge fan of it. Bullshit jobs exist, especially the way they're explained in this book, in large part. However, those bullshit jobs are mostly tied to the fact that the central banks exist. Without central banks, bullshit jobs would not be a thing. So he gives us 5 different categories of bullshit jobs. Flunkies, goons, duct tapers, box tickers, and ticket masters. Flunkies are people like an entourage, those who you have around to make yourself look more important. Nobles back in the Middle Ages, all the way up to the Victorian era, I suppose, had people that would surround their caravan just to clear rocks out of the sidewalk or the path that they were walking down. The job didn't really have a purpose. It was just given one tacitly, except to give the person coming through the city or the town more gravitas, because there's more people around them. Makes them look like they're more important, obviously. Then you have goons, people like tax collectors, I guess. Those who will go around and be enforcers, stuff like that. And then you have duct tapers, which basically are people that have jobs that are only designed to make 2 incompatible systems or more somehow work together. Now that, I just don't like that. I don't like that idea, because what this is, what all of these are simply a market inefficiency. Truly, he's making this argument for all of these bullshit jobs being bullshit because he believes that we should have already gotten to a 15-hour work week. I do agree with him. However, these quote-unquote bullshit jobs are only really bullshit because of the market inefficiency. We have not found a way to substitute them yet, and there are still things that the people in those jobs are actually doing that are useful. A security guard, for instance, might sit on his butt 99% of the time, but he's there simply to be a body. That's why he is there, or she, whatever. Usually they're males. That, in and of itself, is not bullshit. There is a purpose to that. Now, if you're trying to fill out paperwork for bureaucratic nonsense, that's legitimate bullshit. And that is principally caused by government and central banking. So anyways, duct tapers, box tickers, people basically just going through checklists to ensure other people are doing their jobs or maintenance is being fulfilled, all that stuff. Again, not a bullshit job. There's purpose to that. The only time it really becomes bullshit is when the government gets in and has those box tickers simply for excessive regulation purposes. Honestly, I'm a libertarian minarchist. I'm a conservative minarchist, so basically I want the government as small as it can possibly be. But I know that because we're human, we basically need that little piece of evil, if you will, government being a necessary evil, in order to stem the tide of the darker aspects of our spirits, of our beings. Because you might consider yourself a moral person, and perhaps you are. But when you try to attribute your own morality to others who do not have that morality, that is very dangerous. That is suicidal empathy. It's just not the case. Human beings are different. To discover that there are people actually out there like a George Soros and an Alex Soros that just want to watch the world burn. Or, as Michael Caine says in the movie Batman about the Joker, some people just want to watch the world burn. This is true. And you and I can't understand that because it's not the way we think, it's not the way we are. But there are people out there like that. And they're the reason that regulation, at least tacitly, at least a little bit of it needs to be there until we can completely disassociate from those entities. But we can't. We live in this world right here and now. We have to accept it as it is, meet each other where we are, and therefore we have this. But I want a government as small as possible. And then we have Ticketmasters. Essentially he's saying jobs that could be taken over by automation. Those jobs, if they still exist, are not bullshit. Just because people get those jobs and they expect 100% fulfillment from them does not make the jobs themselves bullshit. It doesn't. You could do what Google does. The company Google. Basically, they give a person a job that fits the job description on the resume. Maybe they pay them $100,000 a year for it, which is pretty typical for Google nowadays. Maybe 120, whatever. To be just a person that's working in a cubicle at Google. And then they say 20% of your time is dedicated to your personal projects, whatever you want to do. But you have to do it. That's what can happen in this world. It's not a universal basic income, which is what David Graeber advocates for something for which he advocates, which I find nonsensical, because he claims himself to be an anarchist, but he very, very clearly is a leftist. Very clearly. It's abundantly obvious. And while I don't know the details of his personal life or anything, aside from what's in this book, him having been a professor at Harvard, trying to take advantage of becoming or creating a union there. He was one of the people that was heading it up and therefore got booted from the university. Ironically, oh, you want to take advantage of unions, but you're an anarchist. Okay, sure. I believe you. Right. Disingenuous jackass. Anyways, I would assume that he is a leftist atheist. I think that's a pretty easy assumption to make. Another thing that really not just bothered me, but infuriated me about what he was writing about in this book. He gets to his political stuff mostly in the last 40 pages of the book. The rest of the book, he's actually trying to outline what he considers a bullshit job. The last 40 pages, he's dedicating basically to his political philosophy, his own call to action, even though he doesn't want to call it a call to action. It is. He is a fan of people like Michel Foucault, who is not only a degenerate BDSM enjoyer, but was a PDF file. Okay, if those are the people that you aspire to be like, I don't really want to hear what you have to say. GTFO, dude. No. Not acceptable. Get out of here. A man's job is to protect. Doing something like that, being a PDF file, is destroying purity and innocence and is utterly disgusting. To even be remotely in support of that, or a person who is in support of that, is unacceptable. No. Well, at the same time, I agree with the general concept that yes, bullshit jobs exist. And at least I will give him credit where it's due. He does mention that the financial institutions, the financial industry, is the primary cause of most of the bullshit jobs in this world. I would say you can read this book safely, to not corrupt your own personal perspectives on the world, if you go into it understanding the biases of David Graeber, which he tries to hide aside from calling himself an anarchist, which is a lie. It's just a lie. He's not an anarchist. So in general, he's very gung-ho about teachers, for example, but neglects to mention the fact that teachers, especially in the modern age, are all about brainwashing. At least when it comes to public education. There is a reason that conservatism, the right, conservative Christians, if you will, are so adamant about homeschooling, minimizing public education, privatizing it, and it's because I don't even really have to explain this, but at the same time I should, because apparently if there's a guy like David Graeber who still can't see it, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. He's very bright. But if he still can't see it, then I still have to explain it. Which is to say, have you not seen the critical theories that are being propounded to children nowadays? A book like, the name eludes me right now, but there are some lewd books that are being taught in elementary school nowadays. This guy, he's, believe from Great Britain. So I guess he's kind of, in that aspect, a product of the deterioration of his own society. Because the United Kingdom, such a beautiful country, such amazing people, unfortunately, horribly, horribly socialist. Socialism and communism do not work. Period. End of story. They don't. Communism can only, I say that, but then I'm going to give you a caveat. Communism can only work in groups of 300 at maximum or less. You can't go bigger than that because you have to be able to know the people personally. And 300 is about the limit that people can know one another personally. Because otherwise they're going to take advantage of you. Socialism is the same type of thing. It's the younger stepbrother, if you will, of communism. Socialism eventually leads to communism. It's not good. You are an individual. You exist. He's also a climate alarmist and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, anyway. Overall, I would say, I can't remember who recommended that I read this book, but overall, I can't say that I give it a strong recommendation for those who are new to critical thinking, if you will. But if you want to give yourself a critical thinking challenge and you think you can handle it, then there's good information in this book. Bullshit jobs do exist. They primarily come from central banking, finance, but the book itself is, yeah. Like I said, I can't remember who recommended me to read it, but there you go. All right. There you go, guys. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 129 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking of millionaires and becoming them, what would you do if you had $50,000 suddenly in your account? Where would you put that money? That is the opportunity that is at hand for us within the next few months. There's been a lot of hugabaloo, a lot of grumbling, primarily from boomers, about what's happening with the stock market right now. This is because we are doing something that is needed to be done for decades. Basically, the entire world has been sucking the United States dry of all its wealth and productive capacity through very unfair tariffs. Did you know that Canada has several items that they were charging 300% tariffs on the United States? I think eggs was actually one of them. You remember how the egg prices in the United States were skyrocketing in the last couple months? That was actually because former Vice President Joe Biden had unalived about 120 million chickens for some reason. He ordered the big chicken farms to unalive hundreds of millions of chickens. And obviously when that happens, you have a supply shortage because you're making less eggs. And when you have a supply shortage, the price has to necessarily go up. It's basic supply and demand economics. But we've been unfairly sapped of all of our productive capacity for several decades. If you knew what is happening in the Rust Belt of the United States, places like Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota, those countries, Illinois, states, they used to be immensely productive. We had a plethora of vehicle production plants in that area of our country. Well, the last several decades, those same vehicle manufacturers have gone to other countries because of unfair tariffs. Basically, they are literally parting out our country. And the only thing that's kept us afloat these last several decades, is that we've been innovating. We've still been producing new technologies. Things like semiconductors, transistors, more advanced space travel, cell phones and stuff like that. Even though this phone that I'm talking on right now is actually, for the most part, produced in slave factories in China. That's the type of thing that we're trying to change right now. So the stock market's tumbling, sure. This is something that needed to be done a long, long, long time ago. And the thing is, the overwhelming majority of people that are not boomers don't have any vested interest in the stock market anyway. When you can barely put food on the table and pay your month's rent, you're probably not going to be putting any money into the stock market. So, a house, the median house price, I believe, in the United States is around $400,000. Mind-blowingly expensive. The median age at which somebody is a first-time home buyer is 51 years old. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was only a few decades ago that it was the mid-20s that somebody was going to buy their first home. About the age that I was when I bought my first home. So we have an incredible opportunity that's
been thrust upon us as we try one last time to wrestle back our country from the liberal economic order that's been desperately trying to destroy us for a really long time. We have a lot more to do, but what we're doing right now is the first steps. We need to get rid of the central banks, the IRS, all that stuff. It needs to be gone. But these are the first steps. The prices of a great many things are going to go down way, way lower than what they are right now. The artificially inflated home prices across the United States are going to deflate. One, because we don't have illegal immigrants buying a bunch of properties that they shouldn't be buying because they don't actually have residence in this country. And two, because what's happening in the stock market is going to be inherently deflationary for a whole host of different products, houses being one of them. Companies like BlackRock are not going to be able to buy homes 25% above listed value for cash and price you out of the market. They're no longer going to be able to do that. We're stripping them of their monopoly. So, prices of homes are going to go down, prices of stocks are going to dip dramatically, and guess what? This is your opportunity as Gen X and Millennials to step in and buy the dip in everything. So if the Doge dividend does happen, and you end up getting $2,000 to $5,000 or maybe even more from the United States government, from all the money that was saved, where would you put that money? Now, for most people, they're just going to, buy the necessities, pay for rent, buy food. A lot of people are going to be silly with the money and go gambling and go on pleasure junkets. But if you are wise, and this is contingent upon that very important critical aspect, then you'll buy the dip. This is your chance. We're trying to wrestle back our country from the enemy that's been trying to suffocate us for decades, probably centuries, maybe even longer than that. All right, guys, think about that. What would you do if you had $50,000 or even $5,000 in your bank account that just suddenly appeared? Don't spend it on rubbish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day, let me double check here. I thought so. 104 until I become a YouTube millionaire. Today I wanted to chat a little bit about the exponential nature of making money. To those who have much, more will be given, and to those who have little, even that will be taken away. This is a biblical principle that's it was prescient for its time. Obviously, for good reason, we listen to it. It's in the Bible. But those who have a lot of money or a lot of assets invest those assets in order to make themselves more money and more assets. When we're about the age of 20 to 25, 30, and we start actually making some money for ourselves, we are so unprepared in so many other ways with respect to what to do with that money. I remember when I was in the military and I was a fresh second lieutenant making $38,000 per year, and with all of my stipends it added up to like 50 something, 51-ish. Nothing, right? But I was 23. So to me, that was a lot of money. I didn't have anything to spend it on, so I thought that, I spend it on where the hell I want, right? I thought, just use it. It's there as your credit to do with what you will. And I look back on that now, And oh, how I would have benefited so much from just a handful of people telling me, hey,